Section 14 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by K.M. Malloy. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Mr. Lepel and the Housekeeper. Mr. Lepel and the Housekeeper, first epic. The Italians are born actors. At this conclusion I arrived, sitting in a Roman theatre, now many years since. My friend and travelling companion, Rottger, cordially agreed with me. Experience had given us some claim to form an opinion. We had visited, at that time, nearly every city in Italy. Wherever a theatre was open, we had attended the performances of the companies which travel from place to place, and we had never seen bad acting from first to last. Men and women, whose names are absolutely unknown in England, played, in modern comedy and drama for the most part, with a general level of dramatic ability which I have never seen equalled in the theatres of other nations. Incapable Italian actors there must be, no doubt. For my own part, I have only discovered them, by ones and twos, in England, appearing among the persons engaged to support Salvini and Ristori before the audiences of London. On the occasion of which I am now writing, the night's performance consisted of 2 plays. An accident, to be presently related, prevented us from seeing more than the introductory part of the second piece. That one act, in respect of the influence which the remembrance of it afterward exercised over Rottger and myself, claims a place of its own in the opening pages of the present narrative. The scene of the story was laid in one of the principalities of Italy, in the bygone days of the Carbonaro conspiracies. The chief persons were 2 young noblemen, friends affectionately attached to each other, and a beautiful girl born in the lower ranks of life. On the rising of the curtain, the scene before us was the courtyard of a prison. We found the beautiful girl, called Cecilia, as well as I can recollect, in great distress, confiding her sorrows to the jailer's daughter. Her father was pining in the prison, charged with an offence of which he was innocent, and she herself was suffering the tortures of hopeless love. She was on the point of confiding her secret to her friend, when the appearance of the young nobleman closed her lips. The girls at once withdrew, and the 2 friends, whom I now only remember as the Marquis and the Count, began the dialogue which prepared us for the story of the play. The Marquis had been tried for conspiracy against the reigning prince and his government, had been found guilty, and is condemned to be shot that evening. He accepts his sentence with the resignation of a man who is weary of his life. Young as he is, he has tried the rounds of pleasures without enjoyment. He has no interests, no aspirations, no hopes. He looks on death as a welcome release. His friend the Count, admitted to a farewell interview, has invented a stratagem by which the prisoner may escape and take to flight. The Marquis expresses a grateful sense of obligation and prefers being shot. "I don't value my life," he says. "I am not a happy man like you." Upon this the Count mentions circumstances which he has hitherto kept secret. He loves the charming Celia, and loves in vain. Her reputation is unsullied. She possesses every good quality that a man can desire in a wife, but the Count's social position forbids him to marry a woman of low birth. He is heartbroken, and he too finds life without hope a burden that is not to be borne. The Marquis at once sees a way of devoting himself to his friend's interests. He is rich, his money is at his own disposal. He will bequeath a marriage portion to Celia, which will make her one of the richest women in Italy. The Count receives this proposal with a sigh. "No money," he says, "will remove the obstacle that still remains. My father's fatal objection to Cecilia is her rank in life." The Marquis walks apart, considers a little, consults his watch, and returns with a new idea. "I have nearly 2 hours of life still left," he says. "Send for Celia. She was here just now, and she is probably in her father's cell." The Count is at a loss to understand what this proposal means. The Marquis himself explains. "I ask your permission," he resumes. The Count protests and refuses in vain. The jailer is sent to find Cecilia. She appears, unable to endure the scene. The Count rushes out in horror. The Marquis takes the girl into his confidence and makes his excuses. If she becomes a widow of rank, she may not only marry the Count, but will be in a position to procure the liberty of the innocent old man, whose strength is failing him under the rigors of imprisonment. Cecilia hesitates. After a struggle with herself, filial love prevails, and she consents. The jailer announces that the chaplain is waiting. The bride and the bridegroom withdraw to the prison chapel. Left on the stage, the jailers hear a distant sound in the city, which he is at loss to understand. It sinks, increases again, travels nearer to the prison, and now betrays itself as the sound of multitudinous voices in a state of furious uproar. Has the conspiracy broken out again? Yes! The whole population has risen. The soldiers have refused to fire on the people. The terrified prince has dismissed his ministers and promises a constitution. The Marquis, returning from the ceremony, which has just made Celia his wife, is presented with a free pardon, and with the offer of a high place in the reformed ministry. A new life is opening before him, and he has innocently ruined his friend's prospects. On this striking situation, the drop curtain falls. While we were still applauding the first act, Rothsay alarmed me. He dropped from his seat at my side like a man struck dead. The stifling heat in the theatre had proved too much for him. We carried him out at once into the fresh air. When he came to his senses, my friend entreated me to leave him and see the end of the play. To my mind, he looked as if he might faint again. I insisted on going back with him to our hotel. On the next day I went to the theatre to ascertain if the play would be repeated. The box office was closed. The dramatic company had left Rome. My interest in discovering how the story ended led me next to the bookseller's shops, in the hope of buying the play. Nobody knew anything about it. Nobody could tell me whether it was the original work of an Italian writer, or whether it had been stolen, and probably disfigured, from the French. As a fragment I had seen it. As a fragment it remained from that time to this. Second Epoch. One of my objects in writing these lines is to vindicate the character of an innocent woman, formerly in my service as housekeeper, who has been cruelly slandered. Absorbed in the pursuit of my purpose, it has only now occurred to me that strangers may desire to know something more than they know now of myself and my friend. "Give us some idea," they may say, "of what sorts of person you are, if you wish to interest us in the outset of your story." A most reasonable suggestion, I admit. Unfortunately, I'm not the right man to comply with it. In the first place, I cannot pretend to pronounce judgment on my own character. In the second place, I'm incapable of writing impartially of my friend. At the imminent risk of his own life, Rothsay rescued me from a dreadful death by accident when we were at college together. Who can expect me to speak of his fault? I'm not even capable of seeing them. Under these embarrassing circumstances, and not forgetting, at the same time, that a servant's opinion of his master and his master's friends may generally be trusted not to err on the favorable side, I'm tempted to call my valet as a witness to character. I slept badly on our first night at Rome, and I happened to be awake while the man was talking of us confidentially in the courtyard of my hotel, just under my bedroom window. Here, to the best of my recollection, is a faithful report of what he said to some friend among the servants who understood English. "My master's well connected, you must know, though he's only plain Mr. Lepel. He's uncle, the great lawyer, Lord Lepel, and his late father was a banker. Rich, did you say? I should think he was rich, and be hanged to him. No, not married and not likely to be. Owns he was 40 last birthday, a regular old bachelor. Not a bad sort, taking him altogether. The worst of him is, he is one of the most indiscreet people I have ever met with. Does the queerest things when the whim takes him, and doesn't care what other people think of it. They say the Lepels have all got a slate loose in the upper story. Oh no, not a very old family, I mean, nothing compared to the family of his friend young Rottger. They count back, as so I have heard, to the ancient kings of Scotland. Between ourselves, the ancient kings haven't left the Rottgers much money. They would be glad, I'll be bound, to get my rich master for one of their daughters. Poor his job, I tell you. This young fellow travelling with us has never had a spare £5 note since he was born. Plenty of brains in his head, I grant you, and a little too apt sometimes to be suspicious of other people. But liberal, oh, give him his due, liberal in a small way. Tips me with a sovereign now and then. I take it, Lord bless you, I take it. What do you say? Has he got any employment? Not he. Dabbles in chemistry, experience, and that sort of thing, by way of amusing himself, and tells the most infernal lies about it. The other day he showed me a bottle about as big as a thimble, with what looked like water in it, and said it was enough to poison everybody in the hotel. What rot! Isn't that the clock striking again? Near about bedtime, I should say. Wish you good night. There are characters drawn on the principle of justice without mercy, but an imprudent rascal who is the best valet in England. Now you know what sort of persons we are, and now we may go on again. Rottger and I parted soon after our night at the theatre. He went to Civita Vecchia to join a friend's yacht, waiting for him in the harbour. I turned homeward, travelling at a leisurely rate through the Tyrol and Germany. After my arrival in England, certain events in my life occurred which do not appear to have any connection at the time. They led, nevertheless, to consequences which seriously altered the relations of happy past years between Rottger and myself. The first event took place on my return to my house in London. I found among the letters waiting for me an invitation from Lord Lepel to spend a few weeks with him at his country seat in Sussex. I had made so many excuses in the past years when I received invitations from my uncle that I was really ashamed to plaid engagements in London again. There were no unfriendly feelings between us. My only motive for keeping away from him took its rise in dislike of the ordinary moods of life in an English country house. A man who feels no interest in politics, who cares nothing for field sports, who is impatient of amateur music and incapable of small talk, is a man out of his element in country society. This was my unlucky case. I went to Lord Lepel's house sorely against my will, longing already for the day when it would be time to say good-bye. The routine of my uncle's establishment had remained unaltered since my last experience of it. I found my lord expressing the same pride in his collection of old masters, and telling the same story of the wonderful escapes of his picture gallery from fire. I renewed my acquaintance with the same members of Parliament among the guests, all on the same side in politics. I joined in the same dreary amusements. I saluted the same resident priests. The Lepels are all born and bred Roman Catholics. I submitted to the same rigidly early breakfast hour, and inwardly cursed the same peremptory bell, ringing as a means of reminding us of our meals. The one change that presented itself was a change out of the house. Death had removed the lodge-keeper at the park gate. His widow and daughter, Mrs. Reamer and little Susan, remained in their pretty cottage. They had been allowed, by my lord's kindness, to take charge of the gate. Out walking on the morning after my arrival, I was caught in a shower on my way back to the park, and took shelter in the lodge. In the bygone days, I had respected Mrs. Rymer's husband as a thoroughly worthy man, but Mrs. Rymer herself was no great favourite of mine. She had married beneath her, as the phrase is, and she was a little too conscious of it. A woman with a sharp eye to her own interests, selfishly discontented with her position in life, and not very scrupulous in her choice of means when she had an end in view. This is how I describe Mrs. Rymer. Her daughter, who I only remembered as a weakly child, astonished me when I saw her again, after the interval that had elapsed. The backward flower had bloomed into perfect health. Susan was now a lively little modest girl of 17, with a natural delicacy and refinement of manner, which marked her to my mind as one of nature's gentlewomen. When I entered the lodge, she was writing at a table in a corner, having some books on it, and rose to withdraw. I begged that she would proceed with her employment, and asked if I might know what it was. She answered me with a blush, and a pretty brightening of her clear blue eyes. "I'm trying, sir, to teach myself French," she said. The weather showed no signs of improving. I volunteered to help her, and found her such an attentive and intelligent pupil that I looked in at the lodge from time to time afterward, and continued my instructions. The younger men, among my uncle's guests, set their own stupid constructions on my attentions to the girl at the gate, as they called her, rather too familiarly, according to my notions of propriety. I contrived to remind them that I was old enough to be Susan's father, in a manner which put an end to their jokes, and I was pleased to hear, when I next went to the lodge, that Mrs. Rymer had been wise enough to keep these fastidious gentlemen at their proper distance. The day of my departure arrived. Lord Lepel took leave of me kindly, and asked for news of Rosse. "Let me know when your friend returns," my uncle said. "He belongs to good old stock. Put me in mind of him when I next invite you to come to my house." On my way to the train, I stopped, of course, at the lodge to say good-bye. Mrs. Rymer came out alone. I asked for Susan. "My daughter is not very well today." "Is she confined to her room?" "She is in the parlour." I might have been mistaken, but I thought Mrs. Rymer answered me in no very friendly way. Resolved to judge for myself, I entered the lodge, and found my poor little pupil sitting in a corner, crying. When I asked her what was the matter, the excuse of a bad headache was the only reply that I received. The nature of young girls are a hopeless puzzle to me. Susan seemed, for some reason which is impossible to understand, to be afraid to look at me. "Have you and your mother been quarrelling?" I asked. "Oh, no." She denied it with such evident sincerity that I could not for a moment suspect her of deceiving me. Whatever the cause of her distress might be, it was plain that she had her own reasons for keeping it secret. Her French books were on the table. I tried a little allusion to her lessons. "I hope you'll go on regularly with your studies," I said. "I will do my best, sir, without you to help me." She said it so sadly that I proposed, purely from the wish to encourage her, a continuation of her lessons through the post. "Send your exercises to me once a week," I suggested, "and I will return them corrected." She thanked me in low tones, with a shyness of manner which I had never noticed in her before. I had done my best to cheer her, and I was conscious, as we shook hands at parting, that I had failed. A feeling of disappointment overcomes me when I see young people out of spirits. I was sorry for Susan. Third epoch. One of my faults, which has not been included in the list set forth by my valet, is a disinclination to occupy myself with my own domestic affairs. The proceeding of my footman, while I had been away from home, left me no alternative but to dismiss him on my return. With this exertion of authority, my interference as chief of the household came to an end. I left it all to my excellent housekeeper, Mrs. Mosine, to find a sober successor to the drunken vagabond who had been sent away. She discovered a respectable young man, tall, plump, and rosy, whose name was Joseph, and whose character was beyond reproach. I have but one excuse for noticing such a trifling event as this. It took its place, at a later period, in the chain which was slowly winding itself around me. My uncle had asked me to prolong my visit, I should probably have consented, but for anxiety on the subject of a near and dear relative, my sister. Her health had been failing since the death of her husband, to whom she was tenderly attached. I heard news of her while I was in Sussex, which hurried me back to town. In a month more, her death deprived me of my last living relation. She left no children, and my 2 brothers had both died unmarried while they were still young men. This affliction placed me in the position of serious embarrassment in regard to the disposal of my property after my death. I had hitherto made no will, being well aware that my fortune, which was entirely in money, would go in due course of law to the person of all others who would employ it to the best purpose, that is to say, to my sister as my nearest of kin. As I was now situated, my property would revert to my uncle if I died in state. He was a richer man than I was. Of his 2 children, both sons, the eldest would inherit his estates. The youngest had already succeeded to his mother's ample fortune. Having literally no family claims on me, I felt bound to recognize the wider demands of poverty and misfortune, and to devote my superfluous wealth to increasing the revenues of charitable institutions. As to minor legacies, I owed it to my good housekeeper, Mrs. Mosine, not to forget the faithful services of past years. Need I add, if I had been free to act as I pleased, that I should have gladly made Rosse the object of a handsome bequest? But this was not to be. My friend was a man morbidly sensitive on the subject of money. In the early days of our intercourse, we had been for the first and only time on the verge of a quarrel, when I had asked, as a favor to myself, to be allowed to provide for him in my will. "It is because I am poor," he explained, "that I refuse to profit by your kindness, though I feel it gratefully." I failed to understand him, and said so plainly. "You will understand this," he resumed. "I should never recover my sense of degradation if a mercenary motive on my side was associated with our friendship. Don't say it's impossible. You know as well as I do that appearances would be against me in the eyes of the world. Besides, I don't want money. My own small income is enough for me. Make me your executor if you like, and leave me the customary present of 500 pounds. If you exceed that sum, I declare on my word of honor that I will not touch 1 farthing of it." He took my hand and pressed it fervently. "Do me a favor," he said. "Never let us speak of this again." I understood that I must yield, or lose my friend. In now making my will, I accordingly appointed Rosse one of my executors, on the terms that he had prescribed. The minor legacies have been next duly reduced to writing. I left the bulk of my fortune to public charities. My lawyer laid the fair copy of the will on my table. "A dreary disposition of property for a man of your age," he said. "I hope to receive a new set of instructions before you are a year older." "What instructions?" I asked. "To provide for your wife and children," he answered. My wife and children! The idea seemed to be so absurd that I burst out laughing. It never occurred to me that there could be any absurdity from my point of view. I was sitting alone, after my legal adviser had taken his leave, looking absently at the newly engrossed will, when I heard a sharp knock at the house door, which I thought I recognized. In another minute Rosse's bright face enlivened my dull room. He had returned from the Mediterranean that morning. "Am I interrupting you?" he asked, pointing to the leaves of manuscript before me. "Are you writing a book?" "I am making my will." His manner changed. He looked at me seriously. "Do you remember what I said when we once talked of your will?" he asked. I set his doubts at rest immediately, but he was not quite satisfied yet. "Can't you put your will away?" he suggested. "I hate the sight of anything that reminds me of death." "Give me a minute to sign it," I said, and rang to summon the witnesses. Mrs. Mosine answered the bell. Rosse looked at her, as if he wished to have my housekeeper put away as well as my will. From the first moment when he had seen her, he conceived a great dislike to that good creature. There was nothing, I'm sure, personally repellent about her. She was a light, slim, quiet woman with a pale complexion and bright brown eyes. Her movements were gentle. Her voice was low. Her decent grey dress was adapted to her age. Why Rothsay should dislike her was more than he could explain himself. He turned his unreasonable prejudice into a joke, and said he hated a woman who wore slate-colored cap ribbons. I explained to Mrs. Mosing that I wanted witnesses to the signature of my will. Naturally enough, being in the room at the time, she asked if she could be one of them. I was obliged to say no, and not to mortify her. I gave the reason. My will recognizes what I owe to your good services, I said. If you are one of the witnesses, you will lose your legacy. Send up the men servants. With her customary tact, Mrs. Mosing expressed her gratitude silently, by a look, and left the room. Why couldn't you tell that woman to send the servants without mentioning her legacy? Rothsay asked. My friend Lepel, you've done a very foolish thing. In what way? You have given Mrs. Mosing an interest in your death. It was impossible to make a serious reply to this ridiculous exhibition of Rothsay's prejudice against poor Mrs. Mosing. When am I to be murdered? I asked. And how is it to be done? Poison? I'm not joking, Rothsay answered. You are infatuated about your housekeeper. When you spoke of her legacy, did you notice her eyes? Yes. Did nothing strike you? It struck me that they were unusually well-preserved eyes for a woman of her age. The appearance of the valet and the footman put an end to this idle talk. The will was executed and locked up. Our conversation turned on Rothsay's travels by sea. The cruise had been in every way successful. The matchless shores of the Mediterranean defied description. The sailing of the famous yacht had proved to be worthy of her reputation, and to crown all, Rothsay had come back to England in a fair way, for the first time in his life, of making money. I have discovered a treasure, he announced. It was a dirty little modern picture picked up by street at Palermo. It is a Virgin and Child by Guido. On further explanation, it appeared that the piece exposed for sale was painted on copper. Noticing the contrast between the rare material and the wretched bad painting that covered it, Rothsay had called to mind some of the well-known stories of valuable works of art that had been painted over for purposes of disguise. The price asked for the picture amounted to little more than the value of the metal. Rothsay bought it. His knowledge of chemistry enabled him to put his suspicions successfully to the test, and one of the guests on board the yacht, a famous French artist, had declared his conviction that the picture now revealed to view was a genuine work by Guido. Such an opinion as this convinced me that it would be worthwhile to submit my friend's discovery to the judgment of other experts. Consulted independently, these critics confirmed the view taken by the celebrated personage who had first seen the work. This result having been obtained, Rothsay asked my advice next on the question of selling his picture. I at once thought of my uncle. An undoubted work by Guido would surely be an acquisition to his gallery. I had only, in accordance with my own requests, to let him know that my friend had returned to England. We might take that picture with us when we received our invitation to Lord Lepel's house. Fourth epoch. My uncle's answer arrived by return of post. Other engagements obliged him to defer receiving us for a month. At the end of that time we were cordially invited to visit him, and to stay as long as we liked. In the interval that now passed, other events occurred, still of the trifling kind. One afternoon, just as I was thinking of taking my customary ride in the park, the servant appeared, charged with a basket of flowers, and with a message from Mrs. Rymer, requesting me to honor her by accepting a little offering from her daughter. Hearing that she was then waiting in the hall, I told the man to show her in. Susan, as I ought to have already mentioned, had sent her exercises to me regularly every week. In returning them corrected, I had once or twice added a word of well-deserved approval. The offering of flowers was evidently intended to express my pupil's grateful sense of interest taken in her by her teacher. I had no reason this time to suppose that Mrs. Rymer entertained an unfriendly feeling toward me. At the first word of greeting that passed between us, I perceived a change in her manner, which ran in the opposite extreme. She overwhelmed me with the most elaborate demonstrations of politeness and respect, dwelling on her gratitude for my kindness in receiving her, and on her pride at seeing her daughter's flowers on my table, until I made a resolute effort to stop her by asking, as if it was actually a matter of importance to me, whether she was in London on business or pleasure. "Oh, on business, sir. My husband invested his little savings in bank stock, and I've just been drawing my dividend. I do hope you don't think my girl overbold in venturing to send you a few flowers. She wouldn't allow me to interfere. I do assure you she would gather and arrange them with her own hands. In themselves, I know they are hardly worth accepting, but if you will allow the motive to plead—" I made another effort to stop Mrs. Rymer. I said her daughter could not have sent me a prettier present. The inexhaustible woman only went on more fluently than ever. "She is so grateful, sir, and so proud of your goodness in looking at her exercises. The difficulty of the French language seems as nothing to her, now her motive is to please you. She is so devoted to her studies that I find it difficult to induce her to take the exercises necessary to her health. As you may perhaps remember, Susan was always rather weakly as a child. She inherits her father's constitution, Mr. Lepel, not mine." Here, to my infinite relief, the servant appeared, announcing that my horse was at the door. Mrs. Rymer opened her mouth. I saw a coming flood of apologies on the point of pouring out, and seized my hat on the spot. I declared I had an appointment. I sent kind remembrances to Susan, pitying her for having such a mother with my whole heart. I said I hoped to return to my uncle's house soon, and to continue the French lessons. The one thing more that I remember was finding myself safe in the saddle, out of the reach of Mrs. Rymer's tongue. Reflecting on what had passed, it was plain to me that this woman had some private end in view, and that my abrupt departure had prevented her from finding the way to it. What motive could she possibly have for that obstinate persistence in presenting poor Susan under a favourable aspect to a man who had already shown that he was honestly interested in her pretty modest daughter? I tried hard to penetrate the mystery, and gave it up in despair. 3 days before the date at which Rothsay and I were to pay our visit to Lord Lepel, I found myself compelled to undergo one of the minor miseries of human life. In other words, I became one of the guests at a large dinner party. It was a rainy day in October. My position at the table placed me between a window that was open and a door that was hardly ever shut. I went to bed shivering, and woke the next morning with a headache and a difficulty in breathing. On consultation, I found that I was suffering from an attack of bronchitis. There was no reason to be alarmed. If I remained indoors and submitted to the necessary treatment, I might hope to keep my engagement with my uncle in 10 days or a fortnight. There was no alternative but to submit. I accordingly arranged with Rothsay that he should present himself at Lord Lepel's house, taking the picture with him, on the date appointed for our visit, and that I should follow as soon as I was well enough to travel. On the day when he was to leave London, my friend kindly came to keep me company for a while. He was followed into my room by Mrs. Mosine, with a bottle of medicine in her hand. This worthy creature, finding that the doctor's directions occasionally escaped my memory, devoted herself to the duty of administering their remedies at the prescribed intervals of time. When she left the room, having performed her duties as usual, I saw Rothsay's eyes follow her to the door, with an expression of sardonic curiosity. He put a strange question to me as soon as we were alone. "Who engaged that new servant of yours?" he asked. "I mean the fat fellow with the curly flaxen hair." "Hiring servants," I replied, "is not much in my way. I left the engagement of the new man to Mrs. Mosine." Rothsay walked gravely up to my bedside. "Lepel," he said, Your respectable housekeeper is in love with a fat young footman. It is not easy to amuse a man suffering from bronchitis, but this new outbreak of absurdity was more than I could resist, even with a mustard plaster on my chest. I thought I should raise your spirits, Rothsay proceeded. When I came to your house this morning, the valet opened the door to me. I expressed my surprise at his condescending to take the trouble. He informed me that Joseph was otherwise engaged. With anyone in particular? I asked, humoring the joke. Yes, sir, with the housekeeper. She's taking him to brush his hair, so as to show off his good looks to the best advantage. Make up your mind, my friend, to lose Mrs. Mosin, especially if she happens to have any money. Nonsense, Rothsay. The poor old woman is enough to be Joseph's mother. My good fellow, that won't make any difference to Joseph. In the days when we were rich enough to keep a manservant, our footman, as handsome a fellow as ever you saw, and no older than I am, married a witch with a lame leg. When I asked him why he made such a fool of himself, he looked quite indignant and said, Sir, she has got 600 pounds. He and the wench kept a public house. What will you bet that we don't see your housekeeper drawing beer at the bar and Joseph getting drunk in the parlour before we are a year older? I was not well enough to prolong my enjoyment of Rothsay's boyish humour. Besides, exaggeration to be really amusing must have some relation, no matter how slender it may be, to the truth. My housekeeper belonged to a respectable family and was essentially a person accustomed to respect herself. Her brother occupied a position of responsibility in the establishment of a firm of chemists who I had employed for years. Her late husband had farmed his own land and had owed his ruin to calamities for which he was in no way responsible. Kind-hearted Mrs. Mosin was just the woman to take a motherly interest in a well-disposed lad like Joseph, and it was equally characteristic of my valet, especially when Rothsay was thoughtless enough to encourage him, to pervert an innocent action for the sake of indulging in a stupid jest. I took advantage of my privilege as an invalid and changed the subject. A week passed. I expected to hear from Rothsay. To my surprise and disappointment, no letter arrived. Susan was more considerate. She wrote, very modestly and prettily, to say that she and her mother had heard of my illness from Mr. Rothsay, and to express the hope that I should soon be restored to health. A few days later, Mrs. Rymer's politeness carried her to the length of taking the journey to London to make inquiries at my door. I did not see her, of course. She left word that she would have the honour of calling again. The second week followed. I had by that time perfectly recovered from my attack of bronchitis, and yet I was too ill to leave the house. The doctor himself seemed to be at a loss to understand the symptoms that now presented themselves. A vile sensation of nausea tried my endurance, and an incomprehensible prostration of strength depressed my spirits. I felt such a strange reluctance to exert myself that I actually left it to Mrs. Mosin to write to my uncle in my name and say that I was not yet well enough to visit him. My medical adviser tried various methods of treatment. My housekeeper administered the prescribed medicines with unremitting care, but nothing came of it. A physician of great authority was called into consultation. Being completely puzzled, he retreated to the last refuge of bewildered doctors. I asked him what was the matter with me, and he answered, suppressed gout. End of section 14, June 11th, 2024. Section 15 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by K.M. Malloy. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Mr. Lepel and the Housekeeper. Fifth Epoch. Midway in the 3rd week, my uncle wrote to me as follows.
I have been obligated to request your friend Rothsay to bring his visit to a conclusion. Although he refuses to confess it, I have reason to believe that he has committed the folly of falling seriously in love with the young girl at my lodge gate. I have tried remonstrance in vain, and I write to his father at the same time that I write to you. There is much more that I might say. I reserve it for the time when I hope to have the pleasure of seeing you restored to health.
2 days after the receipt of this alarming letter, Rothsay returned to me. Ill as I was, I forgot my suffering the moment I looked at him. Wild and haggard, he stared at me with bloodshot eyes, like a man demented.
Do you think I am mad? I dare say I am. I can't live without her.
Those were the first words he said when we shook hands. But I had more influence over him than any other person, and weak as I was, I exerted it. Little by little, he became more reasonable. He began to speak like his old self again. To have expressed any surprise on my part at what had happened would not have been only imprudent, but unworthy of him and of me. My first inquiry was suggested by the fear that he might have been hurried into openly confessing his passion to Susan, although his position forbade him to offer marriage. I had done him an injustice. His honorable nature had shrunk from the cruelty of raising hopes, which, for all he knew to the contrary, might never be realized. At the same time, he had his reasons for believing that he was at least personally acceptable to her.
She was always glad to see me, said poor Rothsay. We constantly talked of you. She spoke of your kindness so prettily and so gratefully. Oh, Lepel, it is not her beauty only that has won my heart. Her nature is the nature of an angel.
His voice failed him. For the first time in my remembrance of our long companionship, he burst into tears. I was so shocked and distressed that I had the greatest difficulty in preserving my own self-control. In the effort to comfort him, I asked if he had ventured to confide in his father. You are the favorite son, I reminded him. Is there no gleam of hope in the future? He had written to his father. In silence he gave me the letter in reply. It was expressed with moderation, which I had hardly dared to expect. Mr. Rothsay, the elder, admitted that he had himself married for love, and that his wife's rank in the social scale, although higher than Susan's, had not been equal to his own.
In such a family as ours, he wrote, perhaps with pardonable pride, we raise our wives to our own degree. But this young person labors under a double disadvantage. She is obscure and she is poor. What have you to offer her? Nothing. And what have I to give you? Nothing.
This meant, as I interpreted it, that the main obstacle in the way was Susan's poverty. And I was rich. In the excitement that possessed me, I followed the impulse of the moment headlong, like a child. While you were away from me, I said to Rothsay, did you never once think of your old friend? Must I remind you that I can make Susan your wife with one stroke of my pen? He looked at me in silent surprise. I took my checkbook from the drawer of the table and placed the inkstand within reach. Susan's marriage portion, I said, is a matter of a line of writing with my name at the end of it. He burst out with an exclamation that stopped me, just as my pen touched the paper.
Good heavens, he cried. You are thinking of that play we saw at Rome. Are we on the stage? Are you performing the part of the Marquis? And am I the Count?
I was so startled by this wild allusion to the past, I recognized with such astonishment the reproduction of one of the dramatic situations in the play, at a crisis in his life and mine, that the use of a pen remained suspended in my hand. For the first time in my life, I was conscious of a sensation which resembled superstitious dread. Rothsay recovered himself first. He misinterpreted what was passing in my mind.
Don't think me ungrateful, he said. "You dear, kind, good fellow. Consider for a moment, and you will see that it can't be. What would be said of her and of me if you made Susan rich with your money, and if I married her? The poor innocent would be called your cast-off mistress. People would say, 'He has behaved liberally to her, and his needy friend has taken advantage of it.'" The point of view which I had failed to see was put with terrible directness of expression. The conviction that I was wrong was literally forced on me. What reply could I make? Rothsay evidently felt for me. "You are ill," he said gently. "Let me leave you to rest." He held out his hand to say goodbye. I insisted on his taking up his abode with me, for the present at least. Ordinary persuasion failed to induce him to yield. I put it on selfish grounds next. "You've noticed that I am ill," I said. "I want you to keep me company." He gave way directly. Through the wakeful night, I tried to consider what moral remedies might be within our reach. The one useful conclusion at which I could arrive was to induce Rothsay to try what absence and change might do to compose his mind. To advise him to travel alone was out of the question. I wrote to his one other old friend beside myself, the friend who had taken him on a cruise in the Mediterranean. The owner of the yacht had that very day given directions to have his vessel laid up for the winter season. He at once countermanded the order by telegraph. "I am an idle man," he said, "and I'm as fond of Rothsay as you are. I will take him wherever he likes to go." It was not easy to persuade the object of these kind intentions to profit by them. Nothing that I could say roused him. I spoke to him of his picture. He had left it at my uncle's house, and neither knew nor cared to know whether it had been sold or not. The one consideration which ultimately influenced Rothsay was presented by the doctor, speaking as follows, to quote his own explanation, "in the interests of my health." "I warned your friend," he said, "that his conduct was causing anxiety which you were not strong enough to bear. On hearing this, he at once promised to follow the advice which you had given to him, and to join the yacht. As you know, he has kept his word. May I ask if he has ever followed the medical profession?" Replying in the negative, I begged the doctor to tell me why he had put his question. He answered, "Mr. Rothsay requested me to tell him all that I knew about your illness. I complied, of course, mentioning that I had lately adopted a new method of treatment, and that I had every reason to feel confident of the results. He was so interested in the symptoms of your illness and in the remedies being tried that he took notes in his pocket-book, of which I had said. When he paid me that compliment, I thought it possible that I might be speaking to a colleague." I was pleased to hear of my friend's anxiety for my recovery. If I had been in better health, I might have asked myself what reason he could have had for making those entries in his pocket-book. 3 days later, another proof reached me of Rothsay's anxiety for my welfare. The owner of the yacht wrote to beg that I would send him a report of my health, addressed to a port on the south coast of England, to which they were bound. "If we don't hear good news," he said, "I have reason to fear that Rothsay will overthrow our plans for the recovery of his peace of mind by leaving the vessel and making his own inquiries at your bedside." With no small difficulty I roused myself sufficiently to write a few words with my own hand. They were words that lied, for my poor friend's sake. In a postscript I begged my correspondent to let me hear if the effect produced on Rothsay had answered to our hopes and expectations. 6th Epoch. The weary days followed each other, and time failed to justify the doctor's confidence in his new remedies. I grew weaker and weaker. My uncle came to see me. He was so alarmed that he insisted on a consultation being held with his own physician. Another great authority was called in at the same time by the urgent request of my own medical man.
These distinguished persons held more than one privy council before they could consent to give a positive opinion. It was an evasive opinion, encumbered with hard words of Greek and Roman origin. When it was at last pronounced, I waited until they had taken their leave, and then appealed to my own doctor. "What do these men really think?" I asked. "Shall I live or die?" The doctor answered for himself as well as for his illustrious colleagues.
"We have great faith in the new prescriptions," he said.
I understood what that meant. They were all afraid to tell me the truth. I insisted on the truth. "How long shall I live?" I said. "Till the end of the year?" The reply followed in one terrible word.
"Perhaps."
It was then the first week in December. I understood that I might reckon, at the utmost, only 3 weeks of life. What I felt on arriving at this conclusion I shall not say. It is the one secret I kept from the readers of these lines. The next day Mrs. Rymer called once more to make inquiries. Not satisfied with the servant's report, she entreated that I would consent to see her. My housekeeper, with her customary kindness, undertook to convey the message. If she had been a wicked woman, would she have acted in this way? "Mrs. Rymer seems to be sadly distressed," she pleaded. "As I understand, sir, she is suffering under some domestic anxiety which can only be mentioned to yourself." Did this anxiety relate to Susan? The bare doubt of it decided me. I consented to see Mrs. Rymer. Feeling it necessary to control her in the use of her tongue, I spoke the moment the door was open. "I'm suffering from illness, and I must ask you to spare me as much as possible. What do you wish to say to me?" The tone in which I addressed Mrs. Rymer would have offended a more sensitive woman. The truth is, she had chosen an unfortunate time for her visit. There were fluctuations in the progress of my malady. There were days when I felt better and days when I felt worse, and this was a bad day. Moreover, my uncle had tried my temper that morning. He had called to see me, on his way to winter in the south of France by his physician's advice, and he recommended a trial of change of air in my case also. His country house, only 30 miles from London, was entirely at my disposal, and the railway supplied beds for invalids. It was useless to answer that I was not equal to the effort. He reminded me that I exerted myself to leave my bedchamber for my armchair in the next room, and that a little additional resolution would enable me to follow his advice. We parted in a state of irritation on either side, which, so far as I was concerned, had not subsided yet. "I wish to speak to you, sir, about my daughter," Mrs. Rymer answered. The mere allusion to Susan had its composing effect on me. I said kindly that I hoped she was well. "Well in body," Mrs. Rymer announced. "Far from it, sir, in mind." Before I could ask what this meant, we were interrupted by the appearance of the servant, bringing the letters which had arrived for me by the afternoon post. I told the man impatiently to put them on the table at my side. "What is distressing Susan?" I inquired, without stopping to look at the letters. "She is fretting, sir, about your illness. Oh, Mr. Lepel, if you would only try the sweet country air, if you only had my little Susan to nurse you." She, too, taking my uncle's view, and talking of Susan as my nurse. "What are you thinking of?" I asked. "A young girl like your daughter nursing me? You ought to have more regard for Susan's good name." "I know what you ought to do." She made that strange reply with a furtive look at me, half in anger, half in alarm. "Go on," I said. "Will you turn me out of your house for my impudence?" she asked. "I'll hear what you have to say to me. What ought I to do?" "Marry Susan." I heard the woman plainly, and yet I declare I doubted the evidence of my senses. "She's breaking her heart for you," Mrs. Rymer burst out. "She's been in love with you since you first darkened our doors, and it will end in the neighbors finding it out. I did my duty to her. I tried to stop it. I tried to prevent you from seeing her when you went away. Too late, the mischief was done. When I see my girl fading day by day, crying about you in secret, talking about you in her dreams. I can't stand it. I must speak out. Oh, yes. I know how far beneath you she is, the daughter of your uncle's servant. But she's your equal, sir, in the sight of heaven. My lord's priest converted her only last year, and my Susan is as good a papist as yourself. How could I let this go on? I felt that I ought to have stopped it before. It's possible, I said, that you may not be deliberately deceiving me. And if you are yourself deceived, I'm bound to tell you the truth. Mr. Rothsay loves your daughter, and what is more, Mr. Rothsay has reason to know that Susan loves him? She interposed with a mocking laugh. Oh, Mr. Lepel, is it possible that a clever man like you can't see clearer than that? My girl in love with Mr. Rothsay? She wouldn't have looked at him a second time if he hadn't talked to her about you. When I complained privately to my lord of Mr. Rothsay hanging about the lodge, do you think she turned as pale as ashes and cried when he passed through the gate and said goodbye? She had complained of Rothsay to Lord Lepel. I understood her at last. She knew that my friend and all his family were poor. She had put her own construction on the innocent interest that I had taken in her daughter, careless of the difference in rank, blind to the malady that was killing me. She was now bent on separating Rothsay and Susan by throwing the girl into the arms of a rich husband like myself. You're wasting your breath, I told her. I don't believe one word you say to me. Believe Susan, then, cried the reckless woman. Let me bring her here. If she's too shamefaced to own the truth, look at her. That's all I ask. Look at her and judge for yourself. This was intolerable. Injustice to Susan, injustice to Rothsay. I insisted on silence. No more of it, I said. Take care how you provoke me. Don't you see that I am ill? Don't you see that you are irritating me to no purpose? She altered her tone. I'll wait, she said quietly, while you compose yourself. With those words she walked to the window and stood there with her back toward me. Was the wretch taking advantage of my helpless condition? I stretched out my hand to ring the bell and hesitated to degrade Susan's mother for Susan's sake. In my state of prostration, how could I arrive at a decision? My mind was dreadfully disturbed. I felt the imperative necessity of turning my thoughts to some other subject. Looking about me, the letters on the table attracted my attention. Mechanically, I took them up. Mechanically, I put them down again. 2 of them slipped from my trembling fingers. My eyes fell on the uppermost of the 2. The address was in the handwriting of a good friend with whom Rothsay was sailing. Just as I had been speaking of Rothsay, here was the news of him for which I had been waiting. I opened the letter and read these words. There is, I fear, but little hope for our friend, unless this girl on whom he has set his heart can, by some lucky change of circumstances, become his wife. He has tried to master his weakness, but his own infatuation is too much for him. He is really and truly in a state of despair. 2 evenings since, to give you a melancholy example of what I mean, I was in my cabin when I heard the alarm of a man overboard. The man was Rothsay. My sailing master, seeing that he was unable to swim, jumped into the sea and rescued him. As I got on deck, Rothsay declares it to have been an accident, and everybody believes him but myself. I know the state of his mind. Don't be alarmed. I will have him well looked after, and I won't give him up just yet. We are still bound southward with a fair wind. If new scenes which I hope to show him prove to be of no avail, I must reluctantly take him back to England. In that case, which I don't like to contemplate, you may see him again. He might return in a month's time. Return to hear the death of the one friend on whose power and will to help him he might have relied. If I failed to employ in his interest that short interval of life still left to me, could I doubt, after what I had just read, what the end would be? How could I help him? Oh God, how could I help him? Mrs. Rymer left the window and returned to the chair which she had occupied when I first received her. "Are you quieter in your mind now?" she asked. I neither answered nor looked at her. Still determined to reach her end, she tried again to force her unhappy daughter on me. "Will you consent," she persisted, "to see Susan?" If she had been a little nearer to me, I'm afraid I should have struck her. "You wretch!" I said. "Do you know that I am a dying man?" "While there's still life, there's hope," Mrs. Rymer remarked. I ought to have controlled myself, but it was not to be done. "Hope of your daughter being my rich widow?" I asked. Her bitter answer followed instantly. "Even then," she said, "she wouldn't marry Rothsay." A lie. If circumstances favored her, I knew, on Rothsay's authority, what Susan would do. The thought burst on my mind, like light bursting on the eyes of a man restored to sight. If Susan agreed to go through the form of marriage with a dying bridegroom, my rich widow could and would become Rothsay's wife. Once more, the remembrance of the play at Rome returned and set the last ember of resolution, which sickness and suffering had left to me, in a flame. The devoted friend of that imaginary story had counted on death to complete his generous proposal in vain. He had been condemned by the tribunal of man, and had been reprieved. I, in his place, and with his self-sacrifice in mind, might have found a firmer trust in the future, for I had been condemned by the tribunal of God. Encouraged by my silence, the obstinate woman persisted. "Won't you even send a message to Susan?" she asked. Rashly, madly, without an instant's hesitation, I answered, "Go back to Susan, and say I leave it to her." Mrs. Rymer started to her feet. "You leave it to Susan to be your wife if she likes?" "I do." "And if she consents?" "I consent." In 2 weeks, and a day from that time, the deed was done. When Rothsay returned to England, he would ask for Susan, and he would find my virgin widow rich and free. 7th Epoch. Whatever might be thought of my conduct, let me say this in justice to myself. I was resolved that Susan should not be deceived. Half an hour after Mrs. Rymer had left my house, I wrote to her daughter, plainly revealing the motive which led me to offer marriage, solely in the future interest of Rothsay and herself. "If you refuse," I said in conclusion, "you may depend on my understanding you and feeling for you. But if you consent, then I have a favor to ask. Never let us speak to one another of the profanation that we have agreed to commit for your faithful lover's sake." I had formed a high opinion of Susan, too high an opinion as it seemed. Her reply surprised and disappointed me. In other words, she gave her consent. I stipulated that the marriage should be kept strictly secret for a certain period. In my mind, I decided that the interval should be held to expire either on the day of my death or on the day when Rothsay returned. My next proceeding was to write in confidence to the priest whom I had already mentioned in an earlier part of these pages. He has reasons of his own for not permitting me to disclose the motive which induced him to celebrate my marriage privately in the chapel at Lord Lepel's house. My uncle's desire that I should try change of air as an offering at a chance of recovery was known to my medical attendant, and served as a sufficient reason, although he protested against the risk, for my removal to the country. I was carried to the station and placed on a bed, slung by ropes to the ceiling of a saloon carriage, so as to prevent me from feeling the vibration when the train was in motion. Faithful Mrs. Mosine entreated to be allowed to accompany me. I was reluctantly compelled to refuse compliance with this request, in justice to the claims of my lord's housekeeper, who had been accustomed to exercise undivided authority in the household, and who had made every preparation for my comfort. With her own hands, Mrs. Mosine packed everything that I required, including the medicines prescribed for the occasion. She was deeply affected, poor soul, when we parted. I bore the journey, happily for me it was a short one, better than had been anticipated. For the first few days that followed, the pure air of the country seemed, in some degree, to revive me, but the deadly sense of weakness, The slow sinking of the vital power in me returned as the time drew nearer for the marriage. The ceremony was performed at night. Only Susan and her mother were present. No persons in the house but ourselves had the faintest suspicion of what had happened. I signed my new will, Priest and Mrs. Rymer being the witnesses, in my bed that night. I left everything that I possessed, excepting a legacy to Mrs. Mosing, to my wife. Obligated, it is needless to say, to preserve appearances, Susan remained at the lodge as usual, but it was impossible to resist her entreaty to be allowed to attend on me for a few hours daily, as assistant to the regular nurse. When she was alone with me and had no inquisitive eyes to dread, the poor girl showed a depth of feeling which I was unable to reconcile with the motives that could alone have induced her, as I then supposed, to consent to the mockery of our marriage. On occasions when I was so far able to resist the languor that oppressed me as to observe what was passing at my bedside, I saw Susan look at me as if there were thoughts in her pressing for utterance, which she hesitated to express. Once she herself acknowledged this. "I have so much to say to you," she owned, "when you are stronger and fitter to hear me." At other times her nerves seemed to be shaken by the spectacle of my sufferings. Her kind hands trembled and made mistakes when they had any nursing duties to perform near me. The servants, noticing her, used to say, "That pretty girl seems to be the most awkward person in the house." On the day that followed the ceremony in the chapel, this want of self-control brought about an accident which led to serious results. In removing the small chest which held my medicines from the shelf on which it was placed, Susan let it drop on the floor. The 2 full bottles still left were so completely shattered that not even a teaspoon of the contents was saved. Shocked at what she had done, the poor girl volunteered to go herself to my chemist in London by the first train. I refused to allow it. What did it matter to me now if my death from exhaustion was hastened by a day or 2? Why need my life be prolonged artificially by drugs when I had nothing left to live for? An excuse for which would satisfy others was easily found. I said that I had been long weary of psychic, and that the accident had decided me on refusing to take more. That night I did not wake quite so often as usual. When she came to me the next day, Susan noticed that I looked better. The day after, the other nurse made the same observation. At the end of the week I was able to leave my bed and sit by the fireside while Susan read to me. Some mysterious change in my health had completely falsified the prediction of the medical men. I sent to London for my doctor and told him that the improvement in me had begun on the day when I left off taking his remedies. "Can you explain it?" I asked. He answered that no such resurrection from the dead, as he called it, had ever happened in his long experience. On leaving me, he asked for the latest prescriptions that had been written. I inquired what he was going to do with them.
"I mean to go to the chemist," he replied, "and to satisfy myself that your medicines have been properly made up."
I owed it to Mrs. Mosing's true interest in me to tell her what had happened. The same day I wrote to her. I also mentioned what the doctor had said, and asked her to call on him and ascertain if the prescriptions had been shown to the chemist, and if any mistake had been made. A more innocently intended letter than this never was written, and yet there are people who have declared that it was inspired by suspicion of Mrs. Mosing. 8th Epoch. Whether I was so weakened by illness as to be incapable of giving my mind to more than one subject for reflection at a time, that subject being now the extraordinary recovery of my health, or whether I was preoccupied by the effort which I was in honor bound to make to resist the growing attraction to me of Susan's society, I cannot presume to say. This only I know. When the discovery of the terrible position toward Rothsay in which I now stood suddenly overwhelmed me, an interval of some days had passed. I cannot account for it. I can only say, so it was. Susan was in the room. I was wholly unable to hide from her the sudden change of color which betrayed the horror that had overpowered me. She said anxiously, "What has frightened you?" I don't think I heard her. The play was in my memory again, the fatal play which had wound itself into the texture of Rothsay's life and mine. In vivid remembrance, I saw once more the dramatic situation of the first act, and shrank from the reflection of it in the disaster which had fallen on my friend and myself. "What has frightened you?" Susan repeated. I answered in one word. I whispered his name. "Rothsay." She looked at me in innocent surprise. "Has he met with some misfortune?" she asked quietly. Misfortune, did she call it? Had I not said enough to disturb her tranquillity in mentioning Rothsay's name? "I am living," I said. "Living and likely to live." Her answer expressed fervent gratitude. "Thank God for it." I looked at her, astonished as she had been astonished when she looked at me. "Susan, Susan," I cried, "must I own it? I love you." She came nearer to me with timid pleasure in her eyes, with the first faint light of a smile playing around her lips. "You say it very strangely," she murmured. "Surely, my dear one, you ought to love me, since the first day when you gave me my French lessons. Haven't I loved you?" "You love me?" I repeated. "Have you read—" My voice failed me. I could say no more. She turned pale. "Read what?" she asked. "My letter." "What letter?" "The letter I wrote to you before we were married." Am I a coward? The bare recollection of what followed that reply makes me tremble. Time has passed. I am a new man now. My health is restored. My happiness is assured. I ought to be able to write on. No, it is not to be done. How can I think coolly? How force myself to record the suffering that I innocently, most innocently, inflicted on the sweetest and truest of women? Nothing saved us from a parting as absolute as the parting that follows death, but the confession that had been wrung from me at a time when my motive spoke for itself. The artless avowal of her affection had been justified, had been honored, by the words which laid my heart at her feet when I said, "I love you." She had risen to leave me. In a last look, we had silently resigned ourselves to wait, apart from each other, for the day of reckoning that must follow Rothsay's return. When we heard the sound of carriage wheels on the drive that led to the house, in a minute more that man himself entered the room. He looked first at Susan, then at me. In both of us he saw the traces that told of agitation endured, but not yet composed. Worn and weary, he waited, hesitating, near the door.
"Am I intruding?"
he asked. "We were thinking of you and speaking of you," I replied, "just before you came in."
"We?"
he repeated, turning towards Susan once more. After a pause he offered me his hand and drew it back.
"You don't shake hands with me?"
he said. "I'm waiting, Rothsay, until I know that we are the same firm friends as ever." For the third time he looked at Susan. "Will you shake hands?" he asked. She gave him her hand cordially. "May I stay here?" she said, addressing herself to me. In my situation at the moment, I understood the generous purpose that animated her, but she had suffered enough already. I led her gently to the door. "It will be better," I whispered, "if you will wait downstairs in the library." She hesitated. "What will they say in the house?" she objected, thinking of the servants and of the humble position which she was still supposed to occupy. "It matters nothing what they say now," I told her. She left us. "There seems to be some private understanding between you," Rothsay said when we were alone. "You shall hear what it is," I answered, "but I must beg you to excuse me if I speak first of myself." "Are you alluding to your health?" "Yes, quite needless, Lepel. I met your doctor this morning. I know that a council of physicians decided you would die before the year was out." He paused there. "And they proved to be wrong," I added. "They might have proved to be right," Rothsay rejoined, "but for the accident which spilled your medicine, and the despair of yourself which decided you on taking no more." I could hardly believe that I understood him. "Do you assert," I said, "that my medicine would have killed me if I had taken the rest of it?" "I have no doubt that it would." "Will you explain what you mean?" "Let me have your explanation first. I was not prepared to find Susan in your room. I was surprised to see traces of tears in her face. Something has happened in my absence. Am I concerned in it?" "You are." I said it quietly, in full possession of myself. The trial of fortitude through which I had already passed seemed to have blunted my customary sense of feeling. I approached the disclosure, which I was now bound to make with steady resolution, resigned to the worst that could happen when the truth was known. "Do you remember the time," I resumed, "when I was so eager to serve you that I proposed to make Susan your wife by making her rich?"
"Yes."
"Do you remember asking me if I was thinking of the play we saw together at Rome? Is the story as present to your mind now as it was then?"
"Quite as present."
"You asked if I was performing the part of the Marquise, and if you were the Count. Rosset, the devotion of that ideal character to his friend has been my devotion. His conviction that his death would justify what he had done for his friend's sake has been my conviction. And as it ended with him, so it has ended with me. His terrible position is my terrible position towards you at the moment." "Are you mad?" Rosset asked sternly. I passed over that first outbreak of his anger in silence.
"Do you mean to tell me you have married Susan?"
he went on. "Bear this in mind," I said. "When I married her, I was doomed to death. Nay, more. In your interests, as God is my witness, I welcome death." He stepped up to me in silence and raised his hand with a threatening gesture. The action at once deprived me of my self-possession. I spoke with the ungovernable rashness of a boy. "Carry out your intention," I said. "Insult me." His hand dropped. "Insult me," I repeated. "It is one way out of the unendurable situation in which we are placed. You may trust me to challenge you. Duels are still fought on the continent. I will follow you abroad. I will choose pistols. I will take care that we fight on the fatal foreign system. And I will purposely miss you. Make her what I intended her to be, my rich widow." He looked at me attentively.
"Is that your refuge?"
he asked scornfully.
"No, I won't help you to commit suicide."
God forgive me. I was possessed by a spirit of reckless despair. I did my best to provoke him. "Reconsider your decision," I said, "and remember, you tried to commit suicide yourself." He turned quickly to the door, as if he distrusted his own powers of self-control.
"I wish to speak to Susan,"
he said, keeping his back turned on me. "You will find her in the library." He left me. I went to the window. I opened it and let the cold, wintry air blow over my burning head. I didn't know how long I sat at the window. There came a time when I saw Rosset on the house steps. He walked rapidly toward the park gate. His head was down. He never once looked back at the room in which he had left me. As he passed out of sight, I felt a hand laid gently on my shoulder. Susan had returned to me. "He will not come back," she said. "Try still to remember him as your old friend. He asks you to forgive and forget." She had made the peace between us. I was deeply touched. My eyes filled with tears as I looked at her. She kissed me on the forehead and went out. I afterward asked what had passed between them when Rosset spoke with her in the library. She never told me what they said to each other, and she never will. She is right. Later in the day I was told that Mrs. Rymer had called and wished to pay her respects. I refused to see her. Whatever claim she might have otherwise had on my consideration had been forfeited by the infamy of her conduct when she intercepted my letter to Susan. Her sense of injury on receiving my message was expressed in writing, and was sent to me that same evening. The last sentence in her letter was characteristic of the woman. "However your pride may despise me," she wrote, "I am indebted to you for the rise in life that I have always desired. You may refuse to see me, but you can't prevent me from being the mother-in-law of a gentleman." Soon afterward I received a visit which I had hardly ventured to expect. Busy as he was in London, my doctor came to see me. He was not in his usual good spirit. "I hope you don't bring me any bad news," I said.
"You shall judge for yourself," he replied. "I come from Mr. Rosset to say for him what he is not able to say for himself."
"Where is he?"
"He has left England."
"For any purpose that you know of?"
"Yes, he has sailed to join an expedition of rescue. I ought rather to call it the Forlorn Hope, which is to search for the lost explorers in Central Australia."
In other words, he'd gone to seek death in the fatal footsteps of Burke and Wills. I could not trust myself to speak. The doctor saw that there was a reason for my silence, and that he would do well not to notice it. He changed the subject.
"May I ask,"
he said, if you have heard from the servants left in charge at your house in London. Has anything happened?
Something has happened
Which they are evidently afraid to tell you. Knowing the high opinion which you have of Mrs. Mosing, she has suddenly quitted your service, and she is gone nobody knows where. I have taken charge of a letter which she left for you. He handed me the letter. As soon as I had recovered myself, I looked at it. There was this inscription on the address: "For my good master to wait until he returns." The few lines in the letter itself ran thus: "Distressing circumstances oblige me to leave you, sir, and do not permit me to enter into particulars. In asking your pardon, I offer my sincere thanks for your kindness, and my fervent prayers for your welfare." That was all. The date had a special interest for me. Mrs. Mosing had written on the day when she must have received my letter, the letter which had already appeared in these pages. "Is there really nothing known of the poor woman's motives?" I asked.
"There are 2 explanations suggested," the doctor informed me. "One of them, which is offered by your female servants, seemed to me absurd. They declare that Mrs. Mosing, at her mature age, was in love with the young man who is your footman. It is even asserted that she tried to recommend herself to him by speaking of the money which she expected to bring to the man who would make her his wife. The footman's reply informing her that he was already engaged to be married is alleged to be the cause which has driven her from your house." I begged the doctor would not trouble himself to repeat more of what my women servants had said. "If the other explanation," I added, "is equally unworthy of notice—" "The other explanation," the doctor interposed, "comes from Mr. Rothsay, and is of a very serious kind."
Rothsay's opinion demanded my respect. "What view does he take?" I inquired.
"A view that startles me," the doctor said.
"You remember my telling you of the interest he took in your symptoms and in the remedies I had employed? Well, Mr. Rothsay accounts for the incomprehensible recovery of your health by asserting that poison, probably administered in small quantities and intermitted at intervals in fear of discovery, has been mixed with your medicine, and he asserts that the guilty person is
Mrs. Mosing."
It was impossible that I could openly express the indignation that I felt on hearing this. My position toward Rothsay forced me to restrain myself.
"May I ask," the doctor continued, "if Mrs. Mosing was aware that she had a legacy to expect at your death?"
"Certainly."
"Has she a brother who is one of the dispensers employed by your chemist?"
"Yes."
"Did she know that I doubted if my prescriptions had been properly prepared, and that I intended to make inquiries?"
"I wrote to her myself on the subject."
"Do you think her brother told her that I was referred to him when I went to the chemist's?"
"I have no means of knowing what her brother did."
"Can you at least tell me when she received your letter?"
"She must have received it on the day when she left my house." The doctor rose with a grave face.
"These are rather extraordinary coincidences," he remarked.
I merely replied, "Mrs. Mosing is as incapable of poisoning as I am." The doctor wished me good morning. I repeat here my conviction of my housekeeper's innocence. I protest against the cruelty which accuses her, and, whatever may have been her motive in suddenly leaving my service, I declare that she still possesses my sympathy and esteem, and I invite her to return to me if she ever sees these lines. I have only to add by way of postscript that we have heard of the safe return of the expedition of rescue. Time, as my wife and I both hope, may yet convince Rothsay that he will not be wrong in counting on Susan's love, the love of a sister. In the meanwhile, we possess a memorial of our absent friend. We have bought his picture. End of section 15. June 12, 2024.
Section 16 of Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Mr. Captain and the Nymph. 1. "The captain is still in the prime of life," the widow remarked. "He has given up his ship. He possesses a sufficient income, and he has nobody to live with him. I should like to know why he doesn't marry."
"The captain was excessively rude to me," the widow's younger sister added on her side. "When we took leave of him in London, I asked if there was any chance of his joining us at Brighton this season. He turned his back on me as if I had mortally offended him, and he made this extraordinary answer: 'Miss, I hate the sight of sea.' The man has been a sailor all his life. What does he mean by saying that he hates the sight of sea?"
These questions were addressed to a third person present, and the person was a man. He was entirely at the mercy of the widow and the widow's sister. The other ladies of the family, who might have taken him under their protection, had gone to an evening concert. He was known to be the captain's friend and to be well acquainted with events in the captain's life. As it happened, he had reasons for hesitating to revive associations connected with those events. But what polite alternative was left to him? He must either inflict disappointment and, worse still, aggravate curiosity, or he must resign himself to circumstances and tell the ladies why the captain would never marry, and why, sailor as he was, he hated the sight of the sea. They were both young women and handsome women, and the person to whom they had appealed, being a man, followed the example of submission to the sex, first set in the Garden of Eden. He enlightened the ladies in the terms that follow. 2. The British merchantman, Fortuna, sailed from Port of Liverpool, at a date which is not necessary to specify, with the morning tide. She was bound for certain islands in the Pacific Ocean in search of a cargo of sandalwood, a commodity which, in those days, found a ready and profitable market in the Chinese Empire. A large discretion was reposed in the captain by the owners, who knew him to be not only trustworthy, but a man of rare ability, carefully cultivated during the leisure hours of a seafaring life. Devoted heart and soul to his professional duties, he was a hard reader and an excellent linguist as well. Having had considerable experience among the inhabitants of the Pacific Islands, he had attentively studied their characters, and had mastered their language in more than one of his many dialects. Thanks to the valuable information thus obtained, the captain was never at a loss to conciliate the islanders. He had more than once succeeded in finding a cargo under circumstances in which other captains had failed. Possessing these merits, he had also his fair share of human defects. For instance, he was a little too conscious of his own good looks, of his bright chestnut hair and whiskers, of his beautiful blue eyes, of his fair white skin, which many a woman had looked at with the admiration that is akin to envy. His shapely hands were protected by gloves. A broad-brimmed hat sheltered his complexion in fine weather from the sun. He was nice in the choice of his perfumes. He never drank spirits, and the smell of tobacco was abhorrent to him. New men among his officers and crew, seeing him in his cabin, perfectly dressed, washed, and brushed until he was an object speckless to look upon, a merchant captain, soft of voice, careful in his choice of words, devoted to study in his leisure hours, were apt to conclude that they had trusted themselves at sea under a commander who was an anomalous mixture of a schoolmaster and a dandy. But if the slightest infraction of discipline took place, or if the storm rose and the vessel proved to be in peril, it was soon discovered that the gloved hands held a rod of iron, that the soft voice could make itself heard through wind and sea from one end of the deck to the other, and that it issued orders which the greatest fool on board discovered to be orders that had saved the ship. Throughout his professional life, the general impression that this variously gifted man produced on the little world about him was always the same. Some few liked him, everybody respected him, nobody understood him. The captain accepted these results. He persisted in reading his books and protecting his complexion, with this result: his owners shook hands with him and put up with his gloves. The Fortuna touched at Rio for water and for supplies of food which might prove useful in case of scurvy. In due time the ship rounded Cape Horn, favored by the finest weather ever known in those latitudes by the oldest hand on board. The mate, one Mr. Duncalf, a boozing, wheezing, self-confident old sea-dog, with a flaming face and a vast vocabulary of oaths, swore that he didn't like it.
"The foul weather's coming, my lads," said Mr. Duncalf. "Mark my words, there'll be wind enough to take the curl out of the captain's whiskers before we're many days older."
For one eventful week the ship cruised in search of the islands to which the owners had directed her. At the end of that time the wind shook the predicted liberties with the captain's whiskers, and Mr. Duncalf stood revealed to an admiring crew in the character of a true prophet. For 3 days and 3 nights the Fortuna ran before the storm, at the mercy of wind and sea. On the 4th morning the gale blew itself out, the sun appeared again toward noon, and the captain was able to take an observation. The result informed him that he was in a part of the Pacific Ocean with which he was entirely unacquainted. Thereupon the officers were called to a council in the cabin. Mr. Duncalf, as became his rank, was consulted first. His opinion possessed the merit of brevity.
"My lads, the ship's bewitched. Take my word for it. We shall wish ourselves back in our own latitudes before we are many days older."
Which, being interpreted, meant that Mr. Duncalf was lost, like his superior officer, in a part of the ocean of which he knew nothing. The remaining members of the council, having no suggestions to offer, left the captain to take his own way. He decided, the weather being fine again, to stand on under an easy press of sail for 24 hours more, and to see if anything came of it. Soon after nightfall, something did come of it. The lookout forward hailed the quarter-deck with the dread cry, "Breakers ahead!" In less than a minute more, everybody heard the crash of the broken water. The Fortuna was put about, and came slowly in the light wind. Thanks to the timely alarm and the fine weather, the safety of the vessel was easily provided for. They kept her under a short sail, and they waited for the morning. The dawn showed them in the distance a glorious green island, not marked in the ship's charts, an island girt about by a coral reef, and having in its midst a high-peaked mountain which looked through the telescope like a mountain of volcanic origin. Mr. Duncalf, taking his morning draught of rum and water, shook his groggy old head and said, and swore,
"My lads, I don't like the look of that island."
The captain was of a different opinion. He had one of the ship's boats put into the water. He armed himself and 4 of his crew who accompanied him, and away he went in the morning sunlight to visit the island. Skirting round the coral reef, they found a natural breach which proved to be broad enough and deep enough not only for the passage of the boat, but of the ship herself if needful. Crossing the broad inner belt of smooth water, they approached the golden sands of the island, strewed with magnificent shells and crowded by the dusky islanders, men, women, and children, all waiting in breathless astonishment to see the strangers land. The captain kept the boat off, and examined the islanders carefully. The innocent, simple people danced and sang and ran into the water, imploring their wonderful white visitors by gestures to come on shore. Not a creature among them carried arms of any sort. A hospitable curiosity animated the entire population. The men cried out in their smooth musical language, "Come and eat," and the plump, black-eyed women, all laughing together, added their own invitation, "Come and be kissed." Was it in mortals to resist such temptations as these? The captain led the way on shore, and the women surrounded him in an instant, and screamed for joy at the glorious spectacle of his whiskers, his complexion, and his gloves. So the mariners from the far north were welcomed to the newly discovered island. 3. The morning wore on, Mr. Duncalf, in charge of the ship, cursing the island over his rum and water as a beastly green strip of a place not laid down in any Christian chart, was kept waiting 4 mortal hours before the captain returned to his command and reported himself to his officers as follows. He had found his knowledge of the Polynesian dialects sufficient to make himself in some degree understood by the natives of the new island. Under the guidance of the chief, he had made a first journey of exploration, and had seen for himself that the place was a marvel of beauty and fertility. The one barren spot in it was the peak of the volcanic mountain, composed of crumbling rock, originally no doubt lava and ashes, which had cooled and consolidated with the lapse of time. So far as he could see, the crater at the top was now an extinct crater, but, if he understood rightly, the chief had spoken of earthquakes and eruptions at certain bygone periods, some of which lay within his own earliest recollections of the place. Adverting next to considerations of practical utility, the captain announced that he had seen sandalwood enough on the island to load a dozen ships, and that the natives were willing to part with it for a few toys and trinkets generally distributed among them. To the mate's disgust, the Fortuna was taken inside the reef that day, and was anchored before sunset in a natural harbor. 12 hours of recreation, beginning with the next morning, were granted to the men, under the wise restrictions in such cases established by the captain. That interval over, the work of cutting the precious wood and loading the ship was to be unremittingly pursued. Mr. Duncalf had the first watch after the Fortuna had been made snug. He took the boatswain aside, an ancient sea-dog like himself, and he said in a gruff whisper,
"My lad, this here ain't the island laid down in our sailing orders. See if mischief don't come of disobeying orders before we are many days older."
Nothing in the shape of mischief happened that night. But at sunrise the next morning a suspicious circumstance occurred, and Mr. Duncalf whispered to the boatswain,
"What did I tell you?"
The captain and the chief of the islanders held a private conference in the cabin, and the captain, after first forbidding any communication with the shore until his return, suddenly left the ship, alone with the chief, in the chief's own canoe. What did this strange disappearance mean? The captain himself, when he took his seat in the canoe, would have been puzzled to answer that question. He asked, in the nearest approach that his knowledge could make to the language used in the island, whether he would be a long time or a short time absent from his ship. The chief answered mysteriously, as the captain understood him, in these words: "Long time or short time, your life depends on it, and the lives of your men." Paddling his light little boat in silence over the smooth water inside the reef, the chief took his visitor ashore at a part of the island which was quite new to the captain. The two crossed a ravine and ascended an eminence beyond. There the chief stopped and silently pointed out to sea. The captain looked in the direction indicated to him and discovered a second and smaller island lying away to the southwest. Taking out his telescope from the case by which it was slung at his back, he narrowly examined the place. 2 of the native canoes were lying off the shore of the new island, and the men in them appeared to be all kneeling or crouching in curiously chosen attitudes. Shifting the range of his glass, he next beheld a white-robed figure, tall and solitary, the one inhabitant of the island whom he could discover. The man was standing on the highest point of a rocky cape. A fire was burning at his feet. Now he lifted his arms solemnly to the sky. Now he dropped some invisible fuel into the fire, which made a blue smoke. And now he cast other invisible objects into the canoes floating beneath him, which the islanders reverently received with bodies that crouched in abject submission. Lowering his telescope, the captain looked round at the chief for an explanation. The chief gave the explanation readily. His language was interpreted by the English stranger in these terms: "Wonderful white man, the island you see yonder is a holy island. As such it is taboo, an island sanctified and set apart. The honorable person whom you notice on the rock is an all-powerful favorite of the gods. He is by vocation a sorcerer, and by rank a priest. You now see him casting charms and blessings into the canoes of our fishermen, who kneel to him for fine weather and great plenty of fish. If any profane person, native or stranger, presumes to set foot on that island, my otherwise peaceful subjects will, in the performance of a religious duty, put that person to death. Mention this to your men. They will be fed by my male people and fondled by my female people, so long as they keep clear of the holy isle. As they value their lives, let them respect this prohibition. Is it understood between us? Wonderful white man, my canoe is waiting for you. Let us go back." Understanding enough of the chief's language, illustrated by his gestures, to receive in the right spirit the communication thus addressed to him, the captain repeated the warning to the ship's company in the plainest possible English. The officers and men then took their holiday on shore, with the exception of Mr. Duncalf, who positively refused to leave the ship. For 12 delightful hours they were fed by the male people and fondled by the female people, and then they were mercilessly torn from the flesh pots and the arms of their new friends, and set to work on the sandalwood in good earnest. Mr. Duncalf superintended the loading, and waited for the mischief that was to come of disobeying the owner's orders with a confidence worthy of a better cause. Strangely enough, chance once more declared itself in favor of the mate's point of view. The mischief did actually come, and the chosen instrument of it was a handsome young islander, who was one of the sons of the chief. The captain had taken a fancy to the sweet-tempered, intelligent lad. Pursuing his studies in the dialect of the island, at leisure hours he had made the chief's son his tutor, and had instructed the youth in English by way of return. More than a month had passed in this intercourse, and the ship's lading was being rapidly completed, when, in an evil hour, the talk between the two turned on the subject of the holy island. "Does nobody live on the island but the priest?" the captain asked. The chief's son looked round him suspiciously. "Promise me you won't tell anybody," he began very earnestly. The captain gave his promise. "There is one other person on the island," the lad whispered, "a person to feast your eyes upon, if you could only see her. She is the priest's daughter, removed to the island in her infancy. She has never left it since. In that sacred solitude she has only looked on 2 human beings, her father and her mother. I once saw her from my canoe, taking care not to attract her notice, or to approach too near the holy soil. Oh, so young, dear master, and oh, so beautiful." The chief's son completed the description by kissing his own hands as an expression of rapture. The captain's fine blue eyes sparkled. He asked no more questions, but later on that day he took his telescope with him and paid a secret visit to the eminence which overlooked the Holy Island. The next day and the next he privately returned to the same place. On the fourth day, fatal destiny favored him. He discovered the Nymph of the island. Standing alone upon the cape on which he had already seen her father, she was feeding some tame birds which looked like turtle-doves. The glass showed the captain her white robe, fluttering in the sea breeze, her long black hair falling to her feet, her slim and supple young figure, her simple grace of attitude as she turned this way and that, attending to the wants of her birds. Before her was the blue ocean, behind her rose the lustrous green of the island forest. He looked and looked until the eyes and arms ached. When she disappeared among the trees, followed by her favorite birds, the captain shut up his telescope with a sigh and said to himself, "I have seen an angel." From that hour he became an altered man. He was languid, silent, interested in nothing. General opinion on board his ship decided that he was going to be taken ill. A week more elapsed, and the officers and crew began to talk of the voyage to their market in China. The captain refused to fix a day for sailing. He even took offense at being asked to decide. Instead of sleeping in his cabin, he went ashore for the night. Not many hours afterward, just before daybreak, Mr. Duncalf, snoring in his cabin on deck, was aroused by a hand laid on his shoulder. The swinging lamp, still alight, showed him the dusky face of the chief's son, convulsed with terror. By wild signs, by disconnected words in the little English which he had learned, the lad tried to make the mate understand him. Dense Mr. Duncalf, understanding nothing, hailed the second officer on the opposite side of the deck. The second officer was young and intelligent. He rightly interpreted the terrible news that had come to the ship. The captain had broken his own rules. Watching his opportunity under cover of the night, he had taken a canoe and had secretly crossed the channel to the Holy Island. No one had been near him at the time but the chief's son. The lad had vainly tried to induce him to abandon his desperate enterprise, and had vainly waited on the shore in the hope of hearing the sound of the paddle announcing his return. Beyond all reasonable doubt, the infatuated man had set foot on the shores of the tabooed island. The one chance for his life was to conceal what he had done until the ship could be got out of the harbor, and then, if no harm had come to him in the interval, to rescue him after nightfall. It was decided to spread the report that he really had been taken ill, and that he was confined to his cabin. The chief's son, whose heart the captain's kindness had won, could be trusted to do this, and to keep the secret faithfully for his good friend's sake. Toward noon the next day they attempted to take the ship to sea, and failed for want of wind. Hour by hour the heat grew more oppressive. As the day declined, there were ominous appearances in the western heaven. The natives, who had given some trouble during the day by their anxiety to see the captain, and by their curiosity to know the cause of the sudden preparations for the ship's departure, all went ashore together, looking suspiciously at the sky, and reappeared no more. Just at midnight the ship, still in her snug berth inside the reef, suddenly trembled from her keel to her uppermost masts. Mr. Duncalf, surrounded by the startled crew, shook his knotty fist at the island as if he could see it in the dark.
"My lads, what did I tell you? That was a shock of earthquake."
With the morning, the threatening aspect of the weather unexpectedly disappeared. A faint hot breeze from the land, just enough to give the ship steerage way, offered Mr. Duncalf a chance of getting to sea. Slowly, the Fortuna, with the mate himself at the wheel, half sailed, half drifted into the open ocean. At a distance of barely 2 miles from the island, the breeze was felt no more, and the vessel lay becalmed for the rest of the day. At night, the men waited their orders, expecting to be sent after their captain in one of the boats. The intense darkness, the airless heat, and a second shock of earthquake, faintly felt in the ship at her present distance from the land, warned the mate to be cautious.
"I smell mischief in the air," said Mr. Duncalf. "The captain must wait till I am surer of the weather."
Still no change came with the new day. The dead calm continued, and the airless heat. As the day declined, another ominous appearance became visible. A thin line of smoke was discovered through the telescope, ascending from the topmost peak of the mountain on the main island. Was the volcano threatening an eruption? The mate, for one, entertained no doubt of it.
"By the Lord, the place is going to burst up," said Mr. Duncalf. "Come what may of it, we must find the captain tonight."
5. What was the captain doing, and what chance had the crew of finding him that night? He had committed himself to his desperate adventure without forming any plan for the preservation of his own safety. without giving even a momentary consideration to the consequences which might follow the risk that he had run. The charming figure that he had seen haunted him night and day. The image of the innocent creature secluded from humanity in her island solitude was the one image that filled his mind. A man, passing a woman in the street, acts on the impulse to turn and follow her, and in that one thoughtless moment shapes the destiny of his future life. The captain had acted on a similar impulse when he took the first canoe he had found on the beach and shaped his reckless course for the tabooed island. Reaching the shore while it was still dark, he did one sensible thing. He hid the canoe so that it might not betray him when the daylight came. That done, he waited for the morning on the outskirts of the forest. The trembling light of dawn revealed the mysterious solitude around him. Following the outer limits of the trees, first in one direction, then in another, and finding no trace of any living creature, he decided on penetrating to the interior of the island. He entered the forest. An hour of walking brought him to rising ground. Continuing the ascent, he got clear of the trees and stood on the grassy top of a broad cliff which overlooked the sea. An open hut was on the cliff. He cautiously looked in and discovered that it was empty. The few household utensils left about, and the simple bed of leaves in a corner, were covered with fine sandy dust. Night birds flew blundering out of the inner cavities of the roof and took refuge in the shadows of the forest below. It was plain that the hut had not been inhabited for some time past. Standing at the open doorway and considering what he should do next, the captain saw a bird flying toward him out of the forest. It was a turtle-dove, so tame that it fluttered close up to him. At the same moment, the sound of sweet laughter became audible among the trees. His heart beat fast. He advanced a few steps and stopped. In a moment more, the nymph of the island appeared, in her white robe, ascending the cliff in pursuit of her truant bird. She saw the strange man, and suddenly stood still, struck motionless by the amazing discovery that had burst upon her. The captain approached, smiling and holding out his hand. She never moved. She stood before him in helpless wonderment, her lovely black eyes fixed spellbound on his face, her dusky bosom palpitating above the fallen folds of her robe, her rich red lips parted in mute astonishment. Feasting his eyes on her beauty in silence, the captain, after a while, ventured to speak to her in the language of the main island. The sound of his voice, addressing her in the words that she understood, roused the lovely creature to action. She started, stepped close up to him, and dropped on her knees at his feet. "My father worships invisible deities," she said softly. "Are you a visible deity? Has my mother sent you?" She pointed as she spoke to the deserted hut behind them. "You appear," she went on, "in the place where my mother died. Is it for her sake that you show yourself to her child? Beautiful deity, come to the temple. Come to my father." The captain gently raised her from the ground. If her father saw him, he was a doomed man. Infatuated as he was, he had sense enough left to announce himself plainly in his own character, as a mortal creature arriving from a distant land. The girl instantly drew back from him with a look of terror. "He is not like my father," she said to herself. "He is not like me. Is he the lying demon of the prophecy? Is he the predestined destroyer of our island?" The captain's experience of the sex showed him the only sure way out of the awkward position in which he was now placed. He appealed to his personal appearance. "Do I look like a demon?" he asked. Her eyes met his eyes. A faint smile trembled on her lips. He ventured on asking what she meant by the predestined destruction of the island. She held up her hand solemnly and repeated the prophecy. The holy island was threatened with destruction by an evil being who would one day appear on its shores. To avert the fatality, the place had been sanctified and set apart, under the protection of the gods and their priests. Here was the reason for the taboo, and for the extraordinary rigor with which it was enforced. Listening to her with deepest interest, the captain took her hand and pressed it gently. "Do I feel like a demon?" he whispered. Her slim brown fingers closed frankly on his hand. "You feel soft and friendly," she said with the fearless candor of a child. "Squeeze me again. I like it." The next moment she snatched her hand away from him. The sense of his danger had suddenly forced itself on her mind. "If my father sees you," she said, "he will light the signal fire at the temple, and the people from the other island will come here and put you to death. Where is your canoe? No, it is daylight. My father may see you on the water." She considered a little, and, approaching him, laid her hands on his shoulders. "Stay here till nightfall," she resumed. "My father never comes this way. The sight of the place where my mother died is horrible to him. You are safe here. Promise to stay where you are till night-time." The captain gave his promise. Freed from anxiety so far, the girl's mobile temperament recovered its native cheerfulness, its sweet gaiety and spirit. She admired the beautiful stranger as she might have admired a new bird that had flown to her to be fondled with the rest. She patted his fair white skin and wished she had a skin like it. She lifted the great glossy folds of her long black hair and compared it with the captain's bright curly locks, and longed to change colors with him from the bottom of her heart. His dress was a wonder to her. His watch was a new revelation. She rested her head on his shoulder to listen delightedly to the ticking as he held the watch to her ear. Her fragrant breath played on his face. Her warm, supple figure rested against him softly. The captain's arm stole round her waist, and the captain's lips gently touched her cheek. She lifted her head with a look of pleased surprise. "Thank you," said the child of nature simply. "Kiss me again. I like it. May I kiss you?" The tame turtle-dove perched on her shoulder as she gave the captain her first kiss, and diverted her thoughts to the pets that she had left in pursuit of the truant dove. "Come," she said, "and see my birds. I keep them on this side of the forest. There is no danger so long as you don't show yourself on the other side. My name is Imata. Imata will take care of you. Oh, what a beautiful white neck you have." She put her arm admiringly round his neck. The captain's arm held her tenderly to him. Slowly the two descended the cliff and were lost in the leafy solitudes of the forest, and the tame dove fluttered before them, a winged messenger of love, cooing to his mate. 6. The night had come and the captain had not left the island. Imata's resolution to send him away in the darkness was a forgotten resolution already. She had let him persuade her that he was in no danger so long as he remained in the hut on the cliff, and she had promised, at parting, to return to him while the priest was still sleeping at the dawn of the day. He was alone in the hut. The thought of the innocent creature whom he loved was sorrowfully as well as tenderly present to his mind. He almost regretted his rash visit to the island. "I will take her with me to England," he said to himself. "What does a sailor care for the opinion of the world? Imata shall be my wife." The intense heat oppressed him. He stepped out on the cliff toward midnight in search of a breath of air. At that moment the first shock of earthquake, felt in the ship while she was inside the reef, shook the ground he stood on. He instantly thought of the volcano on the main island. Had he been mistaken in supposing the crater to be extinct? Was the shock that he had just felt a warning from the volcano, communicated through a submarine connection between the two islands? He waited and watched through the hours of darkness with a vague sense of apprehension which was not to be reasoned away. With the first light of daybreak he descended into the forest and saw the lovely being whose safety was already precious to him as his own, hurrying to meet him through the trees. She waved her hand distractedly as she approached him. "Go," she cried. "Go away in your canoe before our island is destroyed." He did his best to quiet her alarm. Was it the shock of earthquake that had frightened her? No. It was more than the shock of earthquake. It was something terrible which had followed the shock. There was a lake near the temple, the waters of which were supposed to be heated by subterranean fires. The lake had risen with the earthquake, had bubbled furiously, and had then melted away into the earth and been lost. Her father, viewing the portent with horror, had gone to the cape to watch the volcano on the main island and to implore by prayers and sacrifices the protection of the gods. Hearing this, the captain entreated Imata to let him see the emptied lake in the absence of the priest. She hesitated, but his influence was all-powerful. He prevailed on her to turn back with him through the forest. Reaching the furthest limit of the trees, they came out upon rocky ground which sloped gently downward toward the center of the island. Having crossed this space, they arrived at a natural amphitheater of rock. On one side of it the temple appeared, partly excavated, partly formed by a natural cavern. In one of the lateral branches of the cavern was the dwelling of the priest and his daughter. The mouth of it looked out on the rocky basin of the lake. Stooping over the edge, the captain discovered far down in the empty depths a light cloud of steam. Not a drop of water was visible, look where he might. Imata pointed to the abyss and hid her face on his bosom. "My father says," she whispered, "that it is your doing." The captain started. "Does your father know that I am on the island?" She looked up at him with a quick glance of reproach. "Do you think I would tell him and put your life in peril?" she asked. "My father felt the destroyer of the island in the earthquake. My father saw the coming destruction in the disappearance of the lake." Her eyes rested on him with a loving languor. "Are you indeed the demon of the prophecy?" she said, winding his hair around her finger. "I am not afraid of you if you are. I am a creature bewitched. I love the demon." She kissed him passionately. "I don't care if I die," she whispered between the kisses, "if only I die with you." The captain made no attempt to reason with her. He took the wiser way. He appealed to her feelings. "You will come and live with me happily in my own country," he said. "My ship is waiting for us. I will take you home with me, and you shall be my wife." She clapped her hands for joy. Then she thought of her father and drew back from him in tears. The captain understood her. "Let us leave this dreary place," he suggested. "We will talk about it in the cool glades of the forest, where you first said you loved me." She gave him her hand. "Where I first said I loved you," she repeated, smiling tenderly as she looked at him. They left the lake together. 7. The darkness had fallen again, and the ship was still becalmed at sea. Mr. Duncalf came on deck after his supper. The thin line of smoke seen rising from the peak of the mountain that evening was now succeeded by ominous flashes of fire from the same quarter, intermittently visible. The faint hot breeze from the land was felt once more.
"There's just an air of wind," Mr. Duncalf remarked. "I'll try for the captain while I have the chance."
One of the boats was lowered into the water, under command of the second mate, who had already taken the bearings of the tabooed island by daylight. 4 of the men were to go with him, and they were all to be well armed. Mr. Duncalf addressed his final instructions to the officer in the boat.
"You will keep a lookout, sir, with a lantern in the bows. If the natives annoy you, you know what to do. Always shoot natives. When you get anigh the island, you will fire a gun and sing out for the captain."
"Quite needless," interposed a voice from the sea. "The captain is here." Without taking the slightest notice of the astonishment that he had caused, the commander of the Fortuna paddled his canoe to the side of the ship. Instead of ascending to the deck, he stepped into the boat, waiting alongside. "Lend me your pistols," he said quietly to the second officer, "and oblige me by taking your men back to their duties on board." He looked up at Mr. Duncalf and gave some further directions. "If there is any change in the weather, keep the ship standing off and on at a safe distance from the land, and throw up a rocket from time to time to show your position. Expect me on board again by sunrise."
"What?" cried the mate. "Do you mean to say you're going back to the island, in that boat, all by yourself?"
"I am going back to the island," answered the captain, as quietly as ever, "in this boat, all by myself." He pushed off from the ship and hoisted the sail as he spoke.
"You're deserting your duty!"
the old sea dog shouted with one of his loudest oaths. "Attend to my directions!" the captain shouted back as he drifted away into the darkness. Mr. Duncalf, violently agitated for the first time in his life, took lead of his superior officer with a singular mixture of solemnity and politeness in these words:
"The Lord have mercy on your soul. I wish you good evening."
8. Alone in the boat, the captain looked with a misgiving mind at the flashing of the volcano on the main island. If events had favored him, he would have removed Imata to the shelter of the ship on the day when he saw the emptied basin on the lake. But the smoke of the priest's sacrifice had been discovered by the chief, and he had dispatched 2 canoes with instructions to make inquiries. One of the canoes had returned. The other was kept in waiting off the cape to place a means of communicating with the main island at the disposal of the priest. The second shock of earthquake had naturally increased the alarm of the chief. He had sent messages to the priest, entreating him to leave the island, and other messages to Imata suggesting that she should exert her influence over her father if he hesitated. The priest refused to leave the temple. He trusted in his gods and his sacrifices. He believed they might avert the fatality that threatened his sanctuary. Yielding to the holy man, the chief sent reinforcements of canoes to take their turn keeping watch off the headland. Assisted by torches, the islanders were on the alert, in superstitious terror of the demon of the prophecy, by night as well as by day. The captain had no alternative but to keep in hiding, and to watch his opportunity of approaching the place in which he had concealed his canoe. It was only after Imata had left him as usual to return to her father at the close of evening that the chances declared themselves in his favor. The fire flashes from the mountain, visible when the night came, had struck terror into the hearts of the men on the watch. They thought of their wives, their children, and their possessions on the main island, and they one and all deserted their priest. The captain seized the opportunity of communicating with the ship and of exchanging a frail canoe which he was ill able to manage for a swift sailing boat capable of keeping the sea in the event of stormy weather. As he now neared the land, certain small sparks of red, moving on the distant water, informed him that the canoes of the sentinels had been ordered back to their duty. Carefully, avoiding the lights, he reached his own side of the island without accident, and guided by the boat's lantern, anchored under the cliff. He climbed the rocks, advanced to the door of the hut, and was met to his delight and astonishment by Amata on the threshold. "I dreamed that some dreadful misfortune had parted us forever," she said, "and I came here to see if my dream was true. You have taught me what it is to be miserable. I never felt my heart ache till I looked into the hut and found that you had gone. Now I have seen you, I am satisfied. No, you must not go back with me. My father may be out looking for me. It is you that are in danger, not I. I know the forest as well by dark as by daylight." The captain detained her when she tried to leave him. "Now you are here," he said, "why should I not place you at once in safety? I have been to the ship. I have brought back one of the boats. The darkness will befriend us. Let us embark while we can." She shrank away as he took her hand. "You forget my father," she said. "Your father is in no danger, my love. The canoes are waiting for him at the cape. I saw the lights as I passed." With that reply, he drew her out of the hut and led her toward the sea. Not a breath of the breeze was now to be felt. The dead calm had returned, and the boat was too large to be easily managed by one man alone at the oars. "The breeze may come again," he said. "Wait here, my angel, for the chance." As he spoke, the deep silence of the forest below them was broken by a sound. A harsh wailing sound was heard, calling, "Ay, Martha! Ay, Martha!"
"My father," she whispered. "He has missed me. If he comes here, you are lost."
She kissed him with passionate fervor. She held him to her for a moment with all her strength.
"Expect me at daybreak," she said,
and disappeared down the landward slope of the cliff. He listened, anxious for her safety. The voices of the father and daughter just reached him from among the trees. The priest spoke in no angry tones. She had apparently found an acceptable excuse for her absence. Little by little, the failing sound of their voices told him that they were on their way back together to the temple. The silence fell again. Not a ripple broke on the beach. Not a leaf rustled in the forest. Nothing moved but the reflected flashes of the volcano on the main island over the black sky. It was an airless and an awful calm. He went into the hut and lay down on his bed of leaves, not to sleep, but to rest. All his energies might be required to meet the coming events of the morning. After the voyage to and from the ship, and the long watching that had preceded it, strong as he was, he stood in need of repose. For some little time he kept awake, thinking. Insensibly, the oppression of the intense heat, aided in its influence by his own fatigue, treacherously closed his eyes. In spite of himself, the weary man fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened by a roar like the explosion of a park of artillery. The volcano on the main island had burst into a state of eruption. Smoky flame light overspread the sky and flashed through the open doorway of the hut. He sprang from his bed and found himself up to his knees in water. Had the sea overflowed the land? He waded out of the hut and the water rose to his middle. He looked round him by the lurid light of the eruption. The one visible object within the range of view was the sea, stained by reflections from the blood-red sky, swirling and rippling strangely in the dead calm. In a moment more he became conscious that the earth on which he stood was sinking under his feet. The water rose to his neck. The last vestige of the roof of the hut disappeared. He looked round again, and the truth burst on him. The island was sinking. Slowly, slowly sinking into volcanic depths, below even the depth of the sea. The highest object was the hut, and that had dropped inch by inch under water before his own eyes. Thrown up to the surface by occult volcanic influences, the island had sunk back, under the same influences, to the obscurity from which it had emerged. A black shadowy object, turning in a wide circle, came slowly near him, as the all-destroying ocean washed its bitter waters into his mouth. He looked round and round him. He strained his eyes in the vain attempt to penetrate below the surface of the seething, dimpling sea. Had the panic-stricken watchers in the canoes saved themselves without an effort to preserve the father and daughter? Or had they both been suffocated before they could make an attempt to escape? He called to her in his misery as if she could hear him out of the fathomless depths. "Imata! Imata!" The roar of the distant eruption answered him. The mounting fires lit the solitary sea far and near over the sinking island. The boat turned slowly, and more slowly in the lessening vortex. Never again would those gentle eyes look at him with unutterable love. Never again would those fresh lips touch his lips with their fervent kiss. Alone, amid the savage forces of nature in conflict, the miserable mortal lifted his hands in frantic supplication, and the burning sky glared down on him in its pitiless grandeur and struck him to his knees in the boat. His reason sank with his sinking limbs. In the merciful frenzy that succeeded the shock, he saw afar off, in her white robe, an angel poised on the waters, beckoning him to follow her to the brighter and the better world. He loosened the sail, he seized the oars, and the faster he pursued it, the faster the mocking vision fled from him over the empty and endless sea. 9. The boat was discovered on the next morning from the ship. All that the devotion of the officers of the Fortuna could do for their unhappy commander was done on the homeward voyage. Restored to his own country and to skilled medical help, the captain's mind by slow degrees recovered its balance. He had taken his place in society again. He lives and moves and manages his affairs like the rest of us. But his heart is dead to all new emotions. Nothing remains in it but the sacred remembrance of his lost love. He neither courts nor avoids the society of women. Their sympathy finds him grateful, but their attractions seem to be lost on him. They pass from his mind as they pass from his eyes. They stir nothing in him but the memory of Imata. And now you know, ladies, why the captain will never marry, and why, sailor as he is, he hates the sight of the sea. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Mr. Marmaduke and the Minister, Chapter 1. September 13th. Winter seems to be upon us on the Highland border already. I looked out of the window as the evening closed in before I barred the shutters and drew the curtains for the night. The clouds hid the hilltops on either side of our valley. Fantastic mists parted and met again on the lower slopes as the varying breeze blew them. The blackening waters of the lake before our window seemed to anticipate the coming darkness. On the more distant hills the torrents were just visible in the breaks of the mist, stealing their way over the brown ground, like threads of silver. It was a dreary scene. The stillness of all things was only interrupted by the splashing of our little waterfall at the back of the house. I was not sorry to close the shutters and confine the view to the four walls of our sitting room. The day happened to be my birthday. I sat by the peat fire, waiting for the lamp and the tea tray, and contemplating my past life from the vantage ground, so to speak, of my 55th year. There was wonderfully little to look back on. Nearly 30 years since, it pleased an all-wise Providence to cast my lot in this remote Scottish hamlet, and to make me minister of Caldkirk on a stipend of £74 sterling per annum. I and my surroundings have grown quietly older and older together. I've outlived my wife, I've buried one generation among my parishioners and married another. I have borne the wear and tear of years better than the kirk in which I minister, and the manse or parsonage house in which I live, both sadly out of repair, and both still trusting for the means of reparation to the pious benefactions of people richer than myself. Not that I complain, be it understood, of the humble position which I occupy. I possess many blessings. I thank the Lord for them. I have my little bit of land and my cow. I also have my good daughter, Felicia, named after her deceased mother, but inheriting her comely looks, it is thought, rather from myself. Neither let me forget my elder sister, Judith, a friendless, single person sheltered under my roof, whose temperament I could wish somewhat less prone to look at persons and things on the gloomy side, but whose compensating virtues heaven forbid that I should deny. No, I am grateful for what has been given me from on high, and resigned to what has been taken away. With what fair prospects did I start in life, springing from a good old Scottish stock, blessed with every advantage of education that the institutions of Scotland and England in turn could offer, with a career at the bar and in Parliament before me, and all cast to the winds, as it were, by the measureless prodigality of my unhappy father. God forgive him. I doubt if I had £5 left in my purse when the compassion of my relatives on the mother's side opened a refuge to me at Caldkirk, and hid me from the notice of the world for the rest of my life. September 14th. Thus far I had posted up in my diary on the evening of the 13th, when an event occurred so completely unexpected by my household and myself, that the pen, I may say, dropped incontinently from my hand. It was the time when we had finished our tea, or supper, I hardly know which to call it. In the silence we could hear the rain pouring against the window, and the wind that had risen with the darkness howling round the house. My sister Judith, taking the gloomy view, according to custom, copious draughts of good Bohea and 2 helpings of such a mutton ham as only Scotland can produce, had no effect in raising her spirits. My sister, I say, remarked that there would be ships lost at sea and men drowned this night. My daughter Felicia, the brightest-tempered creature of the female sex that I have ever met with, tried to give a cheerful turn to her aunt's depressing prognostication. "If the ships be lost," she said, "we may surely hope that the men will be saved." "God willing," I put in, thereby giving to my daughter's humane expression of feeling the fit religious tone that was all I wanted, and then went on with my written record of the events and reflections of the day. No more was said. Felicia took up a book, Judith took up her knitting. On a sudden the silence was broken by a blow on the house door. My 2 companions, as is the way of women, set up a scream. I was startled myself, wondering who could be out in the rain and the darkness and striking at the door of the house. A stranger it must be. Light or dark, any person in or near Caldkirk, wanting admission, would know where to find the bell-handle at the side of the door. I waited a while to hear what might happen next. The stroke was repeated, but more softly. It became me as a man and a minister to set an example. I went out into the passage, and I called through the door, "Who's there?" A man's voice answered, so faintly I could barely hear him, "A lost traveler." Immediately upon this, my cheerful sister expressed her view of the matter through the open parlor door. "Brother Noah, it's a robber. Don't let him in." What would the Good Samaritan have done in my place? Assuredly he would have run the risk and opened the door. I imitated the Good Samaritan. A man, dripping wet, with a knapsack on his back and a thick stick in his hand, staggered in, and would, I think, have fallen in the passage if I had not caught him by the arm. Judith peeped out at the parlor door and said, "He's drunk." Felicia was behind her, holding up a lighted candle, the better to see what was going on. "Look at his face, aunt," says she. "Worn out with fatigue, poor man. Bring him in, father, bring him in." Good Felicia! I was proud of my girl. "He'll spoil the carpet," says Sister Judith. I said, "Silence, for shame," and brought him in and dropped him dripping into my own armchair. Would the Good Samaritan have thought of his carpet or his chair? I did think of them, but I overcame it. We are a decadent generation in these latter days. "Be quick, father," says Felicia. "He'll faint if you don't give him something." I took out one of our little drinking cups, called among us a keg, while Felicia, instructed by me, ran to the kitchen for the cream jug. Filling the cup with whiskey and cream in equal proportions, I offered it to him. He drank it off as if it had been so much water. "Stimulant and nourishment, you'll observe, sir, in equal portions," I remarked to him. "How do you feel now?" "Ready for another," says he. Felicia burst out laughing. I gave him another. As I turned to hand it to him, Sister Judith came behind me and snatched away the cream jug. Never a generous person, Sister Judith, at the best of times, more especially in the matter of cream. He handed me back the empty cup. "I believe, sir, you have saved my life," he said. "Under Providence," I put in, adding, "but I would remark, looking to the state of your clothes, that I have yet another service to offer you, before you tell us how you came into this pitiable state. Without reply, I led him upstairs and set him before the poor resources of my wardrobe, and left him to do the best he could with them. He was rather a small man, and I am in stature nigh on 6 feet. When he came down to us in my clothes, we had the merriest evening that I can remember for years past. I thought Felicia would have had a hysteric fit, and even Sister Judith laughed. He did look such a comical figure in the minister's garments. As for the misfortune that had befallen him, it offered one more example of the preternatural rashness of the English traveller in countries unknown to him. He was on a walking tour through Scotland, and he had set forth to go 20 miles afoot from a town on one side of the Highland border to a town on the other, without a guide. The only wonder is that he found his way to Falkirk instead of perishing of exposure among the lonesome hills. "Will you offer thanks for your preservation to the throne of grace in your prayers tonight?" I asked him, and he answered, "Indeed I will." We have a spare room at the manse, but it had not been inhabited for more than a year past. Therefore we made his bed for that night on the sofa in the parlour, and so left him with the fire on one side of his couch and the whisky and the mutton ham on the other, in case of need. He mentioned his name when we bade him good night. Marmaduke Falmer of London, son of a minister of the English Church establishment, now deceased. It was plain, I may add, before he spoke, that we had offered the hospitality of the manse to a man of gentle breeding. September 15th. I have to record a singularly pleasant day, due partly to a return of the fine weather, partly to the good social gifts of our guest. Attired again in his own clothing, he was, albeit wanting in height, a finely proportioned man, with remarkably small hands and feet, having also a bright mobile face and large dark eyes of an extraordinary diversity of expression. Also he was of a sweet and cheerful humour, easily pleased with little things, and amiably ready to make his gifts agreeable to all of us. At the same time, a person of my experience and penetration could not fail to perceive that he was most content when in company with Felicia. I have already mentioned my daughter's comely looks and good womanly qualities. It was in the order of nature that a young man, to use his own phrase, getting near to his 31st birthday, should feel drawn by sympathy toward a well-favoured young woman in her 24th year. In matters of this sort, I have always cultivated a liberal turn of mind, not forgetting my own youth. As the evening closed in, I was sorry to notice a certain change in our guest for the worse. He showed signs of fatigue, falling asleep at intervals in his chair and waking up and shivering. The spare room was now well aired, having had a roaring fire in it all day. I begged him not to stand on ceremony and to betake himself at once to his bed. Felicia, having learned the accomplishment from her excellent mother, made him a warm sleeping draught of eggs, sugar, nutmeg, and spirits, delicious alike to the senses of smell and taste. Sister Judith waited until he had closed the door behind him, and then favoured me with one of her dismal predictions. "You'll rue the day, brother, when you let him into the house. He is going to fall ill on our hands." Chapter 2. November 28th. God be praised for all his mercies. This day our guest, Marmaduke Falmer, joined us downstairs in the sitting-room for the first time since his illness. He is sadly deteriorated in a bodily sense by the wasting rheumatic fever that brought him nigh to death, but he is still young, and the doctor, humanely speaking, has no doubt of his speedy and complete recovery. My sister takes the opposite view. She remarked in his hearing that nobody ever thoroughly got over a rheumatic fever. "Oh, Judith, Judith, it's well for humanity that you're a single person. If, haply, there had been any man desperate enough to tackle such a woman in the bonds of marriage, what a pessimist progeny must have proceeded from you." Looking back over my diary for the last 2 months and more, I see one monotonous record of the poor fellow's sufferings, cheered and varied, I am pleased to add, by the devoted services of my daughter at the sick man's bedside. With some help from her aunt, most readily given when he was nearest to the point of death, and with needful services performed in turn by 2 of our aged women in Falkirk, Felicia could not have nursed him more assiduously if he had been her own brother. Half the credit of bringing him through it belonged, as the doctor himself confessed, to the discreet young nurse, always ready through the worst of the illness, and always cheerful through the long convalescence that followed. I must also record, to the credit of Marmaduke, that he was indeed duly grateful. When I led him into the parlor, and he saw Felicia waiting by the armchair, smiling and patting the pillows for him, he took her by the hand and burst out crying. Weakness, in part, no doubt, but sincere gratitude at the bottom of it, I am equally sure. November 29th. However, there are limits even to sincere gratitude. Of this truth Mr. Marmaduke seems to be insufficiently aware. Entering the sitting-room soon after noon today, I found our convalescent guest and his nurse alone. His head was resting on her shoulder, his arm was around her waist, and, truth before everything, Felicia was kissing him. A man may be of a liberal turn of mind, and may yet consistently object to freedom when it takes the form of unlicensed embracing and kissing, the person being his own daughter, and the place his own house. I signed to my girl to leave us, and I advanced to Mr. Marmaduke with my opinion of his conduct just rising in words to my lips, when he staggered me with amazement by asking for Felicia's hand in marriage. "You need feel no doubt of my being able to offer to your daughter a position of comfort and respectability," he said. "I have a settled income of £800 a year." His raptures over Felicia, his protestations that she was the first woman he had ever really loved, his profane declaration that he preferred to die if I refused to let him be her husband, all these flourishes, as I may call them, passed in at one of my ears and out at the other. But £800 sterling per annum, descending as it were in a golden avalanche on the mind of a Scottish minister, accustomed to 30 years' annual contemplation of £74, 800 a year in one young man's pocket, I say, completely overpowered me. I just managed to answer, "Wait till tomorrow," and hurried out of doors to recover my self-respect, if the thing was to be anywise done. I took my way through the valley. The sun was shining, for a wonder. When I saw my shadow on the hillside, I saw the golden calf as an integral part of me, bearing this inscription in letters of flame, "Here's another of them." November 30th. I have made amends for yesterday's backsliding. I have acted as becomes my parental dignity and my sacred calling. The temptation to do otherwise has not been wanting. Here's Sister Judith's advice. Make sure that he's got the money first, and for heaven's sake, nail him. Here's Mr. Marmaduke's proposal. Make any conditions you please, so long as you give me your daughter. And lastly, here is Felicia's confession. Father, my heart is set on him. Oh, don't be unkind to me for the first time in your life. But I have stood firm. I have refused to hear any more words on the subject from any one of them for the next 6 months to come. So serious a venture as the venture of marriage, I said, is not to be undertaken on impulse. As soon as Mr. Marmaduke can travel, I request him to leave us, and not to return again for 6 months. If, after that interval, he is still of the same mind, and my daughter is still of the same mind, let him return to Caldkirk, and, premising that I am in all other respects satisfied, let him ask me for his wife. There were tears, there were protestations. I remained immovable. A week later Mr. Marmaduke left us, on his way by easy stages to the south. I am not a hard man. I rewarded the lovers for their obedience by keeping Sister Judith out of the way, and letting them say their farewell words, accompaniments included, in private. Chapter 3. May 28th. A letter from Mr. Marmaduke, informing me that I may expect him at Caldkirk exactly at the expiration of the 6 months' interval, to wit, on June the 17th. Writing to this effect, he added a timely word on the subject of his family. Both his parents were dead. His only brother held a civil appointment in India, the place being named. His uncle, his father's brother, was a merchant resident in London, and to this near relative he referred me if I wished to make inquiries about him. The names of his bankers, authorized to give me every information in respect to his pecuniary affairs, followed. Nothing could be more plain and straightforward. I wrote to his uncle, and I wrote to his bankers. In both cases the replies were perfectly satisfactory. Nothing in the slightest degree doubtful, no prevarications, no mysteries. In a word, Mr. Marmaduke himself was thoroughly well vouched for, and Mr. Marmaduke's income was invested in securities beyond fear and beyond reproach. Even Sister Judith, bent on picking a hole in the record somewhere, tried hard and could make nothing of it. The last sentence in Mr. Marmaduke's letter was the only part of it which I failed to read with pleasure. He left it to me to fix the day for the marriage, and he entreated that I would make it as early a day as possible. I had a touch of the heartache when I thought of parting with Felicia and being left at home with nobody but Judith. However, I got over it for that time, and after consulting my daughter, we decided on naming a fortnight after Mr. Marmaduke's arrival, that is to say, the 21st of June. This gave Felicia time for her preparations, besides offering to me the opportunity of becoming better acquainted with my son-in-law's disposition. The happiest marriage does indubitably make its demands on human forbearance, and I was anxious, among other things, to assure myself of Mr. Marmaduke's good temper. Chapter 4. June 22nd. The happy change in my daughter's life, let me say nothing of the change in my life, has come. They were married yesterday. The manse is a desert, and Sister Judith was never so uncongenial a companion to me as I feel her to be now. Her last words to the married pair when they drove away were, "Lord help you both. You have all your troubles before you." I had no heart to write yesterday's record, yesterday evening as usual. The absence of Felicia at the supper table completely overcame me. I, who have so often comforted others in their afflictions, could find no comfort for myself. Even now that the day is past, the tears come into my eyes, only with writing about it. Sad, sad weakness. Let me close my diary and open the Bible, and be myself again. June 23rd. More resigned since yesterday, a more becoming and more pious frame of mind, obedient to God's holy will, and content in the belief that my dear daughter's married life will be a happy one. They have gone abroad for their holiday, to Switzerland, by way of France. I was anything rather than pleased when I heard that my son-in-law proposed to take Felicia to that sink of iniquity, Paris. He already knows what I think of balls and playhouses, and similar devil's diversions, and how I have brought up my daughter to think of them, the subject having occurred in conversation among us more than a week since. That he could meditate taking a child of mine to the headquarters of indecent jiggings and abominable stage plays of spouting rogues and painted Jezebels was indeed a heavy blow. However, Felicia reconciled me to it in the end. She declared that her only desire in going to Paris was to see the picture galleries, the public buildings, and the fair outward aspect of the city generally. "Your opinions, father, are my opinions," she said, "and Marmaduke, I am sure, will so shape our arrangements as to prevent our passing a Sabbath in Paris." Marmaduke not only consented to this, with the perfect good temper of which I have observed more than one gratifying example in him, but likewise assured me that, speaking for himself personally, it would be a relief to him when they got to the mountains and the lakes. So that matter was happily settled. Go where they may, God bless and prosper them. Speaking of relief, I must record that Judith has gone away to Aberdeen on a visit to some friends. "You'll be wretched enough here," she said at parting, "all by yourself." Pure vanity and self-complacence. It may be resignation to her absence, or it may be natural force of mind. I began to be more easy and composed the moment I was alone, and this blessed state of feeling has continued uninterruptedly ever since. Chapter 5. September 5th. A sudden change in my life, which it absolutely startles me to record. I am going to London. My purpose in taking this most serious step is of twofold nature. I have a greater and a lesser object in view. The greater object is to see my daughter, and to judge for myself whether certain doubts on the vital question of her happiness, which now torment me night and day, are unhappily founded on truth. She and her husband returned in August from their wedding tour, and took up their abode in Marmaduke's new residence in London. Up to this time, Felicia's letters to me were, in very truth, the delight of my life. She was so entirely happy, so amazed and delighted with all the wonderful things she saw, so full of love and admiration for the best husband that ever lived. Since her return to London, I perceive a complete change. She makes no positive complaint, but she writes in a tone of weariness and discontent. She says next to nothing of Marmaduke, and she dwells perpetually on the one idea of my going to London to see her. I hope with my whole heart that I am wrong, but the rare allusions to her husband, and the constant repeated desire to see her father, while she has not been yet 3 months married, seem to me to be bad signs. In my brief, my anxiety is too great to be endured. I have so arranged matters with one of my brethren as to be free to travel to London cheaply by steamer, and I begin the journey tomorrow. My lesser object may be dismissed in 2 words. Having already decided on going to London, I propose to call on the wealthy nobleman who owns all the land hereabouts, and present to him the discreditable, and indeed dangerous, condition of the parish kirk, for want of means to institute the necessary repairs. If I find myself well received, I shall put in a word for the manse, which is almost in as deplorable a condition as the church. My lord is a wealthy man. May his heart and his purse be opened unto me. Sister Judith is packing my portmanteau. According to custom, she forebodes the worst. Never forget, she says, I warned you against Marmaduke on the first night when he entered the house. The end of section 17. Section 18 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Mr. Marmaduke and the Minister. Chapter 6. September 10th. After more delays than one on land and sea, I was at last set ashore near the Tower on the afternoon of yesterday. God help us, my worst anticipations have been realized. My beloved Felicia has urgent and serious need of me. It is not to be denied that I made my entry into my son-in-law's house in a disturbed and irritated frame of mind. First, my temper was tried by the almost interminable journey in the noisy and comfortless vehicle, which they call a cab, from the river wharf to the West End of London, where Marmaduke lives. In the second place, I was scandalized and alarmed by an incident which took place, still on the endless journey from east to west, in a street hard by the market of Covent Garden. We had just approached a large building, most profusely illuminated with gas, and exhibiting prodigious colored placards having inscribed on them nothing but the name of Barrymore. The cab came suddenly to a standstill, and looking out to see what the obstacle might be, I discovered a huge concourse of men and women drawn across the pavement and road alike, so that it seemed impossible to pass by them. I inquired of my driver what this assembling of people meant. "Oh," he says, "Barrymore has made another hit." This answer being perfectly unintelligible to me, I requested some further explanation, and discovered that Barrymore was the name of a stage player favored by the populace, that the building was a theater, and that all these creatures with immortal souls were waiting before the doors opened to get places at the show. The emotions of sorrow and indignation caused by this discovery so absorbed me that I failed to notice an attempt the driver made to pass through, where the crowd seemed to be thinner, until the offended people resented the proceeding. Some of them seized the horse's head. Others were on the point of pulling the driver off his box, when providentially the police interfered. Under their protection we drew back, and reached our destination in safety by another way. I record this otherwise unimportant affair, because it grieved and revolted me when I thought of the people's souls, and so indisposed my mind to take cheerful views of anything. Under these circumstances, I would fain hope that I have exaggerated the true state of the case in respect to my daughter's married life. My good girl almost smothered me with kisses. When I at last got a fair opportunity of observing her, I thought her looking pale and worn and anxious. Query: should I have arrived at this conclusion if I had met with no example of the wicked dissipations of London, and if I had ridden at my ease in a comfortable vehicle? They had a succulent meal ready for me, and what I call fair enough whisky out of Scotland. Here again I remarked that Felicia ate very little, and Marmaduke nothing at all. He drank wine, too, and, good heavens, champagne wine, a needless waste of money surely, when there was whisky on the table. My appetite being satisfied, my son-in-law went out of the room and returned with his hat in his hand. "You and Felicia have many things to talk about on your first evening together. I will leave you for a while. I shall only be in the way." So he spoke. It was in vain that his wife and I assured him he was not in the way at all. He kissed his hand and smiled pleasantly and left us. "There, father," says Felicia, "for the last 10 days he has gone out like that and left me alone for the whole evening. When we first returned from Switzerland, he left me in the same mysterious way, only it was after breakfast then. Now he stays home in the daytime and goes out at night." I inquired if she had not summoned him to give her some explanation. "I don't know what to make of his explanation," says Felicia. "When he went away in the daytime, he told me he had business in the city. Since he took to going out at night, he says he goes to his club." "Have you asked where his club is, my dear?" "He says it's in Pall Mall. There are dozens of clubs in that street. He has never told me the name of his club. I am completely shut out of his confidence. Would you believe it, Father? He has not introduced one of his friends to me since the day we came home. I doubt if they know where he lives, since he took this house." What could I say? I said nothing, and looked round the room. It was fitted up with perfectly palatial magnificence. I am an ignorant man in matters of this sort, and partly to satisfy my curiosity, partly to change the subject, I asked to see the house. Mercy preserve us! The same grandeur everywhere! I wondered if even such an income as $800 a year could suffice for it all. In a moment, when I was considering this, a truly frightful suspicion crossed my mind. Did these mysterious absences, taken in connection with the unbridled luxury that surrounded us, mean that my son-in-law was a gamester, a shameless shuffler of cards, or a debauched bettor on horses? While I was still completely overcome by my own previsions of evil, my daughter put her arm in mine to take me to the top of the house. For the first time I observed a bracelet of dazzling gems on her wrist. "Not diamonds?" I said. She answered with as much composure as if she had been the wife of a nobleman. "Yes, diamonds, a present from Marmaduke." This was too much for me. My previsions, so to speak, forced their way into words. "Oh, my poor child," I burst out, "I am in mortal fear that your husband is a gamester." She showed none of the horror I had anticipated. She only shook her head and began to cry. "Worse than that, I'm afraid," she said. I was petrified. My tongue refused its office, when I would fain have asked her what she meant. Her besetting sin, poor soul, is a proud spirit. She dried her eyes on a sudden, and spoke out freely in these words. "I am not going to cry about it. The other day, Father, we were out walking in the park. A horrid, bold, yellow-haired woman passed us in an open carriage. She kissed her hand to Marmaduke and called out to him, 'How are you, Marmee?' I was so indignant that I pushed him away from me, and told him to go and take a drive with his lady. He burst out laughing. 'Nonsense,' he said. 'She has known me for years. You don't understand our easy London manners.' We have made it up since then, but I have my own opinion of the creature in the open carriage. Morally speaking, this was worse than all. But, logically viewed, it completely failed as a means of accounting for the diamond bracelet and the splendor of the furniture. We went on to the uppermost story. It was cut off from the rest of the house by a stout partition of wood and a door covered with green baize. When I tried the door, it was locked. "Ha!" says Felicia. "I wanted you to see it for yourself." More suspicious proceedings on the part of my son-in-law. He kept the door constantly locked, and the key in his pocket. When his wife asked him what it meant, he answered, "My study is up there, and I like to keep it entirely to myself." After such a reply as that, the preservation of my daughter's dignity permitted but one answer. "Oh, keep it to yourself, by all means." My previsions upon this assumed another form. I now asked myself, still in connection with my son-in-law's extravagant expenditure, whether the clue to the mystery might not haply be the forging of banknotes on the other side of the baize door. My mind was prepared for anything by this time. We descended again into the dining room. Felicia saw how my spirits were dashed, and came and perched upon my knee. "Enough of my troubles for tonight, Father," she said. "I am going to be your little girl again, and we will talk of nothing but Falkirk until Marmaduke comes back." I am one of the firmest men living, but I could not keep the hot tears out of my eyes when she put her arm round my neck and said those words. By good fortune I was sitting with my back to the lamp. She didn't notice me. A little after 11 o'clock, Marmaduke returned. He looked pale and weary, but more champagne, and this time something to eat with it, seemed to set him to rights again, no doubt by relieving him from the reproaches of a guilty conscience. I had been warned by Felicia to keep what passed between us a secret from her husband for the present, so we had, superficially speaking, a merry end to the evening. My son-in-law was nearly as good company as ever, and wonderfully fertile in suggestions and expedients when he saw they were wanted. Hearing from his wife, to whom I had mentioned it, that I proposed representing the decayed condition of the kirk and manse to the owner of Caldkirk and the country round about, he strongly urged me to draw up a list of repairs that were most needful before I waited on my lord. This advice, vicious and degraded as the man who offered it may be, is sound advice nevertheless. I shall assuredly take it. So far I had written in my diary in the forenoon. Returning to my daily record after a lapse of some hours, I have a new mystery of iniquity to chronicle. My abominable son-in-law now appears, I blush to write it, to be nothing less than an associate of thieves. After the meal they call luncheon, I thought it well, before recreating myself with the sights of London, to attend first to the crying necessities of the kirk and the manse. Furnished with my written list, I presented myself at his lordship's residence. I was immediately informed that he was otherwise engaged, and could not possibly receive me. If I wished to see my lord's secretary, Mr. Helmsley, I could do so. Consenting to this, rather than fail entirely in my errand, I was shown into the secretary's room. Mr. Helmsley heard what I had to say civilly enough, expressing, however, grave doubts whether his lordship would do anything for me, the demands on his purse being insupportably numerous already. However, he undertook to place my list before his employer, and to let me know the result. "Where are you staying in London?" he asked. I answered, "With my son-in-law, Mr. Marmaduke Falmer." Before I could add the address, the secretary started to his feet and tossed my list back to me across the table, in the most uncivil manner. "'Pon my word," says he, "your assurance exceeds anything I ever heard of. Your son-in-law is concerned in the robbery of her ladyship's diamond bracelet. The discovery was made not an hour ago. Leave the house, sir, and consider yourself lucky I have no instructions to give you in charge to the police." I protested against this unprovoked outrage with a violence of language which I would rather not recall. As a minister, I ought under every provocation to have preserved my self-control. The one thing to do next was to drive back to my unhappy daughter. Her guilty husband was with her. I was too angry to wait for a fit opportunity of speaking. The Christian humility which I have all my life cultivated as the first of virtues sank, as it were, from under me. In terms of burning indignation I told them what had happened. The result was too distressing to be described. It ended in Felicia giving her husband back the bracelet. The hardened reprobate laughed at us. "Wait till I have seen his lordship and Mr. Helmsley," he said, and left the house. Does he mean to escape to foreign parts? Felicia, woman-like, believes in him still. She is quite convinced there must be some mistake. I myself am in hourly expectation of the arrival of the police. With gratitude to Providence, I note, before going to bed, the harmless termination of the affair of the bracelet, so far as Marmaduke is concerned. The agent who sold him the jewel has been forced to come forward and state the truth. His lordship's wife is the guilty person. The bracelet was hers, a present from her husband. Harassed by debts that she dare not acknowledge, she sold it. My lord discovered that it was gone, and in the terror of his anger the wretched woman took refuge in a lie. She declared that the bracelet had been stolen from her, asked for the name of the thief. The reckless woman, having no other name in her mind at the moment, mentioned the man who had innocently bought the jewel of her agent, otherwise my unfortunate son-in-law. Oh, the profligacy of the modern Babylon! It was well I went to the secretary when I did, or we should really have had the police in the house. Marmaduke found them in consultation over the supposed robbery, asking for his address. There was a dreadful exhibition of violence and recrimination at his lordship's residence. In the end he repurchased the bracelet. My son-in-law's money has been returned to him, and Mr. Helmsley has sent me a written apology. In a worldly sense this would, I suppose, be called a satisfactory ending. It is not so, to my mind. I freely admit that I too hastily distrusted Marmaduke. But am I, on that account, to give him back immediately the place which he once occupied in my esteem? Again this evening he mysteriously quitted the house, leaving me alone with Felicia, and giving no better excuse for his conduct than that he had an engagement. And this when I have a double claim on his consideration, as his father-in-law and his guest. September 11th. The day began well enough. At breakfast Marmaduke spoke feelingly of the unhappy result of my visit to his lordship, and asked me to let him look at the list of repairs. "It is just as useless to expect anything from my lord after what has happened," I said. "Besides, Mr. Helmsley gave me no hope when I stated my case to him." Marmaduke still held out his hand for the list. "Let me try if I can get some subscribers," he replied. This was kindly meant, at any rate. I gave him the list, and I began to recover some of my old friendly feeling for him. Alas, the little gleam of tranquillity proved to be of short duration. We made out our plans for the day pleasantly enough. The check came when Felicia spoke next of our plans for the evening. "My father has only 4 days more to pass with us," she said to her husband. "Surely you won't go out again tonight and leave him?" Marmaduke's face clouded over directly. He looked embarrassed and annoyed. I sat perfectly silent, leaving them to settle it by themselves. "You will stay with us this evening, won't you?" says Felicia. No, he was not free for the evening. "What, another engagement? Surely you can put it off." No, impossible to put it off. "Is it a ball or a party of some kind?" No answer. He changed the subject. He offered Felicia the money repaid to him for the bracelet. "Buy one for yourself, my dear, this time." Felicia handed him back the money, rather too haughtily, perhaps. "I don't want a bracelet," she said. "I want your company in the evening." He jumped up, good-tempered as he was, in something very like a rage, then looked at me and checked himself on the point, as I believe, of using profane language. "This is downright persecution," he burst out, with an angry turn of his head toward his wife. Felicia got up in her turn. "Your language is an insult to my father and to me." He looked thoroughly staggered at this. It was evidently their first serious quarrel. Felicia took no notice of him. "I will get ready directly, father, and we will go out together." He stopped her as she was leaving the room, recovering his good temper with a readiness which it pleased me to see. "Come, come, Felicia. We have not quarrelled yet, and we won't quarrel now. Let me off this one more time, and I will devote the next 3 evenings of your father's visit to him and to you. Give me a kiss and make it up." My daughter doesn't do things by halves. She gave him a dozen kisses, I should think, and there was a happy end of it. "But what shall we do tomorrow evening?" says Marmaduke, sitting down by his wife and patting her hand as it lay in his. "Take us somewhere," says she. Marmaduke laughed. "Your father objects to public amusements. Where does he want to go to?" Felicia took up the newspaper. "There is an oratorio at Exeter Hall," she said. "My father likes music." He turned to me. "You don't object to oratorios, sir?" "I don't object to music," I answered, "so long as I am not required to enter a theatre." Felicia handed the newspaper to me. "Speaking of theatres, father, have you read what they say about the new play? What a pity it can't be given out of a theatre." I looked at her in speechless amazement. She tried to explain herself. "The paper says that the new play is a service rendered to the cause of virtue, and that the great actor, Barrymore, has set an example in producing it which deserves the encouragement of all truly religious people. Do read it, father." I held up my hands in dismay. My own daughter perverted, pinning her faith on a newspaper, speaking with a perverse expression of interest of a stage play and an actor. Even Marmaduke witnessed this lamentable exhibition of backsliding with some appearance of alarm. "It's not her fault, sir," he said, interceding with me. "It's the fault of the newspaper. Don't blame her." I held my peace, determining inwardly to pray for her. Shortly afterward my daughter and I went out. Marmaduke accompanied us part of the way and left us at a telegraph office. "Who are you going to telegraph to?" Felicia asked. "Another mystery." He answered, "Business of my own, my dear," and went into the office. September 12th. Is my miserable son-in-law's house under a curse? The yellow-haired woman in the open carriage drove up to the door at 10:30 this morning in a state of distraction. Felicia and I saw her from the drawing-room balcony, a tall woman in gorgeous garments. She knocked with her own hand at the door. She cried out distractedly, "Where is he? I must see him." At the sound of her voice, Marmaduke, playing with his little dog in the drawing-room, rushed downstairs and out into the street. "Hold your tongue," we heard him say to her. "What are you here for?" What she answered we failed to hear. She was certainly crying. Marmaduke stamped on the pavement like a man beside himself, took her roughly by the arm, and led her into the house. Before I could utter a word, Felicia left me and flew headlong down the stairs. She was in time to hear the dining-room locked. Following her, I prevented the poor jealous creature from making a disturbance at the door. God forgive me, not knowing how else to quiet her, I degraded myself by advising her to listen to what they said. She instantly opened the door of the back dining room and beckoned to me to follow. I naturally hesitated. "I shall go mad," she whispered, "if you leave me by myself." What could I do? I degraded myself the second time. For my own child, in pity for my own child. We heard them through the flimsy modern folding doors, at those times when he was most angry and she most distracted. That is to say, we heard them when they spoke in their loudest tones. "How did you find out where I live?" says he. "Oh, you're ashamed of me," says she. "Mr. Helmsley was with us yesterday evening. That's how I found out." "What do you mean?" "I mean that Mr. Helmsley had your card and address in his pocket." "Ah, you were obliged to give your address when you had to clear up the matter of the bracelet. You cruel, cruel man, what have I done to deserve such a note as you send me this morning?" "Do what the note tells you." "Do what the note tells me? Did anybody ever hear a man talk so out of a lunatic asylum? Why, you haven't even the grace to carry out your own wicked deception. You haven't even gone to bed." There the voices grew less angry, and we missed what followed. Soon the lady burst out again, piteously entreating him this time. "Oh, Marmee, don't ruin me. Has anybody offended you? Is there anything you wish to have altered? Do you want more money? It is too cruel to treat me in this way. It is indeed." He made some answer, which we were not able to hear. We could only suppose that he had upset her temper again. She went on louder than ever. "I've begged and prayed of you, and you're hard as iron. I've told you about the prince, and that has had no effect on you. I have done now. We'll see what the doctor says." He got angry in his turn. We heard him again. "I won't see the doctor." "Oh, you refuse to see the doctor? I shall make your refusal known, and if there's law in England you shall feel it." Their voices dropped again. Some new turn seemed to be taken by the conversation. We heard the lady once more, shrill and joyful this time. "There's a dear. You see it, don't you, in the right light. And you haven't forgotten the old times, have you? You're the same dear, honorable, kind-hearted fellow that you always were." I caught hold of Felicia and put my hand over her mouth. There was a sound in the next room which might have been, I cannot be certain, the sound of a kiss. The next moment we heard the door of the room unlocked. The door of the house opened, and the noise of retreating carriage wheels followed. We met him in the hall as he entered the house again. My daughter walked up to him, pale and determined. "I insist on knowing who that woman is, and what she wants here." Those were her first words. He looked at her like a man in utter confusion. "Wait till this evening. I'm in no state to speak to you now." With that he snatched his hat off the hall table and rushed out of the house. It is little more than 3 weeks since they returned to London from their happy wedding tour, and it has come to this. The clock has just struck 7. A letter has been left by a messenger addressed to my daughter. I had persuaded her, poor soul, to lie down in her own room. God grant that the letter may bring her some tidings of her husband. I please myself in the hope of hearing good news. My mind has not been kept long in suspense. Felicia's waiting woman has brought me a morsel of writing paper, with these lines penciled on it in my daughter's handwriting. "Dearest father, make your mind easy. Everything is explained. I cannot trust myself to speak to you about it tonight, and he doesn't wish me to. Only wait till tomorrow and you shall know all. He will be back about 11 o'clock. Please don't wait up for him. He will come straight to me." September 13th. The scales have fallen from my eyes. The light is let in on me at last. My bewilderment is not to be uttered in words. I am like a man in a dream. Before I was out of my room in the morning, my mind was upset by the arrival of a telegram addressed to myself. It was the first thing of the kind I ever received. I trembled under the prevision of some new misfortune as I opened the envelope. Of all the people in the world, the person sending the telegram was Sister Judith. Never before did this distracting relative confound me as she confounded me now. Here's her message. "You can't come back. An architect from Edinburgh asserts his resolution to repair the kirk and the manse. The man only waits for his lawful authority to begin. The money is ready, but who has found it? Mr. Architect is forbidden to tell. We live in awful times. How is Felicia?" Naturally concluding that Judith's mind must be deranged, I went downstairs to meet my son-in-law, for the first time since the events of yesterday, at the late breakfast which is customary in this house. He was waiting for me, but Felicia was not present. "She breakfasts in her room this morning," says Marmaduke, "and I am to give you the explanation which has already satisfied your daughter. Will you take it at great length, sir, or will you have it in one word?" There was something in his manner I did not like at all. He seemed to be setting me at defiance. I said stiffly, "Brevity is best. I will have it in one word." "Here it is, then," he answered. "I am Barrymore." Postscript, added by Felicia. If the last line extracted from my dear father's diary does not contain explanation enough in itself, I add some sentences from Marmaduke's letter to me, sent from the theatre last night. Nota bene, I leave out the expressions of endearment. They are my own private property. "Just remember how your father talked about theatres and actors when I was at Caldkirk, and how you listened in dutiful agreement with him. Would he have consented to your marriage if he had known that I was one of the spouting rogues associated with the painted Jezebels of the playhouse? He would never have consented. And you yourself, my darling, would have trembled at the bare idea of marrying an actor. Have I been guilty of any serious deception, and have my friends been guilty in helping to keep my secret? My birth, my name, my surviving relatives, my fortune inherited from my father, all these important particulars have been truly stated. The name of Barrymore is nothing but the name I assumed when I went on the stage. As to what has happened since our return from Switzerland, I own that I ought to have made my confession to you. Forgive me if I weakly hesitated. I was so fond of you, and I so distrusted the puritanical convictions which your education had rooted in your mind, that I put it off from day to day. Oh, my angel! Yes, I kept the address of my new house a secret from all my friends, knowing they would betray me if they paid us visits. As for my mysteriously closed study, it was the place in which I privately rehearsed my new part. When I left you in the mornings, it was to go to the theatre rehearsals. My evening absences began, of course, with the first performance. Your father's arrival seriously embarrassed me. When you, most properly, insisted on my giving up some of my evenings to him, you necessarily made it impossible for me to appear on the stage. The one excuse I could make to the theatre was that I was too ill to act. It did certainly occur to me to cut the Gordian knot by owning the truth. But your father's horror when you spoke of the newspaper review of the play, and the shame and fear you showed at your own boldness, daunted me once more. The arrival at the theatre of my written excuse brought the manageress down on me in a state of distraction. Nobody could supply my place. All the seats were taken, and the prince was expected. There was what we call a scene between the poor lady and myself. I felt I was in the wrong. I saw that the position in which I had impulsively placed myself was unworthy of me, and it ended in my doing my duty to the theatre and the public. But for the affair of the bracelet, which obliged me as an honorable man to give my name and address, the manageress would not have discovered me. She, like everyone else, only knew of my address at my bachelor chambers. How could you be jealous of the old theatrical comrade of my first days on the stage? Don't you know yet that you are the one woman in the world? A last word relating to your father, and I have done. Do you remember my leaving you at the telegraph office? It was to send a message to a friend of mine, an architect in Edinburgh, instructing him to go immediately to Caldkirk and provide for the repairs at my expense. The theatre, my dear, more than trebles my paternal income, and I can well afford it. Will your father refuse to accept a tribute of respect to a Scottish minister because it is paid out of an actor's pocket? You shall ask him the question. And I say, Felicia, will you come and see me act? I don't expect your father to enter a theatre, but, by way of further reconciling him to his son-in-law, suppose you ask him to hear me read the play. The end of section 18. Section 19 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Section 19, Mr. Percy and the Prophet. Part 1, The Prediction. Chapter 1, The Quack. The disasters that follow the hateful offense against Christianity, which men call war, were severely felt in England during the peace that ensued on the overthrow of Napoleon at Waterloo. With rare exceptions, distress prevailed among all classes of the community. The starving nation was ripe and ready for a revolutionary rising against its rulers, who had shed the people's blood and wasted the people's substance in a war which had yielded to the popular interests absolutely nothing in return. Among the unfortunate persons who were driven during the disastrous early years of this century to strange shifts and devices to obtain the means of living, was a certain obscure medical man, of French extraction, named Lagarde. The doctor, duly qualified to bear the title, was an inhabitant of London, living in one of the narrow streets which connect the great thoroughfare of the Strand with the bank of the Thames. The method of obtaining employment, chosen by poor Lagarde as the one alternative left in the face of starvation, was, and is still considered by the medical profession to be, the method of a quack. He advertised in the public journals. Addressing himself especially to two classes of the community, the doctor proceeded in these words: "I have the honor of inviting into my house, in the first place, persons afflicted with maladies which ordinary medical practice has failed to cure, and in the second place, persons interested in investigations, the object of which is to penetrate the secrets of the future. Of the means by which I endeavor to alleviate suffering and to enlighten doubt, it is impossible to speak intelligibly within the limits of an advertisement. I can only offer to submit my system to public inquiry, without exacting any preliminary fee from ladies and gentlemen who may honor me with a visit. Those who see sufficient reason to trust me, after personal experience, will find a money box fixed on the waiting-room table, into which they can drop their offerings according to their means. Those whom I am not fortunate enough to satisfy will be pleased to accept the expression of my regret, and will not be expected to give anything. I shall be found at home every evening between the hours of 6 and 10. Toward the close of the year 1816, this strange advertisement became a general topic of conversation among educated people in London. For some weeks the doctor's invitations were generally accepted, and, all things considered, were not badly remunerated. A faithful few believed in him, and told wonderful stories of what he had pronounced and prophesied in the sanctuary of his consulting room. The majority of his visitors simply viewed him in the light of a public amusement, and wondered why such a gentlemanlike man should have chosen to gain his living by exhibiting himself as a quack. Chapter 2. The Numbers. On a raw and snowy evening toward the latter part of January 1817, a gentleman, walking along the Strand, turned into the street in which Dr. Lagarde lived, and knocked at the physician's door. He was admitted by an elderly male servant to a waiting-room on the first floor. The light of one little lamp, placed on a bracket fixed to the wall, was so obscured by a dark green shade as to make it difficult, if not impossible, for visitors meeting by accident to recognize each other. The metal money-box fixed to the table was just visible. In the flickering light of a small fire, the stranger perceived the figures of 3 men seated, apart and silent, who were the only occupants of the room besides himself. So far as objects were to be seen, there was nothing to attract attention in the waiting-room. The furniture was plain and neat, and nothing more. The elderly servant handed a card with a number inscribed on it to the new visitor, said in a whisper, "Your number will be called, sir, in your turn," and disappeared. For some minutes nothing disturbed the deep silence but the faint ticking of a clock. After a while a bell rang from an inner room, a door opened, and a gentleman appeared, whose interview with Dr. Lagarde had terminated. His opinion of the sitting was openly expressed in one emphatic word: "Humbug!" No contribution dropped from his hand as he passed the money-box on his way out. The next number, being number 15, was called by the elderly servant, and the first incident occurred in the strange series of events destined to happen in the doctor's house that night. One after another, the 3 men who had been waiting rose, examined their cards under the light of the lamp, and sat down again surprised and disappointed. The servant advanced to investigate the matter. The numbers possessed by the 3 visitors, instead of being 15, 16, and 17, proved to be 16, 17, and 18. Turning to the stranger who had arrived the last, the servant said, "Have I made a mistake, sir? Have I given you number 15 instead of number 18? The gentleman produced his numbered card. A mistake had certainly been made, but not the mistake that the servant supposed. The card held by the latest visitor turned out to be the card previously held by the dissatisfied stranger who had just left the room, number 14. As to the card numbered 15, it was only discovered the next morning lying in a corner, dropped on the floor. Acting on his first impulse, the servant hurried out, calling to the original holder of 14 to come back and bear his testimony to that fact. The street door had been opened for him by the landlady of the house. She was a pretty woman, and the gentleman had fortunately lingered to talk to her. He was induced at the intercession of the landlady to ascend the stairs again. On returning to the waiting-room, he addressed a characteristic question to the assembled visitors. "More humbug?" asked the gentleman who liked to talk to a pretty woman. The servant, completely puzzled by his own stupidity, attempted to make his apologies. "Pray forgive me, gentlemen," he said. "I am afraid I have confused the cards I distribute with the cards returned to me. I think I had better consult my master." Left by themselves, the visitors began to speak jestingly of the strange situation in which they were placed. The original holder of number 14 described his experience of the doctor in his own pithy way. "I applied to the fellow to tell my fortune. He first went to sleep over it. Then he said he could tell me nothing. I asked why. 'I don't know,' he says. 'I do,' says I. 'Humbug! I'll bet you the long odds, gentlemen, that you find it humbug too.' Before the wager could be accepted or declined, the door of the inner room was opened again. The tall, spare, black figure of a new personage appeared on the threshold, relieved darkly against the light in the room behind him. He addressed the visitors in these words: "Gentlemen, I must beg your indulgence. The accident, as we now suppose it to be, which has given to the last comer the number already held by a gentleman who has unsuccessfully consulted me, may have a meaning which we can none of us at present see. If the 3 visitors who have been so good as to wait will allow the present holder of number 14 to consult me out of his turn, and if the earlier visitor who left me dissatisfied with his consultation will consent to stay here a little longer, something may happen which will justify a trifling sacrifice of your own convenience. Is 10 minutes' patience too much to ask of you?" The 3 visitors who had waited longest consulted among themselves, and, having nothing better to do with their time, decided on accepting the doctor's proposal. The visitor who believed it all to be humbug coolly took a gold coin out of his pocket, tossed it into the air, caught it in his closed hand, and walked up to the shaded lamp on the bracket. "Heads, stay," he said. "Tails, go." He opened his hand and looked at the coin. "Heads. Very good. Go on with your hocus-pocus, doctor. I'll wait." "You believe in chance," said the doctor, quietly observing him. "That is not my experience of life." He paused to let the stranger, who now held number 14, pass him into the inner room, then followed, closing the door behind him. Chapter 3. The Consultation. The consulting room was better lighted than the waiting room, and that was the only difference between the two. In the one, as in the other, no attempt was made to impress the imagination. Everywhere the commonplace furniture of a London lodging-house was left without the slightest effort to alter or improve it by changes of any kind. Seen under the clearer light, Dr. Lagarde appeared to be the last person living who would consent to degrade himself by an attempt at imposture of any kind. His eyes were the dreamy eyes of a visionary. His look was the prematurely aged look of a student, accustomed to give the hours to his book which ought to have been given to his bed. To state it briefly, he was a man who might easily be deceived by others, but who was incapable of consciously practicing deception himself. Signing to his visitor to be seated, he took a chair on the opposite side of the small table that stood between them, waited a moment with his face hidden in his hands as if to collect himself, and then spoke. "Do you come to consult me on a case of illness?" he inquired, "or do you ask me to look to the darkness which hides your future life?" The answer to these questions was frankly and briefly expressed. "I have no need to consult you about my health. I come to hear what you can tell me of my future life." "I can try," pursued the doctor, "but I cannot promise to succeed." "I accept your conditions," the stranger rejoined. "I never believe nor disbelieve. If you will excuse my speaking frankly, I mean to observe you closely, and to decide for myself." Dr. Lagarde smiled sadly. "You have heard of me as a charlatan who contrives to amuse a few idle people," he said. "I don't complain of that. My present position leads necessarily to misinterpretation of myself and my motives. Still, I may at least say that I am the victim of a sincere avowal of my belief in a great science. Yes, I repeat it, a great science. New, I dare say, to the generation we live in, though it was known and practiced in the days when pyramids were built. The age is advancing, and the truths which it is my misfortune to advocate, before the time is ripe for them, are steadily forcing their way to recognition. I am resigned to wait. My sincerity in this matter has cost me the income that I derived from my medical practice. Patients distrust me, doctors refuse to consult with me. I could starve if I had no one to think of but myself. But I have another person to consider, who is very dear to me, and I am driven, literally driven, either to turn beggar in the streets or to do what I am doing now. He paused and looked round toward the corner of the room behind him. "Mother," he said gently, "are you ready?" An elderly lady, dressed in deep mourning, rose from her seat in the corner. She had been thus far hidden from notice by the high back of the easy-chair in which her son sat. Excepting some folds of fine black lace laid over her white hair so as to form a head-dress at once simple and picturesque, there was nothing remarkable in her attire. The visitor rose and bowed. She gravely returned his salute, and moved so as to place herself opposite to her son. "May I ask what this lady is going to do?" said the stranger. "To be of any use to you," answered Dr. Lagarde, "I must be thrown into the magnetic trance. The person who has the strongest influence over me is the person who will do it tonight." He turned to his mother. "When you like," he said. Bending over him, she took both the doctor's hands and looked steadily into his eyes. No words passed between them. Nothing more took place. In a minute or two his head was resting against the back of the chair, and his eyelids had closed. "Are you sleeping?" asked Madame Lagarde. "I am sleeping," he answered. She laid his hands gently on the arms of the chair and turned to address the visitor. "Let the sleep gain on him for a minute or two more," she said. "Then take one of his hands and put to him what questions you please." "Does he hear us now, madam?" "You might fire off a pistol, sir, close to his ear, and he would not hear it. The vibration might disturb him, that's all. Until you or I touch him and so establish the nervous sympathy, he is as lost to all sense of our presence here as if he were dead." "Are you speaking of the thing called animal magnetism, madam?" "Yes, sir." "And you believe in it, of course?" "My son's belief, sir, is my belief in this thing as in other things. I have heard what he has been saying to you. It is for me that he sacrifices himself by holding these exhibitions. It is in my poor interests that his hardly earned money is made. I am in infirm health, and remonstrate as I may, my son persists in providing for me, not the bare comforts only, but even the luxuries of life. Whatever I may suffer, I have my compensation. I can still thank God for giving me the greatest happiness that a woman can enjoy, the possession of a good son." She smiled fondly as she looked at the sleeping man. "Draw your chair nearer to him," she resumed, "and take his hand. You may speak freely in making your inquiries. Nothing that happens in this room goes out of it." With those words she returned to her place in the corner behind her son's chair. The visitor took Dr. Lagarde's hand. As they touched each other, he was conscious of a faintly titillating sensation in his own hand, a sensation which oddly reminded him of bygone experiments with an electrical machine in the days when he was a boy at school. "I wish to question you about my future life," he began. "How ought I to begin?" The doctor spoke his first words in the monotonous tones of a man talking in his sleep. "Own your true motive before you begin," he said. "Your interest in your future life is centered in a woman. You wish to know if her heart will be yours in the time that is to come, and there your interest in your future life ends." This startling proof of the sleeper's capacity to look by sympathy into his mind and to see there his most secret thoughts, instead of convincing the stranger, excited his suspicions. "You have means of getting information," he said, "that I don't understand." The doctor smiled as if the idea amused him. Madame Lagarde rose from her seat and interposed. "Hundreds of strangers come here to consult my son," she said quietly. "If you believe that we know who those strangers are, and that we have the means of inquiring into their private lives before they enter this room, you believe in something much more incredible than magnetic sleep." This was too manifestly true to be disputed. The visitor made his apologies. "I should like to have some explanation," he added. "The thing is so very extraordinary. How can I prevail upon Dr. Lagarde to enlighten me?" "He can only tell you what he sees," Madame Lagarde answered. "Ask him that, and you will get a direct reply. Say to him, 'Do you see the lady?'" The stranger repeated the question. The reply followed at once, in these words: "I see two figures standing side by side. One of them is your figure. The other is the figure of a lady. She only appears dimly. I can discover nothing but that she is taller than women generally are, and that she is dressed in pale blue." The man to whom he was speaking started at those last words. "Her favorite color," he thought to himself, forgetting that while he held the doctor's hand, the doctor could think with his mind. "Yes," added the sleeper quietly, "her favorite color, as you know. She fades and fades as I look at her," he went on. "She is gone. I only see you under a new aspect. You have a pistol in your hand. Opposite to you there stands the figure of another man. He too has a pistol in his hand. Are you enemies? Are you meeting to fight a duel? Is the lady the cause? I try, but I fail to see her." "Can you describe the man?" "Not yet. So far he is only a shadow in the form of a man." There was another interval. An appearance of disturbance showed itself on the sleeper's face. Suddenly he waved his free hand in the direction of the waiting room. "Send for the visitors who are there," he said. "They are all to come in. Each of them is to take one of my hands in turn, while you remain where you are, holding the other hand. Don't let go of me, even for a moment. My mother will ring." Madame Lagarde touched a bell on the table. The servant received his orders from her and retired. After a short absence he appeared again in the consulting room, with one visitor only waiting on the threshold behind him. Chapter 4. The Man. "The other 3 gentlemen have gone away, madame," the servant explained, addressing Madame Lagarde. "They were tired of waiting. I found this gentleman fast asleep, and I am afraid he is angry with me for taking the liberty of waking him. Sleep of the common sort is evidently not allowed in this house." With that remark the gentleman entered the room, and stood revealed as the original owner of the card numbered 14. Viewed by the clear lamplight, he was a tall, finely made man, in the prime of life, with a florid complexion, golden brown hair, and sparkling blue eyes. Noticing Madame Lagarde, he instantly checked the flow of his satire with the instinctive good breeding of a gentleman. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I have a great many faults, and a habit of making bad jokes is one of them. Is the servant right, madame, in telling me that I have the honor of presenting myself here at your request?" Madame Lagarde briefly explained what had passed. The florid gentleman, still privately believing it all to be humbug, was delighted to make himself of any use. "I congratulate you, sir," he said, with his easy humor, as he passed the visitor who had become possessed of his card. "Number 14 seems to be a luckier number in your keeping than it was in mine." As he spoke, he took Dr. Lagarde's disengaged hand. The instant they touched each other, the sleeper started. His voice rose, his face flushed. "You are the man!" he exclaimed. "I see you plainly now." "What am I doing?" "You are standing opposite to the gentleman here who is holding my other hand, and, as I have already said, you have met to fight a duel." The unbeliever cast a shrewd look at his companion in the consultation. "Considering that you and I are total strangers, sir," he said, "don't you think the doctor had better introduce us before he goes any further? We have got to fighting a duel already, and we may as well know who we are before the pistols go off." He turned to Dr. Lagarde. "Dramatic situations don't amuse me out of the theatre," he resumed. "Let me put to you a very commonplace test. I want to be introduced to this gentleman. Has he told you his name?" "No." "Of course you know it without being told?" "Certainly. I have only to look into your knowledge of yourselves while I am in this trance, and while you have got my hands, to know both your names as well as you do." "Introduce us, then," retorted the jesting gentleman. and take my name first." "Mr. Percy Linwood," replied the doctor. "I have the honor of presenting you to Captain Bervey of the artillery." With one accord, the gentlemen both dropped Dr. Lagarde's hands and looked at each other in blank amazement. "Of course he has discovered our names somehow," said Mr. Percy Linwood, explaining the mystery to his own perfect satisfaction in that way. Captain Bervey had not forgotten what Madame Lagarde said to him, when he too had suspected a trick. He now repeated it, quite ineffectually, for Mr. Linwood's benefit. "If you don't feel the force of that argument as I feel it," he added, "perhaps as a favor to me, sir, you will not object to our each taking the doctor's hand again and hearing what more he can tell us while he remains in the state of trance?" "With the greatest pleasure," answered good-humored Mr. Linwood. "Our friend is beginning to amuse me. I am as anxious as you are to know what he's going to see next." Captain Bervey put the next question. "You have seen us ready to fight a duel. Can you tell us the result?" "I can tell you nothing more than I have told you already. The figures of the duelists have faded away like the other figures I saw before them. What I see now looks like the winding gravel path of a garden. A man and a woman are walking toward me. The man stops and places a ring on the woman's finger and kisses her." Captain Bervey opened his lips to continue his inquiries, turned pale, and checked himself. Mr. Linwood put the next question. "Who is the happy man?" he asked. "You are the happy man," was the instantaneous reply. "Who's the woman?" cried Captain Bervey before Mr. Linwood could speak again. "The same woman whom I saw before, dressed in the same color, in pale blue." Captain Bervey positively insisted on receiving clearer information than this. "Surely you can see something of her personal appearance," he said. "I can see that she has long, dark brown hair, falling below her waist. I can see that she has lovely dark brown eyes. She has the look of a sensitive, nervous person. She is quite young. I can see no more." "Look again at the man who is putting the ring on her finger," said the captain. "Are you sure that the face you see is the face of Mr. Percy Linwood?" "I am absolutely sure." Captain Bervey rose from his chair. "Thank you, madam," he said to the doctor's mother. "I have heard enough." He walked to the door. Mr. Percy Linwood dropped Dr. Lagarde's hands and appealed to the retiring captain with a broad stare of astonishment. "You don't really believe this?" he said. "I only say I have heard enough," Captain Bervey answered. Mr. Linwood could hardly fail to see that any further attempt to treat the matter lightly might lead to undesirable results. "It is difficult to speak seriously of this kind of exhibition," he resumed quietly, "but I suppose I may mention a mere matter of fact, without meaning or giving offence. The description of the lady, I can positively declare, does not apply in any singular particular to any one whom I know." Captain Bervey turned round at the door. His patience was in some danger of failing him. Mr. Linwood's unruffled composure, assisted in its influence by the presence of Madame Lagarde, reminded him of the claims of politeness. He restrained the rash words as they rose to his lips. "You may make new acquaintances, sir," was all that he said. "You have the future before you." Upon that he went out. Percy Linwood waited a little, reflecting on the captain's conduct. Had Dr. Lagarde's description of the lady accidentally answered the description of a living lady whom Captain Bervey knew? Was he by any chance in love with her? And had the doctor innocently reminded him that his love was not returned? Assuming this to be likely, was it really possible that he believed in prophetic revelations offered to him under the fantastic influence of a trance? Could any man in the possession of his senses go to those lengths? The captain's conduct was simply incomprehensible. Pondering these questions, Percy decided on returning to his place by the doctor's chair. "Of one thing I'm certain, at any rate," he thought to himself. "I'll see the whole imposture out before I leave the house." He took Dr. Lagarde's hand. "Now then, what is the next discovery?" he asked. The sleeper seemed to find some difficulty in answering the question. "I indistinctly see the man and the woman again," he said. "Am I the man still?" Percy inquired. "No." The man this time is the captain. The woman is agitated by something that he is saying to her. He seems to be trying to persuade her to go away with him. She hesitates. He whispers something in her ear. She yields. He leads her away. The darkness gathers behind them. I look, and I can see no more. "Shall we wait a while?" Percy suggested, "and then try again?" Dr. Lagarde sighed and reclined in his chair. "My head is heavy," he said. "My spirits are dull. The darkness baffles me. I have toiled long enough for you. Drop my hand and leave me to rest." Hearing those words, Madame Lagarde approached her son's chair. "It will be useless, sir, to ask him any more questions tonight," she said. "He has been weak and nervous all day, and he is worn out by the effort he has made. Pardon me if I ask you to step aside for a moment, while I give him the repose that he needs." She laid her right hand gently on the doctor's head and kept it there for a minute or so. "Are you at rest now?" she asked. "I am at rest," he answered in faint, drowsy tones. Madame Lagarde turned to Percy. "If you are not yet satisfied," she said, "my son will be at your service tomorrow evening, sir." "Thank you, madam. I have only one more question to ask, and you can no doubt answer it. When your son wakes, will he remember what he has said to Captain Bervie and to myself?" "My son will be as absolutely ignorant of everything that he has seen, and of everything that he has said in the trance, as if he had been at the other end of the world." Percy Linwood swallowed this last outrageous assertion with an effort which he was quite unable to conceal. "Many thanks, madam," he said. "I wish you good night." Returning to the waiting-room, he noticed the money-box fixed to the table. "These people look poor," he thought to himself, "and I feel really indebted to them for an amusing evening. Besides, I can afford to be liberal, for I shall certainly never go back." He dropped a £5 note into the money-box and left the house. Walking toward his club, Percy's natural serenity of mind was a little troubled by the remembrance of Captain Bervie's language and conduct. The captain had interested the young man in spite of himself. His first idea was to write to Bervie and mention what had happened at the renewed consultation with Dr. Lagarde. On second thoughts, he saw reason to doubt how the captain might receive such an advance as this on the part of a stranger. After all, Percy decided, the whole thing is too absurd to be worth thinking about seriously. Neither he nor I are likely to meet again, or to see the doctor again, and there's an end of it. He was never more mistaken in his life. The end of it was not to come for many a long day yet. The end of Section 19. Section 20 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Section 20, Part 2, The Fulfillment. Chapter 5, The Ballroom. While the consultation at Dr. Lagarde's was still fresh in the memory of the persons present at it, chance or destiny, occupied in sowing the seeds for the harvest of the future, discovered as one of its fit instruments a retired military officer named Major Mulvaney. The Major was a smart little man, who persisted in setting up the appearance of youth as a means of hiding the reality of 50. Being still a bachelor, and being always ready to make himself agreeable, he was generally popular in the society of women. In the ballroom he was a really welcome addition to the company. The German waltz had been imported into England a little more than 3 years since. The outcry raised against the dance by persons skilled in the discovery of latent impropriety had not yet lost its influence in certain quarters. Men who could waltz were scarce. The Major had successfully grappled with the difficulties of learning the dance in mature life, and the young ladies rewarded him nobly for the effort. That is to say, they took the assumption of youth for granted in the palpable presence of 50. Knowing everybody and being welcome everywhere, playing a good hand at whist, and having an inexhaustible fancy in the invention of a dinner, Major Mulvaney naturally belonged to all the best clubs of his time. Percy Linwood and he constantly met in the billiard-room or at the dinner-table. The Major approved of the easy, handsome, pleasant-tempered young man. "I have lost the first freshness of youth," he used to say with pathetic resignation, and I see myself revived, as it were, in Percy. Naturally, I like Percy. About 3 weeks after the memorable evening at Dr. Lagarde's, the two friends encountered each other on the steps of a club. "Have you got anything to do tonight?" asked the Major. "Nothing I know of," said Percy, "unless I go to the theatre." "Let the theatre wait, my boy. My old regiment gives a ball at Woolwich tonight. I have got a ticket to spare, and I know several sweet girls who are going. Some of them waltz, Percy. Gather your rosebuds while you may. Come with me." The invitation was accepted as readily as it was given. The Major found the carriage, and Percy paid for the post-horses. They entered the ballroom among the earlier guests, and the first person whom they met, waiting near the door, was Captain Burvey. Percy bowed a little uneasily. "I feel some doubt," he said, laughing, "whether we've been properly introduced to one another or not." "Not properly introduced?" cried Major Mulvaney. "I'll soon set that right. My dear friend Percy Linwood, my dear friend Arthur Burvey, be known to each other, esteem each other." Captain Burvey acknowledged the introduction by a cold salute. Percy, yielding to the good-natured impulse of the moment, alluded to what had happened in Dr. Lagarde's consulting room. "You missed something worth hearing when you left the doctor the other night," he said. "We continued the sitting, and you turned up again among the persons of the drama in a new character." "Excuse me for interrupting you," said Captain Burvey. "I am a member of the committee charged with the arrangements of the ball, and I really must attend to my duties." He withdrew without waiting for a reply. Percy looked round wonderingly at Major Mulvaney. "Strange," he said. "I feel rather attracted toward Captain Burvey, and he seems to have taken such a dislike to me that he can hardly behave with common civility. What does it mean?" "I'll tell you," answered the Major confidentially. "Arthur Burvey is madly in love, madly is really the word, with a Miss Beaumont, and, this is between ourselves, the young lady doesn't feel it quite in the same way. Sweet girl, I have often had her on my knee when she was a child. Her mother and father are old friends of mine. She's coming to the ball tonight. That's the true reason why Arthur left you just now. Look at him, waiting to be the first to speak to her. Why, if he could have his way, he wouldn't let another man come near the poor girl all through the evening. He really persecutes her. I'll introduce you to Miss Beaumont, and you will see how he looks at us for presuming to approach her. It's a great pity. She will never marry him. Arthur Burvey is a man in 1,000, but he's fast becoming a perfect bear under the strain on his temper. What's the matter? You don't seem to be listening to me." This last remark was perfectly justified. In telling the captain's love story, Major Mulvaney had revived his young friend's memory of the lady in the blue dress, who had haunted the visions of Dr. Lagarde. "Tell me," said Percy, "what is Miss Beaumont like? Is there anything remarkable in her personal appearance? I have a reason for asking." As he spoke, there arose among the guests in the rapidly filling ballroom a low murmur of surprise and admiration. The Major laid one hand on Percy's shoulder, and, lifting the other, pointed to the door. "What is Miss Beaumont like?" he repeated. "There she is. Let her answer for herself." Percy turned toward the lower end of the room. A young lady was entering, dressed in plain silk, and the color of it was a pale blue. Excepting a white rose at her breast, she wore no ornament of any sort. Doubly distinguished by the perfect simplicity of her apparel and by her tall, supple, commanding figure, she took rank at once as the most remarkable woman in the room. Moving nearer to her through the crowd, under the guidance of the complaisant Major, young Linwood gained a clearer view of her hair, her complexion, and the color of her eyes. In every one of these particulars, she was the living image of the woman described by Dr. Lagarde. While Percy was absorbed over this strange discovery, Major Mulvaney had got within speaking distance of the young lady and of her mother, as they stood together in conversation with Captain Burvey. "My dear Miss Beaumont, how well you are looking! My dear Miss Charlotte, what a sensation you have made already! The glorious simplicity, if I may so express myself, of your dress is what was I going to say? The ideas come thronging on me. I merely want words." Miss Beaumont's magnificent brown eyes, wandering from the Major to Percy, rested on the young man with a modest and momentary interest, which Captain Burvey's jealous attention instantly detected. "They are forming a dance," he said, pressing forward impatiently to claim his partner. "If we don't take our places, we shall be too late." "Stop! Stop!" cried the Major. "There's a time for everything. And this is the time for presenting my dear friend here, Mr. Percy Linwood. He is like me, Miss Charlotte. He has been struck by your glorious simplicity, and he wants words." At this part of the presentation he happened to look toward the irate captain, and instantly gave him a hint on the subject of his temper. "I say, Arthur Bervie, we are all good-humoured people here. What have you got on your eyebrows? It looks like a frown, and it doesn't become you. Send for a skilled waiter, and have it brushed off and taken away directly. May I ask Miss Beaumont if you are engaged for the next dance?" said Percy the moment the Major gave him an opportunity of speaking. "Miss Beaumont is engaged to me for the next dance," said the angry captain before the young lady could answer. "The third dance, then?" Percy persisted with his brightest smile. "With pleasure, Mr. Linwood," said Miss Beaumont. She would have been no true woman if she had not resented the open exhibition of Arthur's jealousy. It was like asserting a right over her to which he had not the shadow of a claim. She threw a look at Percy as her partner led her away, which was the severest punishment she could inflict on the man who ardently loved her. The third dance stood in the program as a waltz. In jealous distrust of Percy, the captain took the conductor of the band aside, and used his authority as committee-man to substitute another dance. He had no sooner turned his back on the orchestra than the wife of the colonel of the regiment, who had heard him, spoke to the conductor in her turn, and insisted on the original program being retained. "Quote the colonel's authority," said the lady, "if Captain Bervie ventures to object." In the meantime the captain, on his way to rejoin Charlotte, was met by one of his brother officers, who summoned him officially to an impending debate of the committee charged with the administrative arrangements of the supper table. Bervie had no choice but to follow his brother officer to the committee room. Barely a minute later the conductor appeared at his desk, and the first notes of the music rose low and plaintive, introducing the third dance. "Percy, my boy," cried the Major, recognizing the melody, "you're in luck's way. It's going to be a waltz." Almost as he spoke, the notes of the symphony glided by subtle modulations into the inspiriting air of the waltz. Percy claimed his partner's hand. Miss Charlotte hesitated and looked at her mother. "Surely you waltz," said Percy. "I have learned to waltz," she answered modestly, "but this is such a large room, and there are so many people." "Once round?" Percy pleaded. "Only once round?" Miss Beaumont looked again at her mother. Her foot was keeping time with the music under her dress. Her heart was beating with a delicious excitement. Kind-hearted Mrs. Beaumont smiled and said, "Once round, my dear, as Mr. Linwood suggests." In another moment Percy's arm took possession of her waist, and they were away on the wings of the waltz. Could words describe, could thought realize, the exquisite enjoyment of the dance? Enjoyment? It was more. It was an epoch in Charlotte's life. It was the first time she had waltzed with a man. What a difference between the fervent clasp of Percy's arm and the cold, formal contact of the mistress who had taught her. How brightly his eyes looked down into hers, admiring her with such a tender restraint that there could surely be no harm in looking up at him, now and then, in return. Round and round they glided, absorbed in the music and in themselves. Occasionally her bosom just touched him, at those critical moments when she was most in need of support. At other intervals she almost let her head sink on his shoulder in trying to hide from him the smile which acknowledged his admiration too boldly. "Once round," Percy had suggested. "Once round," her mother had said. They had been 10, 20, 30 times round. They had never stopped to rest like the other dancers. They had centered the eyes of the whole room, including the eyes of Captain Bervie, without knowing it. Her delicately pale complexion had changed to rosy red. The neat arrangement of her hair had become disturbed. Her bosom was rising and falling faster and faster in the effort to breathe, before fatigue and heat overpowered her at last and forced her to say to him, faintly, "I'm very sorry, I can't dance any more." Percy led her into the cooler atmosphere of the refreshment room, and revived her with a glass of lemonade. Her arm still rested on his. She was just about to thank him for the care he had taken of her, when Captain Bervie entered the room. "Mrs. Beaumont wishes me to take you back to her," he said to Charlotte, and then turning to Percy he added, "Will you kindly wait here while I take Miss Beaumont to the ballroom? I have a word to say to you. I will return directly." The captain spoke with perfect politeness, but his face betrayed him. It was pale with the sinister whiteness of suppressed rage. Percy sat down to cool and rest himself. With his experience of the ways of men, He felt no surprise at the marked contrast between Captain Burvy's face and Captain Burvy's manner. "He's seen us waltzing, and he's coming back to pick a quarrel with me." Such was the interpretation which Mr. Linwood's knowledge of the world placed on Captain Burvy's politeness. In a minute or two more, the captain returned to the refreshment room, and satisfied Percy that his anticipations had not deceived him. Chapter 6. Love. 4 days had passed since the night of the ball. Although it was no later in the year than the month of February, the sun was shining brightly, and the air was as soft as the air of a day in spring. Percy and Charlotte were walking together in the little garden at the back of Mr. Bowmore's cottage, near the town of Dartford, in Kent. "Mr. Linwood," said the young lady, "you were to have paid us your first visit the day after the ball. Why have you kept us waiting? Have you been too busy to remember your new friends?" "I have counted the hours since we parted, Miss Charlotte. If I had not been detained by business—" "I understand. For 3 days business has controlled you. On the 4th day you have controlled business. And here you are?" "I don't believe one word of it, Mr. Linwood." There was no answering such a declaration as this. Guiltily conscious that Charlotte was right in refusing to accept his well-worn excuse, Percy made an awkward attempt to change the topic of conversation. They happened, at the moment, to be standing near a small conservatory at the end of the garden. The glass door was closed, and the few plants and shrubs inside had a lonely, neglected look. "Does nobody ever visit this secluded place?" Percy asked, jocosely. "Or does it hide discoveries in the rearing of plants which are forbidden mysteries to a stranger?" "Satisfy your curiosity, Mr. Linwood, by all means," Charlotte answered in the same tone. "Open the door, and I'll follow you." Percy obeyed. In passing through the doorway, he encountered the bare hanging branches of some creeping plant, long since dead, and detached from its fastenings on the woodwork of the roof. He pushed aside the branches so that Charlotte could easily follow him in, without being aware that his own forced passage through them had a little deranged the folds of spotless white cambric which a well-dressed gentleman wore round his neck in those days. Charlotte seated herself, and directed Percy's attention to the desolate conservatory with a saucy smile. "The mystery which your lively imagination has associated with this place," she said, "means, being interpreted, that we are too poor to keep a gardener. Make the best of your disappointment, Mr. Linwood, and sit here by me. We're out of hearing and out of sight of Mamma's other visitors. You have no excuse now for not telling me what has really kept you away from us." She fixed her eyes on him as she said those words. Before Percy could think of another excuse, her quick observation detected the disordered condition of his cravat, and discovered the upper edge of a black plaster attached to one side of his neck. "You've been hurt in the neck," she said. "That's why you have kept away from us for the last 3 days." "A mere trifle," he answered in great confusion. "Please don't notice it." Her eyes, still resting on his face, assumed an expression of suspicious inquiry, which Percy was entirely at a loss to understand. Suddenly she started to her feet, as if a new idea had occurred to her. "Wait here," she said, flushing with excitement, "till I come back. I insist upon it." Before Percy could ask for an explanation, she had left the conservatory. In a minute or two, Miss Bowmore returned with a newspaper in her hand. "Read that," she said, pointing to a paragraph distinguished by a lawn drawn round it in ink. The passage that she indicated contained an account of a duel which had recently taken place in the neighborhood of London. The names of the duellists were not mentioned. One was described as an officer, and the other as a civilian. They had quarrelled at cards and had fought with pistols. The civilian had had a narrow escape of his life. His antagonist's bullet had passed near enough to the side of his neck to tear the flesh, and missed the vital parts, literally, by a hair's breadth. Charlotte's eyes, riveted on Percy, detected a sudden change of color in his face the moment he looked at the newspaper. That was enough for her. "You are the man," she cried. "Oh, for shame, to risk your life for a paltry dispute about cards." "I would risk it again," said Percy, "to hear you speak as if you set some value on it." She looked away from him without a word of reply. Her mind seemed to be busy again with its own thoughts. Did she meditate, returning to the subject of the duel? Was she not satisfied with the discovery she had just made? No such doubts as these troubled the mind of Percy Linwood. Intoxicated by the charm of her presence, emboldened by her innocent betrayal of the interest that she felt in him, he opened his heart to her as unreservedly as if they had known each other from the days of their childhood. There was but one excuse for him. Charlotte was his first love. "You don't know how completely you have become a part of my life since we met at the ball," he went on. "That one delightful dance seemed by some magic which I can't explain to draw us together in a few minutes as if we had known each other for years. Oh dear, I could make a confession of what I felt, only I am afraid of offending you by speaking too soon. Women are so dreadfully difficult to understand. How is a man to know at what time it is considerate toward them to conceal his true feelings, and at what time it is equally considerate to express his true feelings? One doesn't know whether it's a matter of days, or weeks, or months. There ought to be a law to settle it. Dear Miss Charlotte, when a poor fellow loves you at first sight, as he's never loved any other woman, and when he's tormented by the fear that some other man may be preferred to him, can't you forgive him if he lets out the truth a little too soon?" He ventured, as he put that very downright question, to take her hand. "It really isn't my fault," he said simply. "My heart is so full of you, I can talk of nothing else." To Percy's delight, the first experimental pressure of his hand, far from being resented, was softly returned. Charlotte looked at him again, with a new resolution in her face. "I'll forgive you for talking nonsense, Mr. Linwood," she said, "and I will even permit you to come and see me again, on one condition, that you tell the whole truth about the duel. If you conceal the smallest circumstance, our acquaintance is at an end." "Haven't I owned everything already?" Percy inquired in great perplexity. "Did I say no when you told me I was the man?" "Could you say no with that plaster on your neck?" was the ready rejoinder. "I am determined to know more than the newspaper tells me. Will you declare on your word of honor that Captain Burvey had nothing to do with the duel? Can you look me in the face and say the real cause of the quarrel was a disagreement at cards? When you were talking with me just before I left the ball, how did you answer a gentleman who asked you to make one at the whist table? You said, 'I don't play at cards.' Ah, you thought I had forgotten that. Don't kiss my hand. Trust me with the whole truth, or say goodbye forever." "Only tell me what you wish to know, Miss Charlotte," said Percy humbly. "If you will put the questions, I will give the answers, as well as I can." On this understanding, Percy's evidence was extracted from him as follows. "Was it Captain Burvey who quarrelled with you?" "Yes." "Was it about me?" "Yes." "What did he say?" "He said I had committed an impropriety in waltzing with you." "Why?" "Because your parents disapproved of your waltzing in a public ballroom." "That's not true." "What did he say next?" "He said I had added tenfold to my offense by waltzing with you in such a manner as to make you the subject of remark to the whole room." "Oh, did you let him say that?" "No, I contradicted him instantly, and I said, besides, it's an insult to Miss Beaumont to suppose that she would permit any impropriety." "Quite right. And what did he say?" "Well, he lost his temper. I would rather not repeat what he said, when he was mad with jealousy. There was nothing to be done with him but to give him his way." "Give him his way? Does that mean fight a duel with him?" "Don't be angry. It does." "And you kept my name out of it by pretending to quarrel at the card table?" "Yes. We managed it when the card room was emptying at supper time, and nobody was present but Major Mulvaney and another friend as witnesses." "And when did you fight the duel?" "The next morning." "You never thought of me, I suppose?" "Indeed I did. I was very glad that you had no suspicion of what we were at." "Was that all?" "No. I had your flower with me, the flower you gave me out of your nosegay at the ball." "Well?" "Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter." "It does matter. What did you do with my flower?" "I gave it a sly kiss while they were measuring the ground, and, don't tell anybody, I put it next to my heart to bring me luck." "Was that just before he shot at you?" "Yes." "How did he shoot?" "He walked, as the seconds had arranged it, 10 paces forward, and then he stopped, lifted his pistol—" "Don't tell me any more. Oh, to think of my being the miserable cause of such horrors! I'll never dance again as long as I live. Did you think he had killed you when the bullet wounded your poor neck?" "No, I hardly felt it at first." "Hardly felt it? How he talks! And when the wretch had done his best to kill you, and when it came to your turn, what did you do?" "Nothing." "What? You didn't walk your 10 paces forward?" "No." "And you never shot at him in return?" "No." "I had no quarrel with him, poor fellow. I just stood where I was, and fired in the air." Before he could stop her, Charlotte seized his hand and kissed it with a hysterical fervor of admiration, which completely deprived him of his presence of mind. Why shouldn't I kiss the hand of a hero? She cried, with tears of enthusiasm sparkling in her eyes. Nobody but a hero would have given that man his life. Nobody but a hero would have pardoned him, while the blood was streaming from the wound that he had inflicted. I respect you. I admire you. Oh, don't think me bold. I can't control myself when I hear of anything noble and good. You will understand me better when we get to be old friends, won't you? She spoke in low, sweet tones of entreaty. Percy's arms stole softly round her. Are we never to be nearer and dearer to each other than old friends? He asked in a whisper. I'm not a hero. Your goodness overrates me, dear Miss Charlotte. My one ambition is to be the happy man who is worthy enough to win you. At your own time. I wouldn't distress you. I wouldn't confuse you. I wouldn't for the whole world take advantage of the compliment which your sympathy has paid to me. If it offends you, I won't even ask if I may hope. She sighed as he said the last words, trembled a little and silently looked at him. Percy read his answer in her eyes. Without meaning it on either side, their heads drew nearer together, their cheeks, then their lips touched. She started back from him and rose to leave the conservatory. At the same moment, the sound of slowly approaching footsteps became audible on the gravel walk of the garden. Charlotte hurried to the door. My father, she exclaimed, turning to Percy. Come and be introduced to him. Percy followed her into the garden. Chapter 7. Politics. Judging by appearances, Mr. Bowmore looked like a man prematurely wasted and worn by the cares of a troubled life. His eyes presented the one feature in which his daughter resembled him. In shape and color, they were exactly reproduced in Charlotte. The difference was in the expression. The father's look was habitually restless, eager, and suspicious. Not a trace was to be seen in it of the truthfulness and gentleness which made the charm of the daughter's expression. A man whose bitter experience of the world had soured his temper and shaken his faith in his fellow creatures. Such was Mr. Bowmore as he presented himself on the surface. He received Percy politely, but with a preoccupied air. Every now and then his restless eyes wandered from the visitor to an open letter in his hand. Charlotte, observing him, pointed to the letter. Have you any bad news there, Papa? She asked. Dreadful news, Mr. Bowmore answered. Dreadful news, my child, to every Englishman who respects the liberties which his ancestors won. My correspondent is a man who is in the confidence of the ministers, he continued, addressing Percy. What do you think is the remedy that the government proposes for the universal distress among the population caused by an infamous and needless war? Despotism, Mr. Linwood, despotism in this free country is the remedy. In 1 week more, sir, ministers will bring in a bill for suspending the Habeas Corpus Act. Before Percy could do justice in words to the impression produced on him, Charlotte innocently asked a question which shocked her father. What is the Habeas Corpus Act, Papa? Good God! Cried Mr. Bowmore. Is it possible that a child of mine has grown up to womanhood in ignorance of the palladium of English liberty? Oh, Charlotte, Charlotte! I am very sorry, Papa. If you will only tell me, I will never forget it. Mr. Bowmore reverently uncovered his head, saluting an invisible Habeas Corpus Act. He took his daughter by the hand with a certain parental sternness. His voice trembled with emotion as he spoke his next words. The Habeas Corpus Act, my child, forbids the imprisonment of an English subject, unless that imprisonment can be first justified by law. Not even the will of the reigning monarch can prevent us from appearing before the judges of the land and summoning them to declare whether our committal to prison is legally just. He put on his hat again. Never forget what I have told you, Charlotte, he said solemnly. I would not remove my hat, sir, he continued, turning to Percy, in the presence of the proudest autocrat that ever sat on a throne. I uncover in homage to the grand law which asserts the sacredness of human liberty. When Parliament has sanctioned the infamous bill now before it, English patriots may be imprisoned, may even be hanged, on warrants privately obtained by the paid spies and informers of the men who rule us. Perhaps I weary you, sir. You are a young man. The conduct of the ministry may not interest you. On the contrary, said Percy, I have the strongest personal interest in the conduct of the ministry. How? In what way? Cried Mr. Bowmore eagerly. My late father had a claim on government, Percy answered, for money expended in foreign service. As his heir, I inherit the claim, which has been formally recognized by the present ministers. My petition for a settlement will be presented by friends of mine who can advocate my interests in the House of Commons. Mr. Bowmore took Percy's hand and shook it warmly. "In such a matter as this, you cannot have too many friends to help you," he said. "I myself have some influence, as representing opinion outside the house, and I am entirely at your service. Come tomorrow and let us talk over the details of your claim at my humble dinner table. Today I must attend a meeting of the Branch Hampden Club, of which I am vice president, and to which I am now about to communicate the alarming news which my letter contains. Excuse me for leaving you, and count on a hearty welcome when we see you tomorrow." The amiable patriot saluted his daughter with a smile and disappeared. "I hope you like my father," said Charlotte. "All our friends say he ought to be in Parliament. He has tried twice. The expenses were dreadful, and each time the other man defeated him. The agent says he would certainly be elected if he tried again, but there is no money, and we mustn't think of it." A man of a suspicious turn of mind might have discovered in those artless words the secret of Mr. Bowmore's interest in the success of his young friend's claim on the government. One British subject, with a sum of ready money at his command, may be an inestimably useful person to another British subject, without ready money, who cannot sit comfortably unless he sits in Parliament. But honest Percy Linwood was not a man of a suspicious turn of mind. He had just opened his lips to echo Charlotte's filial glorification of her father, when a shabbily dressed manservant met them with a message for which they were both alike unprepared. "Captain Burby has called, miss, to say good-bye, and my mistress requests your company in the parlour." Chapter 8. The Warning. Having delivered his little formula of words, the shabby servant cast a look of furtive curiosity at Percy, and withdrew. Charlotte turned to her lover, with indignation sparkling in her eyes and flushing on her cheeks at the bare idea of seeing Captain Burby again. "Does he think I will breathe the same air," she exclaimed, "with the man who attempted to take your life?" Percy gently remonstrated with her. "You're sadly mistaken," he said. "Captain Burby stood to receive my fire as fairly as I stood to receive his. When I discharged my pistol in the air, he was the first man who ran up to me and asked if I was seriously hurt. They told him my wound was a trifle, and he fell on his knees and thanked God for preserving my life from his guilty hand. 'I am no longer the rival who hates you,' he said. 'Give me time to try if change of scene will quiet my mind, and I will be your brother and her brother. Whatever his faults may be, Charlotte, Arthur Burby has a great heart. Go in, I entreat you, and be friends with him as I am.' Charlotte listened with downcast eyes and changing color. 'You believe him?' she asked in low and trembling tones. 'I believe him as I believe you,' Percy answered. She secretly resented the comparison and detested the captain more heartily than ever. 'I will go in and see him if you wish it,' she said, 'but not by myself. I want you to come with me.' 'Why?' Percy asked. 'I want to see what his face says when you and he meet.' 'Do you still doubt him, Charlotte?' She made no reply. Percy had done his best to convince her, and had evidently failed. They went together into the cottage. Fixing her eyes steadily on the captain's face, Charlotte saw it turn pale when Percy followed her into the parlour. The two men greeted one another cordially. Charlotte sat down by her mother, preserving her composure so far as appearances went. 'I hear you have called to bid us good-bye,' she said to Burby. 'Is it to be a long absence?' 'I have got 2 months' leave,' the captain answered, without looking at her while he spoke. 'Are you going abroad?' 'Yes, I think so.' She turned away to her mother. Burby seized the opportunity of speaking to Percy. 'I have a word of advice for your private ear.' At the same moment Charlotte whispered to her mother, 'Don't encourage him to prolong his visit.' The captain showed no intention to prolong his visit. To Charlotte's surprise, when he took leave of the ladies, Percy also rose to go. His carriage, he said, was waiting at the door, and he had offered to take Captain Burby back to London. Charlotte instantly suspected an arrangement between the two men for a confidential interview. Her obstinate distrust of Burby strengthened tenfold. She reluctantly gave him her hand as he parted from her at the parlour door. The effort of concealing her true feeling toward him gave a color and vivacity to her face which made her irresistibly beautiful. Burby looked at the woman whom he had lost with an immeasurable sadness in his eyes. 'When we meet again,' he said, 'you will see me in a new character.' He hurried out of the gate as if he feared to trust himself for a moment longer in her presence. Charlotte followed Percy into the passage. 'I shall be here tomorrow, dearest,' he said, and tried to raise her hand to his lips. She abruptly drew it away. 'Not that hand,' she answered. 'Captain Burby has just touched it. Kiss the other. Do you still doubt the captain?' said Percy, amused by her petulance. She put her arm over his shoulder and touched the plaster on his neck gently with her finger. "There's one thing I don't doubt," she said. "The captain did that." Percy left her, laughing. At the front gate of the cottage he found Arthur Bervie in conversation with the same shabbily dressed manservant who had announced the captain's visit to Charlotte. "What has become of the other servant?" Bervie asked. "I mean the old man who has been with Mr. Bowmore for so many years." "He's left his situation, sir." "Why?" "As I understand, sir, he spoke disrespectfully to the master." "Oh, and how came the master to hear of you?" "I advertised, and Mr. Bowmore answered my advertisement." Bervie looked hard at the man for a moment, and then joined Percy at the carriage door. The two gentlemen started for London. "What do you think of Mr. Bowmore's new servant?" asked the captain as they drove away from the cottage. "I don't like the look of the fellow." "I didn't particularly notice him," Percy answered. There was a pause. When the conversation was resumed, it turned on commonplace subjects. The captain looked uneasily out of the carriage window. Percy looked uneasily at the captain. They had left Dartford about 2 miles behind them, when Percy noticed an old gabled house, sheltered by magnificent trees, and standing on an eminence well removed from the high road. Carriages and saddle horses were visible on the drive in front, and a flag was hoisted on a staff placed in the middle of the lawn. "Something seems to be going on there," Percy remarked. "A fine old house. Who does it belong to?" Bervie smiled. "It belongs to my father," he said. "He is chairman of the bench of local magistrates, and he receives his brother justices today to celebrate the opening of the sessions." He stopped and looked at Percy with some embarrassment. "I'm afraid I've surprised and disappointed you," he resumed, abruptly changing the subject. "I told you when we met just now at Mr. Bowmore's cottage that I had something to say to you, and I have not yet said it. The truth is, I don't feel sure whether I have been long enough your friend to take the liberty of advising you." "Whatever your advice is," Percy answered, "trust me to take it kindly on my side." Thus encouraged, the captain spoke out. "You will probably pass much of your time at the cottage," he began, "and you will be thrown a great deal into Mr. Bowmore's society. I have known him for many years. Speaking from that knowledge, I most seriously warn you against him as a thoroughly unprincipled and thoroughly dangerous man." This was strong language, and naturally enough Percy said so. The captain justified his language. "Without alluding to Mr. Bowmore's politics," he went on, "I can tell you that the motive of everything he says and does is vanity. To the gratification of that one passion he would sacrifice you or me, his wife or his daughter, without hesitation and without remorse. His one desire is to get into Parliament. You are wealthy, and you can help him. He will leave no effort untried to reach that end, and if he gets you into political difficulties, he will desert you without scruple." Percy made a last effort to take Mr. Bowmore's part, for the one irresistible reason that he was Charlotte's father. "Pray don't think I am unworthy of your kind interest in my welfare," he pleaded. "Can you tell me of any facts which justify what you have just said?" "I can tell you of 3 facts," Bervie said. "Mr. Bowmore belongs to one of the most revolutionary clubs in England. He has spoken in the ranks of sedition at public meetings, and his name is already in the Black Book at the Home Office. So much for the past. As to the future, if the rumor be true that ministers mean to stop the insurrectionary risings among the population by suspending the Habeas Corpus Act, Mr. Bowmore will certainly be in danger, and it may be my father's duty to grant the warrant that apprehends him. Write to my father to verify what I have said, and I will forward your letter by way of satisfying him that he can trust you. In the meantime, refuse to accept Mr. Bowmore's assistance in the matter of your claim on Parliament, and above all things, stop him at the outset, when he tries to steal his way into your intimacy. I need not caution you to say nothing against him to his wife and daughter. His wily tongue has long since deluded them. Don't let him delude you. Have you thought any more of our evening at Dr. Lagarde's?" he asked, abruptly changing the subject. "I hardly know," said Percy, still under the impression of the formidable warning which he had just received. "Let me jog your memory," the other continued. "You went on with the consultation by yourself after I had left the doctor's house. It will be really doing me a favor if you can call to mind what Lagarde saw in the trance, in my absence." Thus entreated, Percy roused himself. His memory of events were still fresh enough to answer the call that his friend had made on it. In describing what had happened, he accurately repeated all that the doctor had said. Bervie dwelt on the words with alarm in his face, as well as surprise. A man like me, trying to persuade a woman like— He checked himself, as if he was afraid to let Charlotte's name pass his lips. "Trying to induce a woman to go away with me," he resumed, "and persuading her at last? Pray go on." "What did the doctor see next?" "He was too much exhausted," he said, "to see any more." "Surely you returned to consult him again?" "No, I'd had enough of it." "When we get to London," said the captain, "we shall pass along the Strand on the way to your chambers. Will you kindly drop me at the turning that leads to the doctor's lodgings?" Percy looked at him in amazement. "You still take it seriously?" he said. "Is it not serious?" Bervie asked. "Have you and I so far not done exactly what this man saw us doing? Did we not meet in the days when we were rivals, as he saw us meet with the pistols in our hands? Did you not recognize his description of the lady when you met her at the ball, as I recognized it before you?" "Mere coincidences," Percy answered, quoting Charlotte's opinion when they had spoken together of Dr. Lagarde, but taking care not to cite his authority. "How many thousand men have been crossed in love? How many thousand men have fought duels for love? How many thousand women choose blue for their favorite color, and answer to the vague description of the lady whom the doctor pretended to see?" "Say that it is so," Bervie rejoined. "The thing is remarkable even from your point of view. And if more coincidences follow, the result will be more remarkable still." Arrived at the Strand, Percy set the captain down at the turning which led to the doctor's lodgings. "You will call on me or write me a word if anything remarkable happens?" he said. "You shall hear from me without fail," Bervie replied. That night the captain's pen performed the captain's promise, in few and startling words. "Melancholy news. Madame Lagarde is dead. Nothing is known of her son but that he has left England. I have found out that he is a political exile. If he has ventured back to France, it is barely possible that I may hear something of him. I have friends at the English embassy in Paris who will help me to make inquiries, and I start for the Continent in a day or two. Write to me while I am away, to the care of my father at the Manor House near Dartford. He will always know my address abroad and will forward your letters. For your own sake, remember the warning I gave you this afternoon. Your faithful friend, A.B. End of section 20. Section 21 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Section 21, Chapter 9, Official Secrets. There was a more serious reason than Bervie was aware of at the time for the warning which he had thought it his duty to address to Percy Linwood. The new footman who had entered Mr. Bowmore's service was a spy. Well practiced in the infamous vocation that he followed, the wretch had been chosen by the Department of Secret Service at the Home Office to watch the proceedings of Mr. Bowmore and his friends, and to report the result to his superiors. It may not be amiss to add that the employment of paid spies and informers by the English government of that time was openly acknowledged in the House of Lords, and was defended as a necessary measure in the speeches of Lord Redesdale and Lord Liverpool. Footnote. Readers who may desire to test the author's authority for this statement are referred to the Annual Register for 1817, chapters 1 and 3, and, further on, to page 66 in the same volume. End of footnote. The reports furnished by the Home Office spy under these circumstances begin with the month of March, and take the form of a series of notes introduced as follows. Mr. Secretary, since I entered Mr. Bowmore's service, I have the honor to inform you that my eyes and ears have been kept in a state of active observation, and I can further certify that my means of making myself useful in the future to my honorable employers are in no respect diminished. Not the slightest suspicion of my true character is felt by any person in the house. First note. The young gentleman now on a visit to Mr. Bowmore is, as you have been correctly informed, Mr. Percy Linwood. Although he is engaged to be married to Miss Bowmore, he is not discreet enough to conceal a certain want of friendly feeling on his part toward her father. The young lady has noticed this, and has resented it. She accuses her lover of having allowed himself to be prejudiced against Mr. Bowmore by some slanderous person unknown. Mr. Percy's clumsy defense of himself led, in my hearing, to a quarrel. Nothing but his prompt submission prevented the marriage engagement from being broken off. "If you showed a want of confidence in me," I heard Miss Charlotte say, "I might forgive it. But when you show a want of confidence in a man so noble as my father, I have no mercy on you." After such an expression of filial sentiment as this, Mr. Percy wisely took the readiest way of appealing to the lady's indulgence. The young man has a demand on Parliament for moneys due to his father's estate, and he pleased and flattered Miss Charlotte by asking Mr. Beaumont to advise him as to the best means of asserting his claim. By way of advancing his political interests, Mr. Beaumont introduced him to the local Hampton Club, and Miss Charlotte rewarded him with a generosity which must not be passed over in silence. Her lover was permitted to put an engagement ring on her finger, and to kiss her afterward to his heart's content. Second note. Mr. Percy has paid more visits to the Republican Club, and Justice Bervie, father of the captain, has heard of it and has written to his son. The result that might have been expected has followed. Captain Bervie announces his return to England to exert his influence for political good against the influence of Mr. Beaumont for political evil. In the meantime, Mr. Percy's claim has been brought before the House of Commons, and has been adjourned for further consideration in 6 months' time. Both the gentlemen are indignant, especially Mr. Beaumont. He has called a meeting of the club to consider his young friend's wrongs, and has proposed the election of Mr. Percy as a member of that revolutionary society. Third note. Mr. Percy has been elected. Captain Bervie has tried to awaken his mind to a sense of the danger that threatens him if he persists in associating with his Republican friends, and has utterly failed. Mr. Beaumont and Mr. Percy have made speeches at the club intended to force the latter gentleman's claim on the immediate attention of government. Mr. Beaumont's flow of frothy eloquence has its influence, as you know from our shorthand writer's previous reports, on thousands of ignorant people. As it seems to me, the reasons for at once putting this man in prison are beyond dispute. Whether it is desirable to include Mr. Percy in the order of arrest, I must not venture to decide. Let me only hint that his seditious speech rivals the more elaborate efforts of Mr. Beaumont himself. So much for the present. I may now respectfully direct your attention to the future. On the 2nd of April next, the club assembles a public meeting in aid of British liberty in a field near Dartford. Mr. Beaumont is to preside, and is to be escorted afterward to Westminster Hall on his way to plead Mr. Percy's cause, in his own person, before the House of Commons. He is quite serious in declaring that the minions of government dare not touch a hair of his head. Miss Charlotte agrees with her father, and Mr. Percy agrees with Miss Charlotte. Such is the state of affairs at the house in which I am acting the part of domestic servant. I enclose shorthand reports of the speeches recently delivered at the Hampton Club, and have the honor of waiting for further orders. Fourth note. Your commands have reached me by this morning's post. I immediately waited on Justice Bervie, in plain clothes of course, and gave him your official letter instructing me to arrest Mr. Beaumont and Mr. Percy Linwood. The venerable magistrate hesitated. He quite understood the necessity for keeping the arrest a strict secret in the interests of government. The only reluctance he felt in granting the warrant related to his son's intimate friend. But for the peremptory tone of your letter, I really believe he would have asked you to give Mr. Percy time for consideration. Not being rash enough to proceed to such an extreme as this, he slyly consulted the young man's interests by declining, on formal grounds, to date the warrant earlier than the 2nd of April. Please note that my visit to him was paid at noon on the 31st of March. If the object of this delay, to which I was obliged to submit, is to offer a chance of escape to Mr. Percy, the same chance necessarily includes Mr. Beaumont, whose name is also in the warrant. Trust me to keep a watchful eye on both these gentlemen, especially on Mr. Beaumont. He is the most dangerous man of the two, and the most likely, if he feels any suspicions, to slip through the fingers of the law. I have also tried to report that I discovered 3 persons in the hall of Justice Bervie's house as I went out. One of them was his son, the captain, one was his daughter, Miss Bervie, and the third was that smooth-tongued old soldier, Major Mulvaney. If the escape of Mr. Beaumont and Mr. Linwood is in contemplation, mark my words, the persons whom I have just mentioned will be concerned in it, and perhaps Miss Charlotte herself as well. At present she is entirely unsuspicious of any misfortune hanging over her head, her attention being absorbed in the preparation of her bridal finery. As an admirer of the fair sex, I must own that it seems hard on the girl to have her lover clapped into prison before the wedding day. I will bring you word of the arrest myself. There will be plenty of time to catch the afternoon coach to London. Here, unless something happens which it is impossible to foresee, my report may come to an end. Chapter 10. The Elopement. On the evening of the 1st of April, Mrs. Beaumore was left alone with the servants. Mr. Beaumore and Percy had gone out together to attend a special meeting of the club. Shortly afterward, Miss Charlotte had left the cottage under very extraordinary circumstances. A few minutes only after the departure of her father and Percy, she received a letter, which appeared to cause her the most violent agitation. She said to Mrs. Beaumore, "Mamma, I must see Captain Bervy for a few minutes in private on a matter of serious importance to all of us. He is waiting at the front gate, and he will come in if I show myself at the hall door." Upon this, Mrs. Beaumore had asked for an explanation. "There is no time for explanation," was the only answer she received. "I ask you to leave me for 5 minutes alone with the captain." Mrs. Beaumore still hesitated. Charlotte snatched up her garden hat and declared wildly that she would go out to Captain Bervy if she was not permitted to receive him at home. In the face of this declaration, Mrs. Beaumore yielded and left the room. In a minute more the captain made his appearance. Although she had given way, Mrs. Beaumore was not disposed to trust her daughter without supervision in the society of a man whom Charlotte herself had reviled as a slanderer and a false friend. She took up her position in the veranda outside the parlor, at a safe distance from one of the 2 windows of the room, which had been left partially open to admit the fresh air. Here she waited and listened. The conversation was for some time carried on in whispers. As they became more and more excited, both Charlotte and Bervy ended in unconsciously raising their voices. "I swear it to you on my faith as a Christian," Mrs. Beaumore heard the captain say. "I declare before God who hears me that I am speaking the truth." And Charlotte answered with a burst of tears, "I can't believe you. I daren't believe you. Oh, how can you ask me to do such a thing? Let me go, let me go." Alarmed at these words, Mrs. Beaumore advanced to the window and looked in. Bervy had put her daughter's arm on his arm, and was trying to induce her to leave the parlor with him. She resisted, and implored him to release her. He dropped her arm and whispered in her ear. She looked at him, and instantly made up her mind. "Let me tell my mother where I'm going," she said, "and I will consent." "Be it so," he answered. "And remember one thing, every minute is precious. The fewest words are the best." Mrs. Beaumore re-entered the cottage by the adjoining room, and met them in the passage. In few words Charlotte spoke. "I must go at once to Justice Bervy's house. Don't be afraid, mamma. I know what I am about, and I know I am right." "Going to Justice Bervy's!" cried Mrs. Beaumore in the utmost extremity of astonishment. "What will your father say? What will Percy think when they come back from the club?" "My sister's carriage is waiting for me close by," Bervy answered. "It is entirely at Miss Beaumore's disposal. She can easily get back, if she wishes to keep her visit a secret, before Mr. Beaumore and Mr. Linwood return." He led her to the door as he spoke. She ran back and kissed her mother tenderly. Mrs. Beaumore called to them to wait. "I daren't let you go," she said to her daughter, "without your father's leave." Charlotte seemed not to hear. The captain seemed not to hear. They ran across the front garden and through the gate, and were out of sight in less than a minute. More than 2 hours passed. The sun sank below the horizon, and still there were no signs of Charlotte's return. Feeling seriously uneasy, Mrs. Beaumore crossed the room to ring the bell and send the manservant to Justice Bervy's house to hasten her daughter's return. As she approached the fireplace, she was startled by a sound of stealthy footsteps in the hall, followed by a loud noise as of some heavy object that had dropped on the floor. She rang the bell violently, and opened the door of the parlor. At the same moment the spy footman passed her, running out, apparently in pursuit of somebody, at the top of his speed. She followed him, as rapidly as she could, across the little front garden to the gate. Arrived in the road, she was in time to see him vault upon the luggage board at the back of a post-chaise before the cottage, just as the postilion started the horses on their way to London. The spy saw Mrs. Beaumore looking at him, and pointed, with an insolent nod of his head, first to the inside of the vehicle, and then over it to the high road, signing to her that he designed to accompany the person in the post-chaise to the end of the journey. Turning to go back, Mrs. Beaumore saw her own bewilderment reflected in the faces of the 2 female servants who had followed her out. "Who can the footman be after, ma'am?" asked the cook. "Do you think it's a thief?" The housemaid pointed to the post-chaise, barely visible in the distance. "Simpleton," she said. "Do thieves travel in that way? I wish my master had come back," she proceeded, speaking to herself. "I'm afraid there's something wrong." Mrs. Beaumont, returning through the garden gate, instantly stopped and looked at the woman. "What makes you mention your master's name, Amelia, when you fear that something is wrong?" she asked. Amelia changed color and looked confused. "I am loath to alarm you, ma'am," she said, "and I can't rightly see what is my duty to do." Mrs. Beaumont's heart sank within her under the cruelest of all terrors, the terror of something unknown. "Don't keep me in suspense," she said faintly. "Whatever it is, let me know it." She led the way back to the parlor. The housemaid followed her. The cook, declining to be left alone, followed the housemaid. "It was something I heard early this afternoon, ma'am," Amelia began. "Cook happened to be busy." The cook interposed. She had not forgiven the housemaid for calling her a simpleton. "No, Amelia, if you must bring me into it. Not busy. Uneasy in my mind on the subject of the soup." "I don't know that your mind makes much difference," Amelia resumed. "What it comes to is this. It was I and not you who went into the kitchen garden for the vegetables." "Not by my wish, heaven knows," persisted the cook. "Leave the room," said Mrs. Beaumont. Even her patience had given way at last. The cook looked as if she declined to believe her own ears. Mrs. Beaumont pointed to the door. The cook said, "Oh?" accenting it as a question. Mrs. Beaumont's fingers still pointed. The cook, in solemn silence, yielded to circumstances and banged the door. "I was getting the vegetables, ma'am," Amelia proceeded, "when I heard voices on the other side of the paling. The wood is so old that one can see through the cracks easy enough. I saw my master and Mr. Linwood and Captain Burvey. The captain seemed to have stopped the other 2 on the pathway that leads to the field. He stood, as it might be, between them and the back way to the house, and he spoke severely, that he did." "What did Captain Burvey say?" "He said these words, ma'am. 'For the last time, Mr. Beaumont,' says he, 'will you understand that you are in danger and that Mr. Linwood is in danger unless you both leave this neighborhood tonight?' My master made light of it. 'For the last time,' says he, 'will you refer us to a proof of what you say and allow us to judge for ourselves?' 'I've told you already,' says the captain. 'I am bound by my duty toward another person to keep what I know a secret.' 'Very well,' says my master. 'I am bound by my duty to my country, and I tell you this,' says he in his high and mighty way, 'neither government nor the spies of government dare touch a hair of my head. They know it, sir, for the head of the people's friend.'" "That's quite true," said Mrs. Beaumont, still believing in her husband as firmly as ever. Amelia went on. "Captain Burvey didn't seem to think so," she said. "He lost his temper. 'What stuff!' says he. 'There's a government spy in your house at this moment, disguised as your footman.' My master looked at Mr. Linwood and burst out laughing. 'You won't beat that, Captain,' says he, 'if you talk till doomsday.' He turned about without a word more and went home. The captain caught Mr. Linwood by the arm as soon as they were alone. 'For God's sake,' says he, 'don't follow that madman's example.'" Mrs. Beaumont was shocked. "Did he really call my husband a madman?" she asked. "He did indeed, ma'am, and he was earnest about it, too. 'If you value your liberty,' he says to Mr. Linwood, 'if you hope to become Charlotte's husband, consult your own safety. I can give you a passport. Escape to France and wait till this trouble is over.' Mr. Linwood was not in the best of tempers. Mr. Linwood shook him off. 'Charlotte's father will soon be my father,' says he. 'Do you think I will desert him? My friends at the club have taken up my claim. Do you think I will forsake them at the meeting tomorrow? You ask me to be unworthy of Charlotte and unworthy of my friends. You insult me if you say more.' He whipped round on his heel and followed my master. And what did the captain do? Lifted up his hands, ma'am, to the heavens, and looked. I declare it turned my blood to see him. If there's truth in mortal man, it's my firm belief—" What the housemaid's belief was remained unexpressed. Before she could get to her next word, a shriek of horror from the hall announced that the cook's powers of interruption were not exhausted yet. Mistress and servant both hurried out in terror of they knew not what. There stood the cook, alone in the hall, confronting the stand on which the overcoats and hats of the men of the family were placed. "Where's the master's travelling coat?" cried the cook, staring wildly at an unoccupied peg. "And where's his cap to match? Oh, Lord, he's off in the post-chaise, and the footman's after him." Simpleton as she was, the woman had blundered on a very serious discovery. Coat and cap, both made after a foreign pattern, and both strikingly remarkable in form and color to English eyes, had unquestionably disappeared. It was equally certain that they were well known to the footman, whom the captain had declared to be a spy, as the coat and cap which his master used in travelling. Had Mr. Bowmore discovered since the afternoon that he was really in danger? Had the necessities of instant flight only allowed him time enough to snatch his coat and cap out of the hall? And had the treacherous manservant seen him as he was making his escape to the post-chaise? The cook's conclusions answered all these questions in the affirmative, and if Captain Burvy's words of warning had been correctly reported, the cook's conclusion for once was not to be despised. Under this last trial of her fortitude, Mrs. Bowmore's feeble reserves of endurance completely gave way. The poor lady turned faint and giddy. Amelia placed her on a chair in the hall and told the cook to open the front door and let in the fresh air. The cook obeyed, and instantly broke out with a second terrific scream, announcing nothing less this time than the appearance of Mr. Bowmore himself, alive and hearty, returning with Percy from the meeting at the club. The inevitable inquiries and explanations followed. Fully assured, as he had declared himself to be, of the sanctity of his person, politically speaking, Mr. Bowmore turned pale, nevertheless, when he looked at the unoccupied peg on his clothes-stand. Had some man unknown personated him, and had a post-chaise been hired to lead an impending pursuit of him in the wrong direction? What did it mean? Who was the friend to whose services he was indebted? As for the proceedings of the manservant, but one interpretation could now be placed on them. They distinctly justified what Captain Burvey had said of him. Mr. Bowmore thought of the captain's other assertion relating to the urgent necessity for making his escape, and looked at Percy in silent dismay, and turned paler than ever. Percy's thoughts, diverted for the moment only from the lady of his love, returned to her with renewed fidelity. "Let us hear what Charlotte thinks of it," he said. "Where is she?" It was impossible to answer this question plainly and in a few words. Terrified at the effect which her attempt at explanation produced on Percy, helplessly ignorant when she was called upon to account for her daughter's absence, Mrs. Bowmore could only shed tears and express a devout trust in Providence. Her husband looked at the new misfortune from a political point of view. He sat down and slapped his forehead theatrically with the palm of his hand. "Thus far," said the patriot, "my political assailants have only struck at me through the newspapers. Now they strike at me through my child." Percy made no speeches. There was a look in his eyes which boded ill for Captain Burvey if the two met. "I am going to fetch her," was all he said, "as fast as a horse can carry me." He hired his horse at an inn in the town, and set forth for Justice Burvey's house at a gallop. During Percy's absence, Mr. Bowmore secured the front and back entrances to the cottage with his own hands. These first precautions taken, he ascended to his room and packed his travelling bag. "Necessaries for my use in prison," he remarked. "The bloodhounds of government are after me." "Are they after Percy too?" his wife ventured to ask. Mr. Bowmore looked up impatiently and cried, "Pooh!" as if Percy was of no consequence. Mrs. Bowmore thought otherwise. The good woman privately packed a bag for Percy in the sanctuary of her own room. For an hour, and more than an hour, no event of any sort occurred. Mr. Bowmore stalked up and down the parlor, meditating. At intervals, ideas of flight presented themselves attractively to his mind. At intervals, ideas of the speech that he had prepared for the public meeting on the next day took their place. "If I fly tonight," he wisely observed, "what will become of my speech? I will not fly tonight. The people shall hear me." He sat down and crossed his arms fiercely. As he looked at his wife to see what effect he had produced on her, the sound of heavy carriage wheels and the trampling of horses penetrated to the parlor from the garden gate. Mr. Bowmore started to his feet, with every appearance of having suddenly altered his mind on the question of flight. Just as he reached the hall, Percy's voice was heard at the front door. "Let me in! Instantly! Instantly!" Mrs. Bowmore drew back the bolts before the servants could help her. "Where's Charlotte?" she cried, seeing Percy alone on the doorstep. "Gone," Percy answered furiously. "Eloped to Paris with Captain Burvey. Read her own confession. They were just sending the messenger with it when I reached the house." He handed a note to Mrs. Bowmore and turned aside to speak to her husband while she read it. Charlotte wrote to her mother very briefly, promising to explain everything on her return. In the meantime she had left home under careful protection. She had a lady for her companion on the journey, and she would write again from Paris. So the letter, evidently written in great haste, began and ended. Percy took Mr. Beaumont to the window and pointed to a carriage and 4 horses waiting at the garden gate. "Do you come with me and back me with your authority as her father?" he asked sternly, "or do you leave me to go alone?" Mr. Beaumont was famous among his admirers for his happy replies, and he made one now. "I am not Brutus," he said. "I am only Beaumont. My daughter before everything. Fetch my travelling bag." While the travellers' bags were being placed in the chaise, Mr. Beaumont was struck by an idea. He produced from his coat pocket a roll of many papers thickly covered with writing. On the blank leaf in which they were tied up he wrote in the largest letters, "Frightful domestic calamity. Vice-President Beaumont obliged to leave England. Welfare of a beloved daughter. His speech will be read at the meeting by Secretary Joskin of the club." Private to Joskin. Have these lines printed and posted everywhere. And when you read my speech, for God's sake, don't drop your voice at the ends of the sentences. He threw down the pen and embraced Mrs. Beaumont in the most summary manner. The poor woman was ordered to send the roll of paper to the club, without a word to comfort and sustain her from her husband's lips. Percy spoke to her hopefully and kindly as he kissed her cheek at parting. On the next morning, a letter addressed to Mrs. Beaumont was delivered at the cottage by private messenger. Opening the letter, she recognized the handwriting of her husband's old friend and her old friend, Major Mulvaney. In breathless amazement she read these lines. "Dear Mrs. Beaumont, in matters of importance the golden rule is never to waste words. I have performed one of the great actions of my life. I have saved your husband. How I discovered that my friend was in danger I must not tell you at present. Let it be enough if I say that I have been a guest under Justice Burvey's hospitable roof, and that I know of a Home Office spy who has taken you unawares under pretense of being your footman. If I had not circumvented him, the scoundrel would have imprisoned your husband and another dear friend of mine. This is how I did it. I must begin by appealing to your memory. Do you happen to remember that your husband and I are as near as may be of about the same height? Very good, so far. Did you, in the next place, miss Beaumont's travelling coat and cap from their customary peg? I am the thief, dearest lady. I put them on my own humble self. Did you hear a sudden noise in the hall? Oh, forgive me, I made the noise. And it did just what I wanted of it. It brought the spy up from the kitchen, suspecting that something might be wrong. What did the wretch see when he got into the hall? His master, in travelling costume, running out. What did he find when he reached the garden? His master escaping in a post-chaise on the road to London. What did he do, the born blackguard that he was? Jumped up behind the chaise to make sure of his prisoner. It was dark when we got to London. In a hop, skip, and jump I was out of the carriage, and in at my own door before he could look me in the face. The date of the warrant, you must know, obliged him to wait till the morning. All that night he and the Bow Street runners kept watch. They came in with the sunrise, and who did they find? Major Mulvaney, snug in his bed and as innocent as the babe unborn. Oh, they did their duty, searched the place from the kitchen to the garrets, and gave it up. There's but one thing I regret. I let the spy off without a good thrashing. No matter, I'll do it yet one of these days. Let me know the first good news of our darling fugitives, and I shall be more than rewarded for what little I have done. Your always devoted, Terence Mulvaney. Chapter 11. Pursuit and Discovery. Feeling himself hurried away on the road to Dover as fast as 4 horses could carry him, Mr. Beaumont had leisure to criticize Percy's conduct from his own purely selfish point of view. "If you had listened to my advice," he said, "you would have treated that man Burvey like the hypocrite and villain that he is. But no, you trusted to your own crude impressions. Having given him your hand after the duel, I would have given him the contents of my pistol. You hesitated to withdraw it again, when that slanderer appealed to your friendship not to cast him off. Now you see the consequence. Wait till we get to Paris." All the ingenuity of Percy's travelling companion failed to extract from him any other answer than that. Foiled so far, Mr. Beaumont began to start difficulties next. Had they money enough for the journey? Percy touched his pocket and answered shortly, "Plenty." Had they passports? Percy sullenly showed a letter. "There is the necessary voucher from a magistrate," he said. "The consul at Dover will give us our passports. Mind this," he added in warning tones. "I have pledged my word of honor to Justice Bervie that we have no political object in view in traveling to France. Keep your politics to yourself on the other side of the Channel." Mr. Bowmore listened in blank amazement. Charlotte's lover was appearing in a new character, the character of a man who had lost his respect for Charlotte's father. It was useless to talk to him. He deliberately checked any further attempts at conversation by leaning back in the carriage and closing his eyes. The truth is, Mr. Bowmore's own language and conduct were insensibly producing the salutary impression on Percy's mind which Bervie had vainly tried to convey, under the disadvantage of having Charlotte's influence against him. Throughout the journey, Percy did exactly what Bervie had once entreated him to do. He kept Mr. Bowmore at a distance. At every stage they inquired after the fugitives. At every stage they were answered by a more or less intelligible description of Bervie and Charlotte, and of the lady who accompanied them. No disguise had been attempted, no person had in any case been bribed to conceal the truth. When the first tumult of his emotions had in some degree subsided, this strange circumstance associated itself in Percy's mind with the equally unaccountable conduct of Justice Bervie on his arrival at the manor house. The old gentleman met his visitor in the hall, without expressing, and apparently without feeling, any indignation at his son's conduct. It was even useless to appeal to him for information. He only said, "I am not in Arthur's confidence. He is of age, and my daughter, who has volunteered to accompany him, is of age. I have no claim to control them. I believe they have taken Miss Bowmore to Paris, and that is all I know about it." He had shown the same dense insensibility in giving his official voucher for the passports. Percy had only to satisfy him on the question of politics, and the document was drawn out as a matter of course. Such had been the father's behavior, and the conduct of the son now exhibited the same shameless composure. To what conclusion did this discovery point? Percy abandoned the attempt to answer that question in despair. They reached Dover toward 2 o'clock in the morning. At the pierhead they found a coast-guardsman on duty, and received more information. In 1817 the communication with France was still by sailing vessels. Arriving long after the departure of the regular packet, Bervie had hired a lugger, and had sailed with the two ladies for Calais, having a fresh breeze in his favor. Percy's first angry impulse was to follow him instantly. The next moment he remembered the insurmountable obstacle of the passports. The consul would certainly not grant those essentially necessary documents at 2 in the morning. The only alternative was to wait for the regular packet, which sailed some hours later, between 8 and 9 o'clock in the forenoon. In this case they might apply for their passports before the regular office hours, if they explained the circumstances, backed by the authority of the magistrate's letter. Mr. Bowmore followed Percy to the nearest inn that was open, sublimely indifferent to the delays and difficulties of the journey. He ordered refreshments with the air of a man who was performing a melancholy duty to himself in the name of humanity. "When I think of my speech," he said at supper, "my heart bleeds for the people. In a few hours more they will assemble in their thousands, eager to hear me, and what will they see? Joskin in my place. Joskin with a manuscript in his hand. Joskin who drops his voice at the ends of his sentences. I will never forgive Charlotte. Waiter, another glass of brandy and water." After an unusually quick passage across the Channel, the travelers landed on the French coast, before the defeated spy had returned from London to Dartford by stagecoach. Continuing their journey by post as far as Amiens, they reached that city in time to take their places by the diligence to Paris. Arrived in Paris, they encountered another incomprehensible proceeding on the part of Captain Bervie. Among the persons assembled in the yard to see the arrival of the diligence was a man with a morsel of paper in his hand, evidently on the lookout for some person whom he expected to discover among the travelers. After consulting his bit of paper, he looked with steady attention at Percy and Mr. Bowmore, and suddenly approached them. "If you wish to see the captain," he said in broken English, "you will find him at that hotel." He handed a printed card to Percy and disappeared among the crowd before it was possible to question him. Even Mr. Bowmore gave way to human weakness, and condescended to feel astonished in the face of such an event as this. "What next?" he exclaimed. "Wait till we get to the hotel," said Percy. In half an hour more the landlord had received them, and the waiter had led them to the right door. Percy pushed the man aside and burst into the room. Captain Bervie was alone, reading a newspaper. Before the first furious words had escaped Percy's lips, Bertha silenced him by pointing to a closed door on the right of the fireplace. "She is in that room," he said. "Speak quietly, or you may frighten her. I know what you are going to say," he added as Percy stepped nearer to him. "Will you hear me in my own defense, and then decide whether I am the greatest scoundrel living or the best friend you ever had?" He put the question kindly, with something that was at once grave and tender in his look and manner. The extraordinary composure with which he acted and spoke had its tranquilizing influence over Percy. He felt himself surprised into giving Bertha a hearing. "I will tell you first what I have done," the captain proceeded, "and next why I did it. I have taken it on myself, Mr. Linwood, to make an alteration in your wedding arrangements. Instead of being married at Dartford Church, you will be married, if you see no objection, at the chapel of the embassy in Paris, by my old college friend the chaplain." This was too much for Percy's self-control. "Your audacity is beyond belief," he broke out. "And beyond endurance," Mr. Beaumont added. "Understand this, sir. Whatever your defense may be, I object under any circumstances to be made the victim of a trick." "You're the victim of your own obstinate refusal to profit by a plain warning," Bertha rejoined. "At the 11th hour I entreated you, and I entreated Mr. Linwood, to provide for your own safety, and I spoke in vain." Percy's patience gave way once more. "To use your own language," he said, "I have still to decide whether you have behaved toward me like a scoundrel or a friend. You have said nothing to justify yourself yet." "Very well put," Mr. Beaumont chimed in. "Come to the point, sir. My daughter's reputation is in question." "Miss Beaumont's reputation is not in question for a single instant," Bertha answered. "My sister has been the companion of her journey from first to last." "Journey!" Mr. Beaumont repeated indignantly. "I want to know, sir, what the journey means. As an outraged father, I ask one plain question. Why did you run away with my daughter?" Bertha took a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Percy with a smile. It was a copy of the warrant which Justice Bertha's duty had compelled him to issue for the arrest of Orlando Beaumont and Percy Linwood. There was no danger in divulging the secret now. British warrants were waste paper in France in those days. "I ran away with the bride," Bertha said coolly, "in the certain knowledge that you and Mr. Beaumont would run after me. If I had not forced you both to follow me out of England on the 1st of April, you would have been made state prisoners on the 2nd. What do you say to my conduct now?" "Wait, Percy, before you answer him," Mr. Beaumont interposed. "He is ready enough at excusing himself, but observe, he hasn't a word to say in justification of my daughter's readiness to run away with him." "Have you quite done?" Bertha asked as quietly as ever. Mr. Beaumont reserved the right of all others which he most prized, the right of using his tongue. "For the present," he answered in his loftiest manner, "I have done." Bertha proceeded. "Your daughter consented to run away with me, because I took her to my father's house, and prevailed upon him to trust her with the secret of the coming arrests. She had no choice left but to let her obstinate father and her misguided lover go to prison, or to take her place with my sister and me in the traveling carriage." He appealed once more to Percy. "My friend, you remember the day when you spared my life. Have I remembered it too?" For once there was an Englishman who was not contented to express the noblest emotions that humanity can feel by the commonplace ceremony of shaking hands. Percy's heart overflowed. In an outburst of unutterable gratitude he threw himself on Bertha's breast. As brothers the two men embraced. As brothers they loved and trusted one another from that day forth. The door on the right was softly opened from within. A charming face, the dark eyes bright with happy tears, the rosy lips just opening into a smile, peeped into the room. A low, sweet voice with an undernote of trembling in it made this modest protest in the form of an inquiry. "When you have quite done, Percy, with our good friend, perhaps you will have something to say to me? Last words." The persons immediately interested in the marriage of Percy and Charlotte were the only persons present at the ceremony. At the little breakfast afterward in the French hotel, Mr. Beaumont insisted on making a speech to a select audience of 6, namely, the bride and bridegroom, the bridesmaid, the chaplain, the captain, and Mrs. Beaumont. But what does a small audience matter? The English frenzy for making speeches is not to be cooled by such a trifle as that. At the end of the world the expiring forces of nature will hear a dreadful voice, the voice of the last Englishman delivering the last speech. Percy wisely made his honeymoon a long one. He determined to be quite sure of his superior influence over his wife before he trusted her within reach of her father again. Mr. and Mrs. Bowmore accompanied Captain Burvey and Miss Burvey on their way back to England, as far as Boulogne. In that pleasant town the banished patriot set up his tent. It was a cheaper place to live than in Paris, and it was conveniently close to England, when he had quite made up his mind whether to be an exile on the continent, or to go back to his own country and be a martyr in prison. In the end, the course of events settled that question for him. Mr. Bowmore returned to England with the return of the Habeas Corpus Act. The years passed. Percy and Charlotte, judged from the romantic point of view, became two uninteresting married people. Burvey, always remaining a bachelor, rose steadily in his profession through the higher grades of military rank. Mr. Bowmore, wisely overlooked by a new government, sank back again into the obscurity from which shrewd ministers would never have assisted him to emerge. The one subject of interest left among the persons of this little drama was now represented by Dr. Lagarde. Thus far not a trace had been discovered of the French physician who had so strangely associated the visions of his magnetic sleep with the destinies of the two men who had consulted him. Steadfastly maintaining his own opinion of the prediction and the fulfillment, Burvey persisted in believing that he and Lagarde, or Percy and Lagarde, were yet destined to meet, and resume the unfinished consultation at the point where it had been broken off. Persons happy in the possession of sound common sense, who declared the prediction to be skilled guesswork, and the fulfillment manifest coincidence, ridiculed the idea of finding Dr. Lagarde as closely akin to that other celebrated idea of finding a needle in the bottle of hay. But Burvey's obstinacy was proverbial. Nothing shook his confidence in his own convictions. More than 13 years had elapsed since the consultation at the doctor's lodgings, when Burvey went to Paris to spend a summer holiday with his friend, the chaplain at the English embassy. His last words to Percy and Charlotte when he took his leave were, "Suppose I meet with Dr. Lagarde." It was then the year 1830. Burvey arrived at his friend's rooms on the 24th of July. On the 27th of the month, the famous revolution broke out which dethroned Charles X in 3 days. On the second day, Burvey and his host ventured into the streets, watching the revolution, like other reckless Englishmen, at the risk of their lives. In the confusion around them, they were separated. Burvey, searching for his companion, found his progress stopped by a barricade, which had been desperately attacked and desperately defended. Men in blouses and men in uniform lay dead and dying together, the tricolored flag waved over them, in token of the victory of the people. Burvey had just revived a poor wretch with a drink from an overthrown bowl of water, which still had a few drops left in it, when he felt a hand laid on his shoulder from behind. He turned and discovered a National Guard who had been watching his charitable action. "Give a helping hand to that poor fellow," said the citizen soldier, pointing to a workman standing near, grimed with blood and gunpowder. The tears were rolling down the man's cheeks. "I can't see my way, sir, for crying," he said. "Help me to carry that sad burden into the next street." He pointed to a rude wooden litter on which lay a dead or wounded man, his face and breast covered with an old cloak. "There is the best friend the people ever had," the workman said. "He cured us, comforted us, respected us, loved us, and there he lies, shot dead while he was binding up the wounds of friends and enemies alike." "Whoever he has died nobly," Burvey answered. "May I look at him?" The workman signed that he might look. Burvey lifted the cloak and met with Dr. Lagarde once more. The end of section 21.
Section 22 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Miss Bertha and the Yankee, Number 1. Preliminary statements of witnesses for the defense, collected at the office of the solicitor. Number 1. Miss Bertha LaRoche of Nettle Grove Hall testifies and says, 1. Toward the middle of June in the year 1817, I went to take the waters at Maplesworth in Derbyshire, accompanied by my nearest relative, my aunt. I am an only child, and I was 21 years old at my last birthday. On coming of age, I inherited a house and lands in Derbyshire, together with a fortune in money of £100,000. The only education which I have received has been obtained within the last 2 or 3 years of my life, and I have thus far seen nothing of society in England or in any other civilized part of the world. I can be a competent witness, it seems, in spite of these disadvantages. Anyhow, I mean to tell the truth. My father was a French colonist in the island of St. Domingo. He died while I was very young, leaving to my mother and to me just enough to live on, in the remote part of the island in which our little property was situated. My mother was an Englishwoman. Her delicate health made it necessary for her to leave me for many hours of the day under the care of our household slaves. I can never forget their kindness to me, but unfortunately their ignorance equaled their kindness. If we had been rich enough to send to France or England for a competent governess, we might have done very well. But we were not rich enough. I am ashamed to say that I was nearly 13 years old before I had learned to read and write correctly. 4 more years passed, and then there came a wonderful event in our lives, which was nothing less than the change from St. Domingo to England. My mother was distantly related to an ancient and wealthy English family. She seriously offended those proud people by marrying an obscure foreigner who had nothing to live on but his morsel of land in the West Indies. Having no expectations from her relatives, my mother preferred happiness with the man she loved to every other consideration, and I, for one, think she was right. From that moment she was cast off by the head of the family. For 18 years of her life, as wife, mother, and widow, no letters came to her from her English home. We had just celebrated my 17th birthday when the first letter came. It informed my mother that no less than 3 lives, which stood between her and the inheritance of certain portions of the family property, had been swept away by death. The estate and the fortune which I have already mentioned had fallen to her in due course of law, and her surviving relatives were magnanimously ready to forgive her at last. We wound up our affairs at St. Domingo, and we went to England to take possession of our new wealth. At first, the return to her native air seemed to have a beneficial effect on my mother's health, but it was a temporary improvement only. Her constitution had been fatally injured by the West Indian climate, and just as we had engaged a competent person to look after my neglected education, my constant attendance was needed at my mother's bedside. We loved each other dearly, and we wanted no strange nurses to come between us. My aunt, my mother's sister, relieved me of my cares in the intervals when I wanted rest. For 7 sad months our dear sufferer lingered. I have only one remembrance to comfort me. My mother's last kiss was mine. She died peacefully with her head on my bosom. I was nearly 19 years old before I had sufficiently rallied my courage to be able to think seriously of myself and my prospects. At that age one does not willingly submit one's self for the first time to the authority of a governess. Having my aunt for a companion and protectress, I proposed to engage my own masters and to superintend my own education. My plans failed to meet with the approval of the head of the family. He declared, most unjustly as the event proved, that my aunt was not a fit person to take care of me. She had passed all the later years of her life in retirement. A good creature, he admitted, in her own way, but she had no knowledge of the world and no firmness of character. The right person to act as my chaperone and to superintend my education was the high-minded and accomplished woman who had taught his own daughters. I declined, with all needful gratitude and respect, to take his advice. The bare idea of living with a stranger so soon after my mother's death revolted me. Besides, I liked my aunt, and my aunt liked me. Being made acquainted with my decision, the head of the family cast me off, exactly as he had cast off my mother before me. So I lived in retirement with my good aunt, and studied industriously to improve my mind until my 21st birthday came. I was now an heiress, privileged to think and act for myself. My aunt kissed me tenderly. We talked of my poor mother, and we cried in each other's arms on the memorable day that made a wealthy woman of me. In a little time more, other troubles than vain regrets for the dead were to try me, and other tears were to fill my eyes than the tears which I had given to the memory of my mother. 2. I may now return to my visit in June 1817 to the healing springs at Maplesworth. This famous inland watering place was only between 9 and 10 miles from my new home called Nettle Grove Hall. I had been feeling weak and out of spirits for some months, and our medical adviser recommended change of scene and a trial of the waters at Maplesworth. My aunt and I established ourselves in comfortable apartments with a letter of introduction to the chief doctor in the place. This otherwise harmless and worthy man proved, strangely enough, to be the innocent cause of the trials and troubles which beset me at the outset of my new life. The day after we had presented our letter of introduction, we met the doctor on the public walk. He was accompanied by 2 strangers, both young men, and both, so far as my ignorant opinion went, persons of some distinction, judging by their dress and manners. The doctor said a few kind words to us, and rejoined his 2 companions. Both the gentlemen looked at me, and both took off their hats as my aunt and I proceeded on our walk. I own I thought occasionally of the well-bred strangers during the rest of the day, especially of the shortest of the 2, who was also the handsomest of the 2 to my thinking. If this confession seems rather a bold one, remember, if you please, that I had never been taught to conceal my feelings at St. Domingo, and that the events which followed our arrival in England had kept me completely secluded from the society of other young ladies of my age. The next day, while I was drinking my glass of healing water, extremely nasty water, by the way, the doctor joined us. While he was asking me about my health, the 2 strangers made their appearance again, and took off their hats again. They both looked expectantly at the doctor, and the doctor, in performance of a promise which he had already made, as I privately suspected, formally introduced them to my aunt and to me. First, I put the handsomest man first, Captain Arthur Stanwick of the Army, home from India on leave, and staying at Maplesworth to take the waters. Secondly, Mr. Lionel Varley, of Boston, in America, visiting England, after travelling all over Europe and stopping at Maplesworth to keep company with his friend the captain. On their introduction, the 2 gentlemen, observing no doubt that I was a little shy, forbore delicately from pressing their society on us. Captain Stanwick, with a beautiful smile, and with teeth worthy of the smile, stroked his whiskers, and asked me if I had found any benefit from taking the waters. He afterwards spoke in great praise of the charming scenery in the neighbourhood of Maplesworth, and then, turning away, addressed his next words to my aunt. Mr. Varley took his place. Speaking with perfect gravity, and with no whiskers to stroke, he said, "I have once tried the waters here out of curiosity. I can sympathize, miss, with the expression which I observed on your face when you emptied your glass just now. Permit me to offer you something nice to take the taste of the waters out of your mouth." He produced from his pocket a beautiful little box filled with sugar plums. "I bought it in Paris," he explained. "Having lived a good deal in France, I have got into a habit of making little presents of this sort to ladies and children. I wouldn't let the doctor see it, miss, if I were you. He has the usual medical prejudice against sugar plums." With that quaint warning, he, too, made his bow and discreetly withdrew. Thinking it over afterward, I acknowledged to myself that the English captain, although he was the handsomest man of the 2, and possessed the smoothest manners, had failed, nevertheless, to overcome my shyness. The American traveller's unaffected sincerity and good humour, on the other hand, set me quite at my ease. I could look at him and thank him and feel amused at his sympathy with the grimace I had made after swallowing the ill-flavored waters. And yet, while I lay awake at night wondering whether we should meet our new acquaintances on the next day, it was the English captain that I most wanted to see again, and not the American traveller. At the time, I set this down to nothing more important than my own perversity. Ah, dear, dear, I know better than that now. The next morning brought the doctor to our hotel on a special visit to my aunt. He invented a pretext for sending me into the next room, which was so plainly a clumsy excuse that my curiosity was aroused. I gratified my curiosity. Must I make my confession plainer still? Must I acknowledge that I was mean enough to listen on the other side of the door? I heard my dear innocent old aunt say, "Doctor, I hope you don't see anything alarming in the state of Bertha's health." The doctor burst out laughing. "My dear madam, there is nothing in the state of the young lady's health which need cause the smallest anxiety to you or to me. The object of my visit is to justify myself for presenting those two gentlemen to you yesterday. They are both greatly struck by Miss Bertha's beauty, and they both urgently entreated me to introduce them. Such introductions, I need hardly say, are marked exceptions to my general rule. In 99 cases out of 100, I should have said no. In the cases of Captain Stanwick and Mr. Varley, however, I saw no reason to hesitate. Permit me to assure you that I am not intruding on your notice two fortune-hunting adventurers. They are both men of position and men of property. The family of the Stanwicks has been well known to me for years, and Mr. Varley brought me a letter from my oldest living friend, answering for him as a gentleman in the highest sense of the word. He is the wealthiest man of the two, and it speaks volumes for him, in my opinion, that he has preserved his simplicity of character after a long residence in such places as Paris and Vienna. Captain Stanwick has more polish and ease of manner, but, looking under the surface, I rather fancy there may be something a little impetuous and domineering in his temper. However, we all have our faults. I can only say, for both these young friends of mine, that you need feel no scruple about admitting them to your intimacy if they happen to please you, and your niece. Having now, I hope, removed any doubts which may have troubled you, pray recall Miss Bertha. I am afraid I have interrupted you in discussing your plans for the day." The smoothly eloquent doctor paused for the moment, and I darted away from the door. Our plans for the day included a drive through the famous scenery near the town. My two admirers met us on horseback. Here again the captain had the advantage over his friend. His seat in the saddle and his riding dress were both perfect things in their way. The Englishman rode on one side of the carriage and the American on the other. They both talked well, but Mr. Varley had seen more of the world in general than Captain Stanwick, and he made himself certainly the more interesting and more amusing companion of the two. On our way back, my admiration was excited by a thick wood, beautifully situated on rising ground at a little distance from the high road. "Oh, dear," I said, "how I should like to take a walk in that wood!" Idle, thoughtless words, but oh, what remembrances crowd on me as I think of them now! Captain Stanwick and Mr. Varley at once dismounted and offered themselves as my escort. The coachman warned them to be careful. People had often lost themselves, he said, in that wood. I asked the name of it. The name was Herne Wood. My aunt was not very willing to leave her comfortable seat in the carriage, but it ended in her going with us. Before we entered the wood, Mr. Varley noted the position of the high road by his pocket compass. Captain Stanwick laughed at him and offered me his arm. Ignorant as I was of the ways of the world and the rules of coquetry, my instinct, I suppose, warned me not to distinguish one of the gentlemen too readily at the expense of the other. I took my aunt's arm and settled it in that way. A winding path led us into the wood. On a nearer view, the place disappointed me. The further we advanced, the more horribly gloomy it grew. The thickly growing trees shut out the light. The damp stole over me little by little until I shivered. The undergrowth of bushes and thickets rustled at intervals mysteriously, as some invisible creeping creature passed through it. At a turn in the path we reached a sort of clearing, and saw the sky and the sunshine once more. But even here a disagreeable incident occurred. A snake wound its undulating way across the open space, passing close by me, and I was fool enough to scream. The captain killed the creature with his riding cane, taking a pleasure in doing it which I did not like to see. We left the clearing and tried another path, and then another. And still the horrid wood preyed on my spirits. I agreed with my aunt that we should do well to return to the carriage. On our way back we missed the right path and lost ourselves for the moment. Mr. Varley consulted his compass and pointed in one direction. Captain Stanwick, consulting nothing but his own jealous humour, pointed in the other. We followed Mr. Varley's guidance and got back to the clearing. He turned to the captain and said good-humouredly, "You see, the compass was right." Captain Stanwick answered sharply, "There are more ways than one out of an English wood. You talk as if we were in one of your American forests." Mr. Varley seemed to be at a loss to understand his rudeness. There was a pause. The two men looked at each other, standing face to face on the brown earth of the clearing. The Englishman's ruddy countenance, light auburn hair and whiskers, and well-opened, bold blue eyes, contrasting with the pale complexion, the keenly observant look, the dark, closely cut hair, and the delicately lined face of the American. It was only for a moment. I had barely time to feel uneasy before they controlled themselves and led us back to the carriage, talking as pleasantly as if nothing had happened. For days afterward, nevertheless, that scene in the clearing, the faces and figures of the two men, the dark line of trees hemming them in on all sides, the brown circular patch of ground on which they stood, haunted my memory, and got in the way of my brighter and happier thoughts. When my aunt inquired if I had enjoyed the day, I surprised her by saying no. And when she asked why, I could only answer, it was all spoiled by Herne Wood. 3 weeks passed. The terror of those dreadful days creeps over me again when I think of them. I mean to tell the truth without shrinking, but I may at least consult my own feelings by dwelling on certain particulars as briefly as I can. I shall describe my conduct toward the two men who courted me in the plainest terms, if I say that I distinguished neither of them. Innocently and stupidly, I encouraged them both. In books, women are generally represented as knowing their own minds in matters which relate to love and marriage. This is not my experience of myself. Day followed day, and ridiculous as it may appear, I could not decide which of my two admirers I liked best. Captain Stanwick was at first the man of my choice. While he kept his temper under control, he charmed me. But when he let it escape him, he sometimes disappointed, sometimes irritated me. In that frame of mind I turned for relief to Lionel Varley, feeling that he was the more gentle and the more worthy man of the two, and honestly believing at such times that I preferred him to his rival. For the first few days after our visit to Herne Wood, I had excellent opportunities of comparing them. They paid their visits to us together, and they divided their attentions carefully between me and my aunt. At the end of the week, however, they began to present themselves separately. If I had possessed any experience of the natures of men, I might have known what this meant, and might have seen the future possibility of some more serious estrangement between the two friends, of which I might be the unfortunate cause. As it was, I never once troubled my head about what might be passing out of my presence. Whether they came together or whether they came separately, their visits were always agreeable to me, and I thought of nothing and cared for nothing more. But the time that was to enlighten me was not far off. One day Captain Stanwick called, much earlier than usual. My aunt had not yet returned from her morning walk. The captain made some excuse for presenting himself under these circumstances, which I have now forgotten. Without actually committing himself to a proposal of marriage, he spoke with such tender feeling, he managed his hold on my inexperience so delicately, that he entrapped me into saying some words on my side, which I remembered with a certain dismay as soon as I was left alone again. In half an hour more, Mr. Lionel Varley was announced as my next visitor. I at once noticed a certain disturbance in his look and manner, which was quite new in my experience of him. I offered him a chair. To my surprise, he declined to take it. "I must trust to your indulgence to permit me to put an embarrassing question to you," he began. "It rests with you, Miss Laroche, to decide whether I shall remain here or whether I shall relieve you of my presence by leaving the room." "What can you possibly mean?" I asked. "Is it your wish," he went on, "that I should pay you no more visits except in Captain Stanwicke's company or by Captain Stanwicke's express permission?" My astonishment deprived me for the moment of the power of answering him. "Do you really mean that Captain Stanwicke has forbidden you to call on me?" I asked as soon as I could speak. "I have exactly repeated what Captain Stanwicke said to me half an hour since," Lionel Varley answered. In my indignation at hearing this, I entirely forgot the rash words of encouragement which the captain had entrapped me into speaking to him. When I think of it now, I am ashamed to repeat the language in which I resented this man's presumptuous assertion of authority over me. Having committed one act of indiscretion already, my anxiety to assert my freedom of action hurried me into committing another. I bade Mr. Varley welcome whenever he chose to visit me, in terms which made his face flush under the emotions of pleasure and surprise which I had aroused in him. My wounded vanity acknowledged no restraints. I signed to him to take a seat on the sofa at my side. I engaged to go to his lodgings the next day with my aunt, and see the collection of curiosities which he had amassed in the course of his travels. I almost believe, if he had tried to kiss me, that I was angry enough with the captain to have let him do it. Remember what my life had been. Remember how ignorantly I had passed the precious days of my youth, how insidiously a sudden accession of wealth and importance had encouraged my folly and my pride, and try, like good Christians, to make some allowance for me. My aunt came in from her walk before Mr. Varley's visit had ended. She received him rather coldly, and he perceived it. After reminding me of our appointment for the next day, he took his leave. "What appointment does Mr. Varley mean?" my aunt asked as soon as we were alone. "Is it wise, under the circumstances, to make appointments with Mr. Varley?" she said, when I had answered her question. I naturally inquired what she meant. My aunt replied, "I have met Captain Stanwicke while I was out walking. He has told me something which I am quite at a loss to understand. Is it possible, Bertha, that you have received a proposal of marriage from him favorably, without saying one word about your intentions to me?" I instantly denied it. However rashly I might have spoken, I had certainly said nothing to justify Captain Stanwicke in claiming me as his promised wife. In his mean fear of a fair rivalry with Mr. Varley, he had deliberately misinterpreted me. "If I marry either of the two," I said, "it will be Mr. Varley." My aunt shook her head. "These two gentlemen seem to be both in love with you, Bertha. It is a trying position for you between them, and I am afraid you have acted with some indiscretion. Captain Stanwicke tells me that he and his friend have come to a separation already. I fear you are the cause of it. Mr. Varley has left the hotel at which he was staying with the captain, in consequence of a disagreement between them this morning. You were not aware of that when you accepted his invitation. Shall I write an excuse for you? We must, at least, put off the visit, my dear, until you have set yourself right with Captain Stanwicke." I began to feel a little alarmed, but I was too obstinate to yield without a struggle. "Give me time to think over it," I said. "To write an excuse seems like acknowledging the captain's authority. Let us wait till tomorrow morning." 4. The morning brought with it another visit from Captain Stanwick. This time my aunt was present. He looked at her without speaking and turned to me, with his fiery temper showing itself already in his eyes. "I have a word to say to you in private," he began. "I have no secrets from my aunt," I answered. "Whatever you have to say, Captain Stanwick, may be said here." He opened his lips to reply and suddenly checked himself. He was controlling his anger by so violent an effort that it turned his ruddy face pale. For the moment he conquered his temper. He addressed himself to me with the outward appearance of respect at least. "Has that man Varley lied?" he asked. "Or have you given him hopes too, after what you said to me yesterday?" "I said nothing to you yesterday which gives you any right to put that question to me," I rejoined. "You have entirely misunderstood me if you think so." My aunt attempted to say a few temperate words in the hope of soothing him. He waved his hand, refusing to listen to her, and advanced closer to me. "You have misunderstood me," he said, "if you think I am a man to be made a plaything of in the hands of a coquette." My aunt interposed once more with a resolution which I had not expected from her. "Captain Stanwick," she said, "you are forgetting yourself." He paid no heed to her. He persisted in speaking to me. "It is my misfortune to love you," he burst out. "My whole heart is set on you. I mean to be your husband, and no other man living shall stand in my way. After what you said to me yesterday, I have a right to consider that you have favored my addresses. This is not a mere flirtation. Don't think it. I say it's the passion of a life. Do you hear? It's the passion of a man's whole life. I am not to be trifled with. I have had a night of sleepless misery about you. I have suffered enough for you, and you're not worth it. Don't laugh. This is no laughing matter. Take care, Bertha. Take care." My aunt rose from her chair. She astonished me. On all ordinary occasions, the most retiring, the most feminine of women, she now walked up to Captain Stanwick and looked him full in the face without flinching for an instant. "You appear to have forgotten that you are speaking in the presence of two ladies," she said. "Alter your tone, sir, or I shall be obliged to take my niece out of the room." Half angry, half frightened, I tried to speak in my turn. My aunt signed to me to be silent. The captain drew back a step, as if he felt her reproof, but his eyes, still fixed on me, were as fiercely bright as ever. There the gentleman's superficial good breeding failed to hide the natural man beneath. "I will leave you in undisturbed possession of the room," he said to my aunt, with bitter politeness. "Before I go, permit me to give your niece an opportunity of reconsidering her conduct before it is too late." My aunt drew back, leaving him free to speak to me. After considering for a moment, he laid his hand firmly but not roughly on my arm. "You have accepted Lionel Varley's invitation to visit him," he said, "under pretense of seeing his curiosities. Think again before you decide on keeping that engagement. If you go to Varley tomorrow, you will repent it to the last day of your life." Saying those words in a tone which made me tremble in spite of myself, he walked to the door. As he laid his hand on the lock, he turned toward me for the last time. "I forbid you to go to Varley's lodgings," he said very distinctly and quietly. "Understand what I tell you. I forbid it." With those words he left us. My aunt sat down by me and took my hand kindly. "There is only one thing to be done," she said. "We must return at once to Nettle Grove. If Captain Stanwick attempts to annoy you in your own house, we have neighbours who will protect us, and we have Mr. Loring, our rector, to appeal to for advice. As for Mr. Varley, I will write our excuses myself before we go away." She put out her hand to ring the bell and order the carriage. I stopped her. My childish pride urged me to assert myself in some way, after the passive position that I had been forced to occupy during the interview with Captain Stanwick. "No," I said. It is not acting fairly toward Mr. Varley to break our engagement with him. Let us return to Nettle Grove by all means, but let us first call on Mr. Varley and take our leave. Are we to behave rudely to a gentleman who has always treated us with the utmost consideration, because Captain Stanwick has tried to frighten us by cowardly threats? The commonest feeling of self-respect forbids it." My aunt protested against this outbreak of folly with perfect temper and good sense. But my obstinacy, my firmness as I thought it, was immovable. I left her to choose between going with me to Mr. Varley or letting me go to him by myself. Finding it useless to resist, she decided, it is needless to say, on going with me. We found Mr. Varley very courteous, but more than usually grave and quiet. Our visit only lasted for a few minutes, my aunt using the influence of her age and her position to shorten it. She mentioned family affairs as the motive which recalled us to Nettle Grove. I took it on myself to invite Mr. Varley to visit me at my own house. He bowed and thanked me without engaging himself to accept the invitation. When I offered him my hand at parting, he raised it to his lips and kissed it with a fervour that agitated me. His eyes looked into mine with a sorrowful admiration, with a lingering regret, as if they were taking their leave of me for a long while. "Don't forget me," he whispered, as he stood at the door while I followed my aunt out. "Come to Nettle Grove," I whispered back. His eyes dropped to the ground. He let me go without a word more. This, I declare solemnly, was all that passed at our visit. By some unexpressed consent among us, no allusion whatever was made to Captain Stanwick. Not even his name was mentioned. I never knew that the two men had met just before we called on Mr. Varley. Nothing was said which could suggest to me the slightest suspicion of any arrangement for another meeting between them later in the day. Beyond the vague threats which had escaped Captain Stanwick's lips, threats which I own I was rash enough to despise, I had no warning whatever of the dreadful events which happened at Maplesworth on the day after our return to Nettle Grove Hall. I can only add that I am ready to submit to any questions that may be put to me. Pray don't think me a heartless woman. My worst fault was ignorance. In those days I knew nothing of the false pretenses under which men hide what is selfish and savage in their natures from the women whom it is their interest to deceive. End of section 22. Section 23 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Miss Bertha and the Yankee, number 2 to 4. Number 2. Julius Bender, fencing master, testifies and says, "I am of German nationality, established in England as teacher of the use of the sword and the pistol since the beginning of the present year. Finding business slack in London, it unfortunately occurred to me to try what I could do in the country. I had heard of Maplesworth as a place largely frequented by visitors on account of the scenery, as well as by invalids in need of taking the waters, and I opened a gallery there at the beginning of the season of 1817 for fencing and pistol practice. About the visitors I had not been deceived. There were plenty of idle young gentlemen among them who might have been expected to patronize my establishment. They showed the most barbarous indifference to the noble art of attack and defense, came by 2s and 3s, looked at my gallery, and never returned. My small means began to fail me. After paying my expenses, I was really at my wits' end to find a few pounds to go on with, in the hope of better days. One gentleman I remember who came to see me and who behaved most liberally. He described himself as an American, and said he had travelled a great deal. As my ill luck would have it, he stood in no need of my instructions. On the 2 or 3 occasions when he amused himself with my foils and my pistols, he proved to be one of the most expert swordsmen and one of the finest shots that I ever met with. It was not wonderful. He had by nature cool nerves and a quick eye, and he had been taught by the masters of the art in Vienna and Paris. Early in July, the 9th or 10th of the month, I think, I was sitting alone in my gallery, looking ruefully enough at the last 2 sovereigns in my purse, when a gentleman was announced who wanted a lesson. A private lesson, he said with emphasis, looking at the man who cleaned and took care of my weapons. I sent the man out of the room. The stranger, an Englishman, and as I fancied, judging by outward appearances, a military man as well, took from his pocket-book a 50-pound bank-note, and held it up before me. "I have a heavy wager depending on a fencing match," he said, "and I have no time to improve myself. Teach me a trick which will make me a match for a man skilled in the use of the foil, and keep the secret, and there are 50 pounds for you." I hesitated. I did indeed hesitate, poor as I was. But this devil of a man held his bank-note before me whichever way I looked, and I had only 2 pounds left in the world. "Are you going to fight a duel?" I asked. "I have already told you what I am going to do," he answered. I waited a little. The infernal bank-note still tempted me. In spite of myself, I tried him again. "If I teach you the trick," I persisted, "will you undertake to make no bad use of your lesson?" "Yes," he said, impatiently enough. I was not quite satisfied yet. "Will you promise it on your word of honor?" I asked. "Of course I will," he answered. "Take the money and don't keep me waiting any longer." I took the money, and I taught him the trick, and I regretted it almost as soon as it was done. Not that I knew, mind, of any serious consequences that followed, for I returned to London the next morning. My sentiments were those of a man of honor, who felt that he had degraded his art, and who could not be quite sure that he might not have armed the hand of an assassin as well. I have no more to say. Number 3. Thomas Outwater, servant to Captain Stanwick, testifies and says, "If I did not firmly believe my master to be out of his senses, no punishment that I could receive would prevail upon me to tell of him what I am going to tell now. But I say he is mad, and therefore not accountable for what he has done. Mad for love of a young woman. If I could have my way, I should like to twist her neck, though she is a lady, and a great heiress into the bargain. Before she came between them, my master and Mr. Varley were more like brothers than anything else. She set them at variance, and whether she meant to do it or not is all the same to me. I own I took a dislike to her when I first saw her. She was one of the light-haired, blue-eyed sort, with an innocent look and a snaky waist, not at all to be depended on, as I have found them. I hear I am not expected to give an account of the disagreement between the 2 gentlemen, of which this lady was the cause. I am to state what I did in Maplesworth, and what I saw afterward in Herne Wood. Poor as I am, I would give a 5-pound note to anybody who could do it for me. Unfortunately, I must do it for myself. On the 10th of July, in the evening, my master went, for the 2nd time that day, to Mr. Varley's lodgings. I am certain of the date, because it was the day of publication of the town newspaper, and there was a law report in it which set everybody talking. There had been a duel with pistols a day or 2 before, between a resident in the town and a visitor, caused by some dispute about horses. Nothing very serious came of the meeting. One of the men only was hurt, and the wound proved to be of no great importance. The awkward part of the matter was that the constables appeared on the ground before the wounded man had been removed. He and his 2 seconds were caught, and the prisoners were committed for trial. Dueling, the magistrates said, was an inhuman and unchristian practice, and they were determined to put the law in force and stop it. This sentence made a great stir in the town and fixed the date, as I have just said, in my mind. Having been accidentally within hearing of some of the disputes concerning Miss Laroche between my master and Mr. Varley, I had my misgivings about the captain's second visit to the friend with whom he had quarrelled already. A gentleman called on him soon after he had gone out, on important business. This gave me an excuse for following him to Mr. Varley's rooms with the visitor's card, and I took the opportunity. I heard them at high words on my way upstairs, and waited a little on the landing. The captain was in one of his furious rages. Mr. Varley was firm and cool as usual. After listening for a minute or so, I heard enough, in my opinion, to justify me in entering the room. I caught my master in the act of lifting his cane, threatening to strike Mr. Varley. He instantly dropped his hand, and turned on me in a fury at my intrusion. Taking no notice of this outbreak of temper, I gave him his friend's card and went out. A talk followed in voices too low for me to hear outside the room, and then the captain approached the door. I got out of his way, feeling very uneasy about what was to come next. I could not presume to question Mr. Varley. The only thing I could think of was to tell the young lady's aunt what I had seen and heard, and to plead with Miss Laroche herself to make peace between them. When I inquired for the ladies at their lodgings, I was told that they had left Maplesworth. I saw no more of the captain that night. The next morning he seemed to be quite himself again. He said to me, "Thomas, I am going sketching in Herne Wood. Take the paint-box and the rest of it and put this into the carriage." He handed me a packet as thick as my arm and about 3 feet long, done up in many folds of canvas. I made bold to ask what it was. He answered that it was an artist's sketching umbrella packed for travelling. In an hour's time the carriage stopped on the road below Herne Wood. My master said he would carry his sketching things himself, and I was to wait with the carriage. In giving him the so-called umbrella, I took the occasion of his eye being off me for the moment to pass my hand over it carefully, and I felt through the canvas the hilt of a sword. As an old soldier I could not be mistaken, the hilt of a sword. What I thought on making this discovery does not much matter. What I did was to watch the captain into the wood, and then to follow him. I tracked him along the path to where there was a clearing in the midst of the trees. There he stopped, and I got behind a tree. He undid the canvas and produced 2 swords concealed in the packet. If I had felt any doubts before, I was certain of what was coming now. A duel without seconds or witnesses, by way of keeping the town magistrates in the dark. A duel between my master and Mr. Varley. As his name came into my mind, the man himself appeared, making his way into the clearing from the other side of the wood. What could I do to stop it? No human creature was in sight. The nearest village was a mile away, reckoning from the further side of the wood. The coachman was a stupid old man, quite useless in a difficulty, even if I had had time enough to go back to the road and summon him to help me. While I was thinking about it, the captain and Mr. Varley had stripped to their shirts and trousers. When they crossed their swords, I could stand it no longer. I burst in on them. "For God Almighty's sake, gentlemen," I cried out, "don't fight without seconds." My master turned on me, like the madman he was, and threatened me with the point of his sword. Mr. Varley pulled me back out of harm's way. "Don't be afraid," he whispered as he led me back to the verge of the clearing. "I have chosen the sword instead of the pistol expressly to spare his life." Those noble words, spoken by as brave and true a man as ever breathed, quieted me. I knew Mr. Varley had earned the repute of being one of the finest swordsmen in Europe. The duel began. I was placed behind my master, and was consequently opposite to his antagonist. The captain stood on his defence, waiting for the other to attack. Mr. Varley made a pass. I was opposite the point of his sword. I saw it touch the captain's left shoulder. In the same instant of time, my master struck up his opponent's sword with his own weapon, seized Mr. Varley's right wrist in his left hand, and passed his sword clean through Mr. Varley's breast. He fell, the victim of a murderous trick, fell without a word or a cry. The captain turned slowly and faced me with his bloody sword in his hand. I can't tell you how he looked. I can only say that the sight of him turned me faint with terror. I was at Waterloo. I am no coward. But I tell you the cold sweat poured down my face like water. I should have dropped if I had not held by the branch of a tree. My master waited until I had in a measure recovered myself. "Feel if his heart beats," he said, pointing to the man on the ground. I obeyed. He was dead. The heart was still. The beat of the pulse was gone. I said, "You have killed him." The captain made no answer. He packed up the 2 swords again in the canvas and put them under his arm. Then he told me to follow him with the sketching materials. I drew back from him without speaking. There was a horrid, hollow sound in his voice that I did not like. "Do as I tell you," he said. "You have yourself to thank for it if I refuse to lose sight of you now." I managed to say that he might trust me to say nothing. He refused to trust me. He put out his hand to take hold of me. I could not stand that. "I'll go with you," I said. "Don't touch me." We reached the carriage and returned to Maplesworth. The same day we travelled by post to London. In London I contrived to give the captain the slip. By the first coach the next morning I went back to Maplesworth, eager to hear what had happened, and if the body had been found. Not a word of news reached me. Nothing seemed to be known of the duel in Herne Wood. I went to the wood, on foot, fearing that I might be traced if I hired a carriage. The country round was as solitary as usual. Not a creature was near when I entered the wood. Not a creature was near when I looked into the clearing. There was nothing on the ground. The body was gone. Number 4. The Reverend Alfred Loring, rector of Nettlegrove, testifies and says, 1. Early in the month of October 1817, I was informed that Miss Bertha Laroche had called at my house and wished to see me in private. I had first been presented to Miss Laroche on her arrival with her aunt, to take possession of her property at Nettlegrove Hall. My opportunities of improving my acquaintance with her had not been so numerous as I could have desired, and I sincerely regretted it. She had produced a very favourable impression on me. Singularly inexperienced and impulsive, with an odd mixture of shyness and vivacity in her manner, and subject now and then to outbursts of vanity and petulance which she was divertingly incapable of concealing, I could detect, nevertheless, under the surface the signs which told of a true and generous nature, of a simple and pure heart. Her personal appearance, I should add, was attractive in a remarkable degree. There was something in it so peculiar and at the same time so fascinating that I am conscious it may have prejudiced me in her favour. For fear of this acknowledgment being misunderstood, I think it right to add that I am old enough to be her grandfather, and that I am also a married man. I told the servant to show Miss Laroche into my study. The moment she entered the room, her appearance alarmed me. She looked literally panic-stricken. I offered to send for my wife. She refused the proposal. I entreated her to take time at least to compose herself. It was not in her impulsive nature to do this. She said, "Give me your hand to encourage me, and let me speak while I can." I gave her my hand, poor soul. I said, "Speak to me, my dear, as if I were your father." So far as I could understand the incoherent statement which she addressed to me, she had been the object of admiration, while visiting Maplesworth, of 2 gentlemen who both desired to marry her. Hesitating between them, and perfectly inexperienced in such matters, she had been the unfortunate cause of enmity between the rivals, and had returned to Nettlegrove at her aunt's suggestion, as the best means of extricating herself from a very embarrassing position. The removal failing to alleviate her distressing recollections of what had happened, she and her aunt had tried a further change by making a tour of 2 months on the Continent. She had returned in a more quiet frame of mind. To her great surprise, she had heard nothing of either of her 2 suitors from the day when she left Maplesworth to the day when she presented herself at my rectory. Early that morning she was walking after breakfast in the park at Nettle Grove when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned and found herself face to face with one of her suitors at Maplesworth. I am informed that there is no necessity now for my suppressing the name. The gentleman was Captain Stanwick. He was so fearfully changed for the worse that she hardly knew him again. After his first glance at her, he held his hand over his bloodshot eyes as if the sunlight hurt them. Without a word to prepare her for the disclosure, he confessed that he had killed Mr. Varley in a duel. His remorse, he declared, had unsettled his reason. Only a few days had passed since he had been released from confinement in an asylum. "You are the cause of it," he said wildly. "It is for love of you. I have but one hope left to live for, my hope in you. If you cast me off, my mind is made up. I will give my life for the life that I have taken. I will die by my own hand. Look at me, and you will see that I am in earnest. My future as a living man depends on your decision. Think of it today, and meet me here tomorrow. Not at this time. The horrid daylight feels like fire in my eyes, and goes like fire to my brain. Wait till sunset. You will find me here." He left her as suddenly as he had appeared. When she had sufficiently recovered herself to be able to think, she decided on saying nothing of what had happened to her aunt. She took her way to the rectory to seek my advice. It is needless to encumber my narrative by any statement of the questions which I felt it my duty to put to her under these circumstances. My inquiries informed me that Captain Stanwick had, in the first instance, produced a favourable impression on her. The less showy qualities of Mr. Varley had afterward grown on her liking, aided greatly by the repelling effect on her mind of the captain's violent language and conduct when he had reason to suspect that his rival was being preferred to him. When she knew the horrible news of Mr. Varley's death, she knew her own heart, to repeat her exact words to me, by the shock that she felt. Toward Captain Stanwick, the only feeling of which she was now conscious was, naturally, a feeling of the strongest aversion. My own course in this difficult and painful matter appeared to me to be clear. "It is your duty as a Christian to see this miserable man again," I said, "and it is my duty as your friend and pastor to sustain you under the trial. I will go with you tomorrow to the place of meeting." 2. The next evening we found Captain Stanwick waiting for us in the park. He drew back on seeing me. I explained to him, temperately and firmly, what my position was. With sullen looks he resigned himself to endure my presence. By degrees I won his confidence. My first impression of him remains unshaken. The man's reason was unsettled. I suspected that the assertion of his release was a falsehood, and that he had really escaped from the asylum. It was impossible to lure him into telling me where the place was. He was too cunning to do this, too cunning to say anything about his relations, when I tried to turn the talk that way next. On the other hand, he spoke with a revolting readiness of the crime that he had committed, and of his settled resolution to destroy himself if Miss Laroche refused to be his wife. "I have nothing else to live for. I am alone in the world," he said. "Even my servant has deserted me. He knows how I killed Lionel Varley." He paused and spoke his next words in a whisper to me. "I killed him by a trick. He was the best swordsman of the two." This confession was so horrible that I could only attribute it to an insane delusion. On pressing my inquiries, I found that the same idea must have occurred to the poor wretch's relations, and to the doctors who signed the certificates for placing him under medical care. This conclusion, as I afterward heard, was greatly strengthened by the fact that Mr. Varley's body had not been found on the reported scene of the duel. As to the servant, he had deserted his master in London, and had never reappeared. So far as my poor judgment went, the question before me was not of delivering a self-accused murderer to justice, with no corpse to testify against him, but of restoring an insane man to the care of the persons who had been appointed to restrain him. I tried to test the strength of his delusion in an interval when he was not urging his shocking entreaties on Miss Laroche. "How do you know that you killed Mr. Varley?" I said. He looked at me with a wild terror in his eyes. Suddenly he lifted his right hand and shook it in the air with a moaning cry, which was unmistakably a cry of pain. "Should I see his ghost," he asked, "if I had not killed him? I know it by the pain that wrings me in the hand that stabbed him. Always in my right hand, always the same pain at the moment when I see him." He stopped and ground his teeth in the agony and reality of his delusion. "Look," he cried. "Look between the 2 trees behind you. There he is with his dark hair and his shaven face and his deady look. There he is, standing before me as he stood in the wood, with his eyes on my eyes and his sword feeling mine." He turned to Miss Laroche. "Do you see him too?" he asked eagerly. "Tell me the truth. My whole life depends on your telling me the truth." She controlled herself with a wonderful courage. "I don't see him," she answered. He took out his handkerchief and passed it over his face with a gasp of relief. "There is my last chance," he said. "If she will be true to me, if she will be always near me, morning, noon, and night, I shall be released from the sight of him. See, he is fading away already. Gone!" he cried with a scream of exultation. He fell on his knees and looked at Miss Laroche like a savage adoring his idol. "Will you cast me off now?" he asked humbly. "Lionel was fond of you in his lifetime. His spirit is a merciful spirit. He shrinks from frightening you. He has left me for your sake. He will release me for your sake. Pity me, take me to live with you, and I shall never see him again." It was dreadful to hear him. I saw that the poor girl could endure no more. "Leave us," I whispered to her. "I will join you at the house." He heard me and instantly placed himself between us. "Let her promise, or she shan't go." She felt, as I felt, the imperative necessity of saying anything that might soothe him. At a sign from me, she gave him her promise to return. He was satisfied. He insisted on kissing her hand, and then he let her go. I had by this time succeeded in inducing him to trust me. He proposed of his own accord that I should accompany him to the inn in the village at which he had been staying. The landlord, naturally enough distrusting his wretched guest, had warned him that morning to find some other place of shelter. I engaged to use my influence with the man to make him change his purpose, and I succeeded in effecting the necessary arrangements for having the poor wretch properly looked after. On my return to my own house, I wrote to a brother magistrate living near me and to the superintendent of our county asylum, requesting them to consult with me on the best means of lawfully restraining Captain Stanwick until we could communicate with his relations. Could I have done more than this? The event of the next morning answered that question, answered it at once and forever. 3. Presenting myself at Nettle Grove Hall towards sunset to take charge of Miss Laroche, I was met by an obstacle in the shape of a protest from her aunt. This good lady had been informed of the appearance of Captain Stanwick in the park, and she strongly disapproved of encouraging any further communication with him on the part of her niece. She also considered that I had failed in my duty in still leaving the captain at liberty. I told her that I was only waiting to act on the advice of competent persons, who would arrive the next day to consult with me, and I did my best to persuade her of the wisdom of the course that I had taken in the meantime. Miss Laroche, on her side, was resolved to be true to the promise that she had given. Between us, we induced her aunt to yield on certain conditions. "I know the part of the park in which the meeting is to take place," the old lady said. "It is my niece's favourite walk. If she is not brought back to me in half an hour's time, I shall send the men servants to protect her." The twilight was falling when we reached the appointed place. We found Captain Stanwick angry and suspicious. It was not easy to pacify him on the subject of our delay. His insanity seemed to me to be now more marked than ever. He had seen, or dreamed of seeing, the ghost during the past night. For the first time, he said, the apparition of the dead man had spoken to him. In solemn words it had condemned him to expiate his crime by giving his life for the life that he had taken. It had warned him not to insist on marriage with Bertha Laroche. "She shall share your punishment if she shares your life, and you shall know it by this sign. She shall see me as you see me." I tried to compose him. He shook his head in immovable despair. "No," he answered, "if she sees him when I see him, there ends the one hope of release that holds me to life. It will be goodbye between us and goodbye forever." We had walked on, while we were speaking, to a part of the park through which there flowed a rivulet of clear water. On the further bank, the open ground led down into a wooded valley. On our side of the stream rose a thick plantation of fir trees, intersected by a winding path. Captain Stanwick stopped as we reached the place. His eyes rested, in the darkening twilight, on the narrow space pierced by the path among the trees. On a sudden he lifted his right hand, with the same cry of pain which we had heard before. With his left hand he took Miss Laroche by the arm. "There," he said. "Look where I look. Do you see him there?" As the words passed his lips, a dimly visible figure appeared, advancing toward us along the path. Was it the figure of a living man, or was it the creation of my own excited fancy? Before I could ask myself the question, the man advanced a step nearer to us. A last gleam of the dying light fell on his face through an opening in the trees. At the same instant, Miss Laroche started back from Captain Stanwick with a scream of terror. She would have fallen if I had not been near enough to support her. The captain was instantly at her side again. "Speak!" he cried. "Do you see it too?" She was just able to say yes before she fainted in my arms. He stooped over her and touched her cold cheek with his lips. "Goodbye," he said, in tones suddenly and strangely changed to the most exquisite tenderness. "Goodbye forever." He leaped the rivulet. He crossed the open ground. He was lost to sight in the valley beyond. As he disappeared, the visionary man among the fir trees advanced, passed in silence, crossed the rivulet at a bound, and vanished as the figure of the captain had vanished before him. I was left alone with the swooning woman. Not a sound, far or near, broke the stillness of the coming night. Number 5. Mr. Frederick Darnell, member of the College of Surgeons, testifies and says, "In the intervals of my professional duty, I am accustomed to occupy myself in studying botany, assisted by a friend and neighbor whose tastes in this respect resemble my own. When I can spare an hour or two from my patients, we go out together, searching for specimens. Our favorite place is Herne Wood. It is rich in material for the botanist, and it is only a mile distant from the village in which I live. Early in July, my friend and I made a discovery in the wood of a very alarming and unexpected kind. We found a man in the clearing, prostrated by a dangerous wound, and to all appearance dead. We carried him to the gamekeeper's cottage on the outskirts of the woods, and on the side of it nearest to our village. He and his boy were out, but the light cart in which he makes his rounds in the remoter part of his master's property was in the outhouse. While my friend was putting the horse to, I examined the stranger's wound. It had been quite recently inflicted, and I doubted whether it had, as yet at any rate, really killed him. I did what I could with the linen and cold water which the gamekeeper's wife offered to me, and then my friend and I removed him carefully to my house in the cart. I applied the necessary restoratives, and I had the pleasure of satisfying myself that the vital powers had revived. He was perfectly unconscious, of course, but the action of the heart became distinctly perceptible, and I had hopes. In a few days more I felt fairly sure of him. Then the usual fever set in. I was obliged, in justice to his friends, to search his clothes in presence of a witness. We found his handkerchief, his purse, and his cigar-case, and nothing more. No letters or visiting cards. nothing marked on his clothes but initials. There was no help for it but to wait to identify him until he could speak. When that time came, he acknowledged to me that he had divested himself purposely of any clue to his identity, in the fear, if some mischance happened to him, of the news of it reaching his father and mother abruptly by means of the newspapers. He had sent a letter to his bankers in London to be forwarded to his parents, if the bankers neither saw him nor heard from him in a month's time. His first act was to withdraw this letter. The other particulars which he communicated to me are, I am told, already known. I need only add that I willingly kept his secret, simply speaking of him in the neighborhood as a traveler from foreign parts who had met with an accident. His convalescence was a long one. It was the beginning of October before he was completely restored to health. When he left us, he went to London. He behaved most liberally to me, and we parted with sincere good wishes on either side. Number 6. Mr. Lionel Varley of Boston, USA, testifies and says, "My first proceeding on my recovery was to go to the relations of Captain Stanwick in London for the purpose of making inquiries about him. I do not wish to justify myself at the expense of that miserable man. It is true that I loved Miss Laroche too dearly to yield her to any rival except at her own wish. It is also true that Captain Stanwick more than once insulted me, and that I endured it. He had suffered from sunstroke in India, and in his angry moments he was hardly a responsible being. It was only when he threatened me with personal chastisement that my patience gave way. We met, sword in hand. In my mind was the resolution to spare his life. In his mind was the resolution to kill me. I have forgiven him. I will say no more. His relations informed me of the symptoms of insane delusion which he had shown after the duel, of his escape from the asylum in which he had been confined, and of the failure to find him again. The moment I heard this news, the dread crossed my mind that Stanwick had found his way to Miss Laroche. In an hour more I was travelling to Nettle Grove Hall. I arrived late in the evening, and found Miss Laroche's aunt in great alarm about her niece's safety. The young lady was at that very moment speaking to Stanwick in the park, with only an old man, the rector, to protect her. I volunteered to go at once and assist in taking care of her. A servant accompanied me to show me the place of meeting. We heard voices indistinctly, but saw no one. The servant pointed to a path through the fir trees. I went on quickly by myself, leaving the man within call. In a few minutes I came upon them suddenly, at a little distance from me, on the bank of a stream. The fear of seriously alarming Miss Laroche, if I showed myself too suddenly, deprived me for a moment of my presence of mind. Pausing to consider what it might be best to do, I was less completely protected from discovery by the trees than I had supposed. She had seen me. I heard her cry of alarm. The instant afterward, I saw Stanwick leap over the rivulet and take to flight. That action roused me. Without stopping for a word of explanation, I pursued him. Unhappily, I missed my footing in the obscure light, and fell on the open ground beyond the stream. When I had gained my feet once more, Stanwick had disappeared among the trees which marked the boundary of the park beyond me. I could see nothing of him, and I could hear nothing of him, when I came out on the high road. There I met with a labouring man who showed me the way to the village. From the inn I sent a letter to Miss Laroche's aunt, explaining what had happened, and asking leave to call at the hall on the next day. Early in the morning the rector came to me at the inn. He brought sad news. Miss Laroche was suffering from a nervous attack, and my visit to the hall must be deferred. Speaking next of the missing man, I heard all that Mr. Loring could tell me. My intimate knowledge of Stanwick enabled me to draw my own conclusion from the facts. The thought instantly crossed my mind that the poor wretch might have committed his expiatory suicide at the very spot on which he had attempted to kill me. Leaving the rector to institute the necessary inquiries, I took post-horses to Maplesworth on my way to Herne Wood. Advancing from the high road to the wood, I saw two persons at a little distance from me, a man in the dress of a gamekeeper and a lad. I was too much agitated to take any special notice of them. I hurried along the path which led to the clearing. My presentiment had not misled me. There he lay, dead on the scene of the duel, with a blood-stained razor by his side. I fell on my knees by the corpse. I took his cold hand in mine, and I thanked God that I had forgiven him in the first days of my recovery. I was still kneeling when I felt myself seized from behind. I struggled to my feet and confronted the gamekeeper. He had noticed my hurry in entering the wood. His suspicions had been aroused, and he and the lad had followed me. There was blood on my clothes. There was horror in my face. Appearances were plainly against me. I had no choice but to accompany the gamekeeper to the nearest magistrate. My instructions to my solicitor forbade him to vindicate my innocence by taking any technical legal objections to the action of the magistrate or of the coroner. I insisted on my witnesses being summoned to the lawyer's office and allowed to state in their own way what they could truly declare on my behalf, and I left my defense to be founded upon the materials thus obtained. In the meanwhile, I was detained in custody as a matter of course. With this event, the tragedy of the duel reached its culminating point. I was accused of murdering the man who had attempted to take my life. This last incident having been related, all that is worth noticing in my contribution to the present narrative comes to an end. I was tried in due course of law. The evidence taken at my solicitor's office was necessarily altered in form, though not in substance, by the examination to which the witnesses were subjected in a court of justice. So thoroughly did our defense satisfy the jury that they became restless toward the close of the proceedings and returned their verdict of not guilty without quitting the box. When I was a free man again, it is surely needless to dwell on the first use that I made of my honorable acquittal. Whether I deserved the enviable place that I occupied in Bertha's estimation, it is not for me to say. Let me leave the decision to the lady who has ceased to be Miss Laroche. I mean the lady who has been good enough to become my wife. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Miss Dulane and My Lord, Part 1 and 2. Part 1. 2 Remonstrations. 1. One afternoon, old Miss Dulane entered her drawing-room, ready to receive visitors, dressed in splendor, and exhibiting every outward appearance of a defiant frame of mind. Just as a saucy bronze nymph on the mantelpiece struck the 3:15 on an elegant clock under her arm, a visitor was announced. Mrs. Newsome. Miss Dulane wore her own undisguised gray hair, dressed in perfect harmony with her time of life. Without an attempt at concealment, she submitted to be too short and too stout. Her appearance, if it had only been made to speak, would have said, in effect, "I am an old woman, and I scorn to disguise it." Mrs. Newsome, tall and elegant, painted and dyed, acted on the opposite principle in dressing, which confesses nothing. On exhibition before the world, this lady's disguise asserted that she had reached her 30th year on her last birthday. Her husband was discreetly silent, and Father Time was discreetly silent. They both knew that her last birthday had happened 30 years since. "Shall we talk of the weather and the news, my dear, or shall we come to the object of your visit at once?" So Miss Dulane opened the interview. "Your tone and manner, my good friend, are no doubt provoked by the report in the newspaper of this morning. In justice to you, I refuse to believe this report. So Mrs. Newsom adopted her friend's suggestion. Your kindness is thrown away, Elizabeth. The report is true. Matilda, you shock me. Why? At your age. If he doesn't object to my age, what does it matter to you? Don't speak of that man. Why not? He is young enough to be your son, and he is marrying you impudently, undisguisedly marrying you for your money. And I am marrying him, impudently, undisguisedly marrying him for his rank. You needn't remind me, Matilda, that you are the daughter of a tailor. In a week or two more, Elizabeth, I shall remind you that I am the wife of a nobleman's son. A younger son, don't forget that. A younger son, as you say. He finds the social position, and I find the money. $500,000 at my own sole disposal. My future husband is a good fellow in his way, and his future wife is another good fellow in her way. To look at your grim face, one would suppose there were no such things in the world as marriages of convenience. Not at your time of life. I tell you plainly, your marriage will be a public scandal. That doesn't frighten us, Miss Dulane remarked. We are resigned to every ill-natured thing that our friends can say of us. In course of time, the next 9 days, wonder will claim public attention, and we shall be forgotten. I shall be none the less on that account Lady Howell Beaucourt, and my husband will be happy in the enjoyment of every expensive taste which a poor man can gratify for the first time in his life. Have you any more objections to make? Don't hesitate to speak plainly. I have a question to ask, my dear. Charmed, I am sure, to answer it if I can. Am I right in supposing that Lord Howell Beaucourt is about half your age? Yes, dear, my future husband is as nearly as possible half as old as I am. Mrs. Newsom's uneasy virtue shuddered. What a profanation of marriage! She exclaimed. Nothing of the sort, her friend pronounced positively. Marriage, by the law of England, as my lawyer tells me, is nothing but a contract. Who ever heard of profaning a contract? Call it what you please, Matilda. Do you expect to live a happy life at your age with a young man for your husband? A happy life, Miss Dulane repeated, because it will be an innocent life. She laid a certain emphasis on the last word but one. Mrs. Newsom resented the emphasis and rose to go. Her last words were the bitterest words that she had spoken yet. You have secured such a truly remarkable husband, my dear, that I am emboldened to ask a great favor. Will you give me his lordship's photograph? No, said Miss Dulane, I won't give you his lordship's photograph. What is your objection, Matilda? A very serious objection, Elizabeth. You are not pure enough in mind to be worthy of my husband's photograph. With that reply, the first of the remonstrances assumed hostile proportions and came to an untimely end. 2. The second remonstrance was reserved for a happier fate. It took its rise in a conversation between two men who were old and true friends. In other words, it led to no quarreling. The elder man was one of those admirable human beings who are cordial, gentle, and good-tempered, without any conscious exercise of their own virtues. He was generally known in the world about him by a fond and familiar use of his Christian name. To call him Sir Richard in these pages, except in the character of one of his servants, would be simply ridiculous. When he lent his money, his horses, his house, and sometimes after unlucky friends had dropped to the lowest social depths, even his clothes, this general benefactor was known in the best of society and the worst of society alike as Dick. He filled the 100 miles of rumor with his nickname, in the days when there was an opera in London, as the proprietor of the beauty box. The ladies who occupied the box were all invited under the same circumstances. They enjoyed operatic music, but their husbands and fathers were not rich enough to be able to gratify that expensive taste. Dick's carriage called for them and took them home again, and the beauties all agreed, if he ever married, that Mrs. Dick would be the most enviable person on the face of the civilized earth. Even the false reports which declared that he was privately married already, and on bad terms with his wife, slandered him cordially under the popular name. And his intimate companions, when they alluded among each other to a romance in his life which would remain a hidden romance to the end of his days, forgot that the occasion justified a serious and severe use of his surname, and blamed him affectionately as poor dear Dick. The hour was midnight, and the friends, whom the most hospitable of men delighted to assemble round his dinner table, had taken their leave, with the exception of one guest, specially detained by the host, who led him back to the dining-room. "You were angry with our friends," Dick began, "when they asked you about that report of your marriage. You won't be angry with me. Are you really going to be the old maid's husband?" This plain question received a plain reply. "Yes, I am." Dick took the young lord's hand. Simply and seriously he said, "Accept my congratulations." Howell Beaucourt started as if he had received a blow instead of a compliment. "There isn't another man or woman in the whole circle of my acquaintance," he declared, "who would have congratulated me on marrying Miss Dulane. I believe you would make allowances for me if I had committed murder." "I hope I should," Dick answered gravely. "When a man is my friend, murder or marriage, I take it for granted that he has a reason for what he does. Wait a minute. You mustn't give me more credit than I deserve. I don't agree with you. If I were a marrying man myself, I shouldn't pick an old maid. I should prefer a young one. That's a matter of taste. You are not like me. You always have a definite object in view. I may not know what the object is. Never mind. I wish you joy all the same." Beaucourt was not unworthy of the friendship he had inspired. "I should be grateful indeed," he said, "if I didn't tell you what my object is. You know that I am poor." "The only poor friend of mine," Dick remarked, "who has never borrowed money of me." Beaucourt went on without noticing this. "I have 3 expensive tastes," he said. "I want to get into Parliament. I want to have a yacht. I want to collect pictures. Add, if you like, the selfish luxury of helping poverty and wretchedness, and hearing my conscience tell me what an excellent man I am. I can't do all this on 500 a year, but I can do it on 40 times 500 a year. Moral: marry Miss Dulane." Listening attentively until the other had done, Dick showed a sardonic side to his character never yet discovered in Beaucourt's experience of him. "I suppose you have made the necessary arrangements," he said. "When the old lady releases you, she will leave consolation behind in her will." "That's the first ill-natured thing I ever heard you say, Dick. When the old lady dies, my sense of honor takes fright and turns its back on her will. It's a condition on my side that every farthing of her money shall be left to her relations." "Don't you call yourself one of them?" "What a question! Am I her relation, because the laws of society force a mock marriage on us? How can I make use of her money unless I am her husband? And how can she make use of my title unless she is my wife? As long as she lives, I stand honestly by my side of the bargain. But when she dies, the transaction is at an end, and the surviving partner returns to his 500 a year. Dick exhibited another surprising side to his character. The most compliant of men now became as obstinate as the proverbial mule. "All is very well," he said, "but it doesn't explain why, if you must sell yourself, you have sold yourself to an old lady. There are plenty of young ones and pretty ones with fortunes to tempt you. It seems odd that you haven't tried your luck with one of them." "No, Dick. It would have been odd, and worse than odd, if I had tried my luck with a young woman." "I don't see that." "You shall see it directly. If I marry an old woman for her money, I have no occasion to be a hypocrite. We both know that our marriage is a mere matter of form. But if I make a young woman my wife because I want her money, and if that young woman happens to be worth a straw, I must deceive her and disgrace myself by shamming love. That, my boy, you may depend upon it, I will never do." Dick's face suddenly brightened with a mingled expression of relief and triumph. "Ha! My mercenary friend," he burst out, "there's something mixed up in this business which is worthier of you than anything I have heard yet. Stop! I am going to be clever for the first time in my life. A man who talks of love as you do must have felt love himself. Where is the young one and the pretty one? And what has she done, poor dear, to be deserted for an old woman? Good God, how you look at me! I have hurt your feelings. I have been a greater fool than ever. I am more ashamed of myself than words can say." Beaucourt stopped him there gently and firmly. "You have made a very natural mistake," he said. "There was a young lady. She has refused me. Absolutely refused me. There is no more love in my life. It's a dark life and an empty life for the rest of my days. I must see what money can do for me next. When I have thoroughly hardened my heart, I may not feel my misfortune as I feel it now. Pity me or despise me. In either case, let us say good night." He went out into the hall and took his hat. Dick went out into the hall and took his hat. "Have it your own way," he answered. "I mean to have mine. I'll go home with you." The man was simply irresistible. Beaucourt sat down resignedly on the nearest of the hall chairs. Dick asked him to return to the dining room. "No," he said, "it's not worth while. What I can tell you may be told in 2 minutes." Dick submitted and took the next of the hall chairs. In that inappropriate place the young lord's unpremeditated confession was forced out of him by no more formidable exercise of power than the kindness of his friend. "When you hear where I met with her," he began, "you will most likely not want to hear any more. I saw her for the first time on the stage of a music hall." He looked at Dick, perfectly quiet and perfectly impenetrable. Dick only said, "Go on." Beaucourt continued in these words. "She was singing Arne's delicious setting of Ariel's song in The Tempest, with a taste and feeling completely thrown away on the greater part of the audience. That she was beautiful, in my eyes at least, I needn't say. That she had descended to a sphere unworthy of her and new to her, nobody could doubt. Her modest dress, her refinement of manner, seemed rather to puzzle than to please most of the people present. They applauded her, but not very warmly when she retired. I obtained an introduction through her music master, who happened to be acquainted professionally with some relatives of mine. He told me that she was a young widow, and he assured me that the calamity through which her family had lost their place in the world had brought no sort of disgrace on them. If I wanted to know more, he referred me to the lady herself. I found her very reserved. A long time passed before I could win her confidence, and a longer time still before I ventured to confess the feeling with which she had inspired me. You know the rest. You mean, of course, that you offered her marriage? Certainly. And she refused you on account of your position in life? No, I had foreseen that obstacle, and had followed the example of the adventurous nobleman in the old story. Like him, I assumed a name and presented myself as belonging to her own respectable middle-class life. You are too old a friend to suspect me of vanity if I tell you that she had no objection to me, and no suspicion that I approached her, personally speaking, under a disguise. What motive could she possibly have had for refusing you? Dick asked. A motive associated with her dead husband, Beaucourt answered. He had married her, mind, innocently married her, while his first wife was living. The woman was an inveterate drunkard. They had been separated for years. Her death had been publicly reported in the newspapers among the persons killed in a railway accident abroad. When she claimed her unhappy husband, he was in delicate health. The shock killed him. His widow, I can't and won't speak of her misfortune as if it was her fault, knew of no living friends who were in a position to help her. Not a great artist with a wonderful voice, she could still trust to her musical accomplishments to provide for the necessaries of life. Plead as I might with her to forget the past, I always got the same reply. If I was base enough to let myself be tempted by the happy future that you offer, I should deserve the unmerited disgrace which has fallen on me. Marry a woman whose reputation will bear inquiry, and forget me. I was mad enough to press my suit once too often. When I visited her on the next day, she was gone. Every effort to trace her has failed. Lost, my friend, irretrievably lost to me. He offered his hand and said good night. Dick held them back on the doorstep. Break off your mad engagement to Miss Dulane, he said. Be a man, Howell. Wait and hope. You are throwing away your life when happiness is within your reach. If you will only be patient, that poor creature is worthy of you. Lost? Nonsense! In this narrow little world, people are never hopelessly lost till they are dead and underground. Help me to recognize her by a description, and tell me her name. I'll find her. I'll persuade her to come back to you, and mark my words, you will live to bless the day when you followed my advice. This well-meant remonstrance was completely thrown away. Beaucourt's despair was deaf to every entreaty that Dick had addressed to him. Thank you, with all my heart, he said. You don't know her as I do. She is one of the very few women who mean no when they say no. Useless, Dick, useless. Those were the last words he said to his friend in the character of a single man. Part 2. Platonic Marriage. 3. 7 months have passed, my dear Dick, since my inhuman obstinacy, those were the words you used, made you one of the witnesses at my marriage to Miss Dulane, sorely against your will. Do you remember your parting prophecy when you were out of the bride's hearing? A miserable life is before that woman's husband, and by Jupiter he has deserved it. Never, my dear boy, attempt to forecast the future again. Viewed as a prophet, you are a complete failure. I have nothing to complain of in my married life. But you must not mistake me. I am far from saying that I am a happy man. I only declare myself to be a contented man. My old wife is a marvel of good temper and good sense. She trusts me implicitly, and I have given her no reason to regret it. We have our time for being together, and our time for keeping apart. Within our inevitable limits, we understand each other and respect each other, and have a truer feeling of regard on both sides than many people far better matched than we are in point of age. But you shall judge for yourself. Come and dine with us, when I return on Wednesday next from the trial trip of my new yacht. In the meantime, I have a service to ask of you. My wife's niece has been her companion for years. She has left us to be married to an officer who has taken her to India, and we are utterly at a loss how to fill her place. The good old lady doesn't want much. A nice, fine-tempered, refined girl who can sing and play to her with some little taste and feeling, and read to her now and then when her eyes are weary. There is what we require, and there, it seems, is more than we can get. After advertising for a week past, of all the companions who have presented themselves, not one has turned out to be the sort of person whom Lady Howell wants. Can you help us? In any case, my wife sends you her kind remembrances, and, true to the old times, I add my love. On the day which followed the receipt of this letter, Dick paid a visit to Lady Howell Beaucourt. "You seem to be excited," she said. "Has anything remarkable happened?" "Pardon me if I ask a question first," Dick replied. "Do you object to a young widow?" "That depends on the widow." "Then I have found the very person you want, and oddly enough, your husband has had something to do with it." "Do you mean that my husband has recommended her?" There was an undertone of jealousy in Lady Howell's voice, jealousy excited not altogether without a motive. She had left it to Beaucourt's sense of honor to own the truth, if there had been any love affair in his past life which ought to make him hesitate before he married. He had justified Miss Dulane's confidence in him, acknowledging an attachment to a young widow, and adding that she had positively refused him. "We have not met since," he said, "and we shall never meet again." Under those circumstances, Miss Dulane had considerately abstained from asking for any further details. She had not thought of the young widow again until Dick's language had innocently inspired her first doubt. Fortunately for both of them, he was an outspoken man, and he reassured her unreservedly in these words: "Your husband knows nothing about it." "Now," she said, "you may tell me how you came to hear of the lady." "Through my uncle's library," Dick replied. "His will has left me his collection of books in such a wretchedly neglected condition that I asked Beaucourt, not being a reading man myself, if he knew of any competent person who could advise me how to set things right. He introduced me to Farley and Halford, the well-known publishers. The second partner is a book collector himself, as well as a bookseller. He kindly looks in now and then to see how his instructions for mending and binding are being carried out. When he called yesterday, I thought of you, and I found he could help us to a young lady employed in his office at correcting proof sheets." "What is the lady's name?" "Mrs. Evelyn." "Why does she leave her employment?" "To save her eyes, poor soul. When the senior partner, Mr. Farley, met with her, she was reduced by family misfortunes to earn her own living. The publishers would have been only too glad to keep her in their office, but for the oculist report. He declared that she would run the risk of blindness if she fatigued her weak eyes much longer. There is the only objection to this otherwise invaluable person: she will not be able to read to you. Can she sing and play? Exquisitely. Mr. Farley answers for her music. And her character? Mr. Halford answers for her character. And her manners? A perfect lady. I have seen her and spoken to her. I answer for her manners, and I guarantee her personal appearance. Charming, charming. For a moment Lady Howell hesitated. After a little reflection, she decided that it was her duty to trust her excellent husband. "I will receive the charming widow," she said, "tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and if she produces the right impression, I promise to overlook the weakness of her eyes." Beaucourt had prolonged the period appointed for the final trip of his yacht by a whole week. His apology when he returned delighted the kind-hearted old lady who had made him a present of the vessel. "There isn't such another yacht in the whole world," he declared. "I really hadn't the heart to leave that beautiful vessel after only 3 days' experience of her." He burst out with a torrent of technical praises of the yacht, to which his wife listened as attentively as if she really understood what he was talking about. When his breath and his eloquence were exhausted alike, she said, "Now, my dear, it's my turn. I can match your perfect vessel with my perfect lady." "What? Have you found a companion?" "Yes." "Did Dick find her for you?" "He did indeed. You shall see for yourself how grateful I ought to be to your friend." She opened a door which led into the next room. "Mary, my dear, come and be introduced to my husband." Beaucourt started when he heard the name, and instantly recovered himself. He had forgotten how many Marys there are in the world. Lady Howell returned, leading her favorite by the hand, and gaily introduced her the moment they entered the room. "Mrs. Evelyn, Lord." She looked at her husband. The utterance of his name was instantly suspended on her lips. Mrs. Evelyn's hand, turning cold at the same moment in her hand, warned her to look round. The face of the woman more than reflected the inconcealable agitation in the face of the man. The wife's first words when she recovered herself were addressed to them both. "Which of you can I trust," she asked, "to tell me the truth?" "You can trust both of us," her husband answered. The firmness of his tone irritated her. "I will judge that for myself," she said. "Go back to the next room," she added, turning to Mrs. Evelyn. "I will hear you separately." The companion whose duty it was to obey, whose modesty and gentleness had won her mistress's heart, refused to retire. "No," she said, "I have been deceived too. I have my right to hear what Lord Howell has to say for himself." Beaucourt attempted to support the claim she had advanced. His wife sternly signed to him to be silent. "What do you mean?" she said, addressing the question to Mrs. Evelyn. "I mean this. The person whom you speak of as a nobleman was presented to me as Mr. Vincent, an artist. But for that deception I should never have set foot in your ladyship's house." "Is this true, my lord?" Lady Howell asked, with a contemptuous emphasis on the title of nobility. "Quite true," her husband answered. "I thought it possible that my rank might prove an obstacle in the way of my hopes. The blame rests on me, and on me alone. I ask Mrs. Evelyn to pardon me for an act of deception which I deeply regret." Lady Howell was a just woman. Under other circumstances she might have shown herself to be a generous woman. That brighter side of her character was incapable of revealing itself in the presence of Mrs. Evelyn. Young and beautiful, and in possession of her husband's heart, she could say, "I beg your pardon, madame. I have not treated you justly." But no self-control was strong enough to restrain the next bitter words from passing her lips. "At my age," she said, "Lord Howell will soon be free. You will not have long to wait for him." The young widow looked at her sadly, answered her sadly, "Oh, my lady, your better nature will surely regret having said that." For a moment her eyes rested on Beaucourt, dim with rising tears. She left the room and left the house. There was silence between the husband and wife. Beaucourt was the first to speak again. "After what you have just heard, do you persist in your jealousy of that lady and your jealousy of me?" he asked. "I have behaved cruelly to her and to you. I am ashamed of myself," was all that she said in reply. That expression of sorrow, so simple and so true, did not appeal in vain to the gentler side of Beaucourt's nature. He kissed his wife's hand. He tried to console her. "You may forgive me," she answered. "I cannot forgive myself. That poor lady's last words have made my heart ache. What I said to her in anger I ought to have said generously. Why should she not wait for you? After your life with me, a life of kindness, a life of self-sacrifice, you deserve your reward. Promise me that you will marry the woman you love after my death has released you." "You distress me, and needlessly distress me," he said. "What you are thinking of, my dear, can never happen. No, not even if—" He left the rest unsaid. "Not even if you were free?" she asked. "Not even then." She looked toward the next room. "Go in, Howell, and bring Mrs. Evelyn back. I have something to say to her." The discovery that she had left the house caused no fear that she had taken to flight with the purpose of concealing herself. There was a prospect before the old lonely woman which might be trusted to preserve her from despair, to say the least of it. During her brief residence in Beaucourt's house, she had shown to Lady Howell a letter received from a relation who had emigrated to New Zealand with her husband and her infant children some years since. They had steadily prospered, and they were living in comfort, and they wanted for nothing but a trustworthy governess to teach their children. The mother had accordingly written, asking if her relative in England could recommend a competent person, and offering a liberal salary. In showing the letter to Lady Howell, Mrs. Evelyn had said, "If I had not been so happy as to attract your notice, I might have offered to be the governess myself." Assuming that it had now occurred to her to act on this idea, Lady Howell felt assured that she would apply for advice either to the publishers who had recommended her or to Lord Howell's old friend. Beaucourt at once offered to make the inquiries which might satisfy his wife that she had not been mistaken. Readily accepting his proposal, she asked at the same time for a few minutes of delay. "I want to say to you," she explained, "what I had in my mind to say to Mrs. Evelyn. Do you object to tell me why she refused to marry you? I couldn't have done it in her place." "You would have done it, my dear, as I think if her misfortune had been your misfortune." With those prefatory words, he told the miserable story of Mrs. Evelyn's marriage. Lady Howell's sympathies, strongly excited, appeared to have led her to a conclusion which she was not willing to communicate to her husband. She asked him rather abruptly if he would leave it to her to find Mrs. Evelyn. "I promise," she added, "to tell you what I am thinking of when I come back." In 2 minutes more she was ready to go out, and had hurriedly left the house. 5. After a long absence, Lady Howell returned, accompanied by Dick. His face and manner betrayed unusual agitation. Beaucourt noticed it. "I may well be excited," Dick declared, "after what I have heard, and after what we have done. Lady Howell, yours is the brain that thinks to some purpose. Make our report. I wait for you." But my lady preferred waiting for Dick. He consented to speak first, for the thoroughly characteristic reason that he could get over it in no time. "I shall try the old division," he said, "into first, second, and third. Don't be afraid. I am not going to preach. Quite the contrary. I am going to be quick about it. First, then, Mrs. Evelyn has decided under sound advice to go to New Zealand. Second, I have telegraphed to her relations at the other end of the world to tell them that she is coming. Third and last, Farley and Halford have sent to the office and secured a berth for her in the next ship that sails. Date the day after tomorrow. Done in half a minute now, Lady Howell." "I will begin and end in half a minute too," she said, "if I can. First," she continued, turning to her husband, "I found Mrs. Evelyn at your friend's house. She kindly let me say all that I could say for the relief of my poor heart. Secondly," she hesitated, smiled uneasily, and came to a full stop. "I can't do it, Howell," she confessed. "I speak to you as usual, or I can never get on. Saying many things in few words, if the ladies who assert our rights will forgive me for confessing it, is an accomplishment in which we are completely beaten by the men. You must have thought me rude, my dear, for leaving you very abruptly without a word of explanation. The truth is, I had an idea in my head, and I kept it to myself. Old people are proverbially cautious, you know. Till I had first found out whether it was worth mentioning. When you were speaking of the wretched creature who had claimed Mrs. Evelyn's husband as her own, you said she was an inveterate drunkard. A woman in that state of degradation is capable, as I persist in thinking, of any wickedness. I suppose this put it into my head to doubt her. No, I mean to wonder whether Mr. Evelyn— Do you know that she keeps her husband's name by his own entreaty addressed to her on his deathbed? Oh, I am losing myself in a crowd of words of my own collecting. Say the rest of it for me, Sir Richard." "No, Lady Howell, not unless you call me Dick." "Then say it for me, Dick." "No, not yet, on reflection. Dick is too short. Say, dear Dick." "Dear Dick, there." "Thank you, my lady. Now we had better remember that your husband is present." He turned to Beaucourt. "Lady Howell had the idea," he proceeded, "which ought to have presented itself to you and to me. It was a serious misfortune, as she thought, that Mr. Evelyn's sufferings in his last illness, and his wife's anxiety while she was nursing him, had left them unfit to act in their own defense. They might otherwise not have submitted to the drunken wretch's claim, without first making sure that she had the right to advance it. Taking her character into due consideration, are we quite certain that she was herself free to marry when Mr. Evelyn unfortunately made her his wife? To that serious question we now mean to find an answer. With Mrs. Evelyn's knowledge of the affair to help us, we have discovered the woman's address. To begin with, she keeps a small tobacconist's shop at the town of Grayley in the north of England. The rest is in the hands of my lawyer. If we make the discovery that we all hope for, we have your wife to thank for it." He paused and looked at his watch. "I've got an appointment at the club. The committee will blackball the best fellow that ever lived if I don't go and stop them. Goodbye." The last day of Mrs. Evelyn's sojourn in England was memorable in more ways than one. On the first occasion in Beaucourt's experience of his married life, his wife wrote to him instead of speaking to him, although they were both in the house at the time. It was a little note containing these words: "I thought you would like to say good-bye to Mrs. Evelyn. I have told her to expect you in the library, and I will take care that you are not disturbed." Waiting at the window of her sitting-room of the upper floor, Lady Howell perceived that the delicate generosity of her conduct had been gratefully felt. The interview in the library barely lasted 5 minutes. She saw Mrs. Evelyn leave the house with her veil down. Immediately afterward, Beaucourt ascended to his wife's room to thank her. Carefully as he had endeavored to hide them, the traces of tears in his eyes told her how cruelly the parting scene had tried him. It was a bitter moment for his admirable wife. "Do you wish me dead?" she asked with sad self-possession. "Live," he said, "and live happily if you wish to make me happy too." He drew her to him and kissed her forehead. Lady Howell had her reward. End of section 24. Section 25 of Little Novels. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Little Novels by Wilkie Collins. Miss Dulane and My Lord, Part 3 and 4. Part 3. News from the Colony. 6. Furnished with elaborate instructions to guide him, which included golden materials for bribery, a young Jew holding the place of third clerk in the office of Dick's lawyer was sent to the town of Greyley to make discoveries. In the matter of successfully instituting private inquiries, he was justly considered to be a match for any 2 Christians who might try to put obstacles in his way. His name was Moses Jackling. Entering the cigar shop, the Jew discovered that he had presented himself at a critical moment. A girl and a man were standing behind the counter. The girl looked like a maid of all work. She was rubbing the tears out of her eyes with a big red fist. The man, smart in manner and shabby in dress, received the stranger with a peremptory eagerness to do business. "Now then, what for you?" Jackling bought the worst cigar he had ever smoked in the course of an enormous experience of bad tobacco, and tried a few questions with this result. The girl had lost her place, the man was in possession, and the stock and furniture had been seized for debt. Jackling thereupon assumed the character of a creditor, and asked to speak with the mistress. "She's too ill to see you, sir," the girl said. "Tell the truth, you fool," cried the man in possession. He led the way to a door with a glass in the upper part of it, which opened into a parlor behind the shop. As soon as his back was turned, Jackling whispered to the maid, "When I go, slip out after me. I've got something for you." The man lifted the curtain over the glass. "Look through," he said, "and see what's the matter with her for yourself." Jackling discovered the mistress flat on her back on the floor, helplessly drunk. That was enough for the clerk so far. He took leave of the man in possession with the one joke which never wears out in the estimation of Englishmen, the joke that foresees the drinker's headache in the morning. In a minute or 2 more the girl showed herself, carrying an empty jug. She had been sent for the man's beer, and she was expected back directly. Jackling, having first overwhelmed her by a present of 5 shillings, proposed another appointment in the evening. The maid promised to be at the place of meeting, and in memory of the 5 shillings she kept her word. "What wages do you get?" was the first question that astonished her. £3 a year, sir," the unfortunate creature replied. "All paid?" "Only £1 paid, and I say it's crying shame." "Say what you like, my dear, so long as you listen to me. I want to know everything that your mistress says and does, First when she's drunk, and then when she's sober. Wait a bit, I haven't done yet. If you tell me everything you can remember, mind everything, I'll pay the rest of your wages." Madly excited by this golden prospect, the victim of domestic service answered inarticulately with a scream. Jackling's right hand and left hand entered his pockets and appeared again holding 2 sovereigns separately between 2 fingers and thumbs. From that moment he was at liberty to empty the maid-of-all-work's memory of every saying and doing that it contained. The sober moments of the mistress yielded little or nothing to investigation. The report of her drunken moments produced something worth hearing. There were 2 men whom it was her habit to revile bitterly in her cups. One of them was Mr. Evelyn, whom she abused, sometimes for the small allowance that he made to her, sometimes for dying before she could prosecute him for bigamy. Her drunken remembrances of the other man were associated with 2 names. She called him Septimus, she called him Darts, and she despised him occasionally for being a common sailor. It was clearly demonstrated that he was one man and not 2. Whether he was Septimus or whether he was Darts, he had always committed the same atrocities. He had taken her money away from her, he had called her an atrocious name, and he had knocked her down on more than one occasion. Provided with this information, Jackling rewarded the girl and paid a visit to her mistress the next day. The miserable woman was exactly in the state of nervous prostration after the excess of the previous evening, which offered to the clerk his best chance of gaining his end. He presented himself as the representative of friends, bent on helping her, whose modest benevolence had positively forbidden him to mention their names. "What sum of money must you pay," he asked, "to get rid of the man in possession?" Too completely bewildered to speak, her trembling hand offered to him a slip of paper on which the amount of the debt and the expenses was set forth. £51, 12 shillings, 10 pence. With some difficulty the Jew preserved his gravity. "Very well," he resumed, "I will make it up to £60 to set you going again, on 2 conditions." She suddenly recovered her power of speech. "Give me the money," she cried with greedy impatience of delay. "First condition," he continued, without noticing the interruption, "you are not to suffer either in purse or person if you give us the information that we want." She interrupted him again. "Tell me what it is, and be quick about it." "Second condition," he went on as impenetrably as ever, "you take me to the place where I can find the certificate of your marriage to Septimus Darts." Her eyes glared at him like the eyes of a wild animal. Furies, hysterics, faintings, denials, threats. Jackling endured them all by turns. It was enough for him that his desperate guess of the evening before had hit the mark on the morning after. When she had completely exhausted herself, he returned to the experiment which he had already tried with the maid, well aware of the advantage of exhibiting gold instead of notes when the object is to tempt poverty. He produced the promised bribe in sovereigns, pouring them playfully backward and forward from one big hand to the other. The temptation was more than the woman could resist. In another half hour the 2 were traveling together to a town in one of the Midland counties. The certificate was found in the church register and duly copied. It also appeared that one of the witnesses to the marriage was still living. His name and address were duly noted in the clerk's pocketbook. Subsequent inquiry at the office of the customs comptroller discovered the name of Septimus Darts as the captain's official list of the crew of an outward-bound merchant vessel. With this information, and with a photographic portrait to complete it, the man was discovered alive and hearty on the return of the ship to her port. His wife's explanation of her conduct included the customary excuse that she had every reason to believe her husband to be dead, and was followed by a bold assertion that she had married Mr. Evelyn for love. In Moses Jackling's opinion, she lied when she said this, and lied again when she threatened to prosecute Mr. Evelyn for bigamy. "Take my word for it," said this new representative of the unbelieving Jew. "She would have extorted money from him if he had lived." Delirium tremens left this question unsettled, and closed the cigar shop soon afterward under the authority of death. The good news telegraphed to New Zealand was followed by a letter containing details. At a later date a telegram arrived from Mrs. Evelyn. She had reached her destination and had received the dispatch which told her that she had been lawfully married. A letter to Lady Howell was promised by the next mail. While the necessary term of delay was still unexpired, the newspapers received the intelligence of a volcanic eruption in the northern island of the New Zealand group. Later particulars announcing a terrible destruction of life and property included the homestead in which Mrs. Evelyn was living. The farm had been overwhelmed and every member of the household had perished. Part 4. The Night Nurse. 7. Endorsed as follows. Reply from Sir Richard, addressed to Farley and Halford. Your courteous letter has been forwarded to my house in the country. I really regret that you should have thought it necessary to apologize for troubling me. Your past kindness to the unhappy Mrs. Evelyn gives you a friendly claim on me which I gladly recognize, as you shall soon see. The extraordinary story, as you very naturally call it, is nevertheless true. I am the only person now at your disposal who can speak as an eyewitness of the events. In the first place, I must tell you that the dreadful intelligence received from New Zealand had an effect on Lord Howell Beaucourt which shocked his friends and inexpressibly distressed his admirable wife. I can only describe him at the time as a man struck down in mind and body alike. Lady Howell was unremitting in her efforts to console him. He was thankful and gentle. It was true that no complaint could be made of him. It was equally true that no change for the better rewarded the devotion of his wife. The state of feeling which this implied embittered the disappointment that Lady Howell naturally felt. As some relief to her overburdened mind, she associated herself with the work of mercy, carried on under the superintendence of the rector of the parish. I thought he was wrong in permitting a woman, at her advanced time of life, to run the risk encountered in visiting the sick and suffering poor at their own dwelling places. Circumstances, however, failed to justify my dread of the perilous influences of infection and foul air. The one untoward event that happened seemed too trifling to afford any cause for anxiety. Lady Howell caught cold. Unhappily, she treated that apparently trivial accident with indifference. Her husband tried in vain to persuade her to remain at home. On one of her charitable visits she was overtaken by a heavy fall of rain, and a shivering fit seized her on returning to the house. At her age the results were serious. A bronchial attack followed. In a week more the dearest and best of women had left us nothing to love but the memory of the dead. Her last words were faintly whispered to me in her husband's presence. "Take care of him," the dying woman said, "when I am gone." No effort of mine to be worthy of that sacred trust was left untried. How could I hope to succeed where she had failed? My house in London and my house in the country were both open to Beaucourt. I entreated him to live with me, or, if he preferred it, to be my guest for a short time only, or, if he wished to be alone, to choose the place of abode which he liked best for his solitary retreat. With sincere expressions of gratitude, his inflexible despair refused my proposals. In one of the ancient inns, built centuries since the legal societies of London, he secluded himself from friends and acquaintances alike. One by one they were driven from his dreary chambers by a reception which admitted them with patient resignation and held out little encouragement to return. After an interval of no great length, I was the last of his friends who intruded on his solitude. Poor Lady Howell's will, excepting some special legacies, had left her fortune to me in trust on certain conditions with which it is needless to trouble you. Beaucourt's resolution not to touch a farthing of his dead wife's money laid a heavy responsibility on my shoulders, the burden being ere long increased by forebodings which alarmed me on the subject of his health. He devoted himself to the reading of old books, treating, as I was told, of that bunch of useless knowledge generally described as occult science. These unwholesome studies so absorbed him that he remained shut up in his badly ventilated chambers for weeks together, without once breathing the outer air even for a few minutes. Such defiance of the ordinary laws of nature as this could end but in one way. His health steadily declined, and feverish symptoms showed themselves. The doctor said plainly, "There is no chance for him if he stays in this place." Once more he refused to be removed to my London house. The development of the fever, he reminded me, might lead to consequences dangerous to me and to my household. He had heard of one of the great London hospitals, which reserved certain rooms for the occupation of persons capable of paying for the medical care bestowed on them. If he were to be removed at all, to that hospital he would go. Many advantages and no objections of importance were presented by this course of proceeding. We conveyed him to the hospital without a moment's loss of time. When I think of the dreadful illness that followed, and when I recall the days of unrelieved suspense passed at the bedside, I have not courage enough to dwell on this part of my story. Besides, you know already that Beaucourt recovered, or, as I might more correctly describe it, that he was snatched back to life when the grasp of death was on him. Of this happier period of his illness I have something to say which may surprise and interest you. On one of the earlier days of his convalescence, my visit to him was paid later than usual. A matter of importance neglected while he was in danger had obliged me to leave town for a few days, after there was nothing to be feared. Returning, I had missed the train which would have brought me to London in better time. My appearance evidently produced in Beaucourt a keen feeling of relief. He requested the day nurse waiting in the room to leave us by ourselves. "I was afraid you might not have come to me today," he said. "My last moments would have been embittered, my friend, by your absence." "Are you anticipating your death?" I asked. "At the very time when the doctors answer for your life." "The doctors have not seen her," he said. "I saw her last night." "Of whom are you speaking?" "Of my lost angel, who perished miserably in New Zealand. Twice her spirit has appeared to me. I shall see her for the third time tonight. I shall follow her to the better world." Had the delirium of the worst time of the fever taken possession of him again? In unutterable dread of a relapse, I took his hand. The skin was cool. I laid my fingers on his pulse. It was beating calmly. "You think I am wandering in my mind," he broke out. "Stay here tonight. I command you stay, and see as I have seen her." I quieted him by promising to do what he had asked of me. He had still one more condition to insist on. "I won't be laughed at," he said. "Promise that you will not repeat to any living creature what I have just told you." My promise satisfied him. He wearily closed his eyes. In a few minutes more his poor weak body was in peaceful repose. The day nurse returned, and remained with us later than usual. Twilight melted into darkness. The room was obscurely lit by a shaded lamp placed behind a screen that kept the sun out of the sick man's eyes in the daytime. "Are we alone?" Beaucourt asked. "Yes." "Watch the door." "Why?" "You will see her on the threshold." As he said those words, the door slowly opened. In the dim light I could only discern at first the figure of a woman. She slowly advanced toward me. I saw the familiar face in shadow, The eyes were large and faintly luminous, the eyes of Mrs. Evelyn. The wild words spoken to me by Beaucourt, the stillness and the obscurity in the room had their effect, I suppose, on my imagination. You will think me a poor creature when I confess it. For the moment I did assuredly feel a thrill of superstitious terror. My delusion was dispelled by a change in her face. Its natural expression of surprise when she saw me set my mind free to feel the delight inspired by the discovery that she was a living woman. I should have spoken to her if she had not stopped me by a gesture. Beaucourt's voice broke the silence. "Ministering spirit," he said, "free me from the life of earth. Take me with you to the life eternal." She made no attempt to enlighten him. "Wait," she answered calmly. "Wait and rest." Silently obeying her, he turned his head on the pillow. We saw his face no more. I have related the circumstances exactly as they happened. The ghost story which report has carried to your ears has no other foundation than this. Mrs. Evelyn led the way to that further end of the room in which the screen stood. Placing ourselves behind it, we could converse in whispers without being heard. Her first words told me that she had been warned by one of the hospital doctors to respect my friend's delusion for the present. His mind partook in some degree of the weakness of his body, and he was not strong enough yet to bear the shock of discovering the truth. She had been saved almost by a miracle, released in a state of insensibility from the ruins of the house. She had been laid with her dead relatives awaiting burial. Happily for her, an English traveler visiting the island was among the first men who volunteered to render help. He had been in practice as a medical man, and he saved her from being buried alive. Nearly a month passed before she was strong enough to bear removal to Wellington, the capital city, and to be received into the hospital. I asked why she had not telegraphed or written to me. "When I was strong enough to write," she said, "I was strong enough to bear the sea voyage to England. My expenses so nearly exhausted my small savings that I had no money to spare for the telegraph." On her arrival in London, only a few days since, she had called on me at the time when I had left home on the business which I have already mentioned. She had not heard of Lady Howell's death, and had written ignorantly to prepare that good friend for seeing her. The messenger sent with the letter had found the house in the occupation of strangers, and had been referred to the agent employed in letting it. She went herself to this person, and so heard that Lord Howell Beaucourt had lost his wife, and was reported to be dying in one of the London hospitals. "If he had been in his usual state of health," she said, "it would have been indelicate on my part. I mean, it would have seemed like taking a selfish advantage of the poor lady's death, to have let him know that my life had been saved in any other way than by writing to him. But when I heard he was dying, I forgot all customary considerations. His name was so well known in London that I easily discovered at what hospital he had been received. There I heard that the report was false and that he was out of danger. I ought to have been satisfied with that. But oh, how could I be so near him and not long to see him? The old doctor with whom I had been speaking discovered, I suppose, that I was in trouble about something. He was so kind and fatherly, and he seemed to take such an interest in me, that I confessed everything to him. After he had made me promise to be careful, he told the night nurse to let me take her place for a little while. When the dim light in the room would not permit his patient to see me too plainly, he waited at the door when we tried the experiment. Neither he nor I foresaw that Lord Howell would put such a strange interpretation on my presence. The nurse doesn't approve of my coming back, even for a little while only, and taking her place again tonight. She is right. I have had my little glimpse of happiness, and with that I must be content. What I said in answer to this, and what I did as time advanced, it is surely needless to tell you. You have read the newspapers which announced their marriage and their departure for Italy. What else is there left for me to say? There is, perhaps, a word more still wanting. Obstinate Lord Howell persisted in refusing to take the fortune that was waiting for him. In this difficulty, the conditions under which I was acting permitted me to appeal to the bride. When she too said no, I was not to be trifled with. I showed her poor Lady Howell's will. After reading the terms in which my dear old faithful friend alluded to her, she burst out crying. I interpreted those grateful tears as an expression of repentance for the ill-considered reply which I had just received. As yet, I have not been told that I was wrong. End of section 25.